Good morning, everyone. My name is Namo Chung. I'm the sole chapter president of the Keiretsu Forum. I would like to welcome everyone to Keiko Seoul Investor Capital Expo, which is a joint meeting with NextRise 2019, hosted by the Korea International Trade Association and the Korea Development Bank. I would also like to give my special thanks to the distinguished attendants, Mr. Randy William, the founder of Keiretsu Forum, Mr. Adam Henderson, the head of Global Keiretsu Forum, and Mr. Rudy, the executive chairman of the DNR Corporation, and all the global chapter presidents and members, investors from the United States, Canada, Japan, Singapore, India, Indonesia, and Taiwan, and many more places around the world. I'm very honored to speak in front of such great audience. Thank you so much. Before I go on to the main presentation, please allow me to share the mission of Keiretsu Forum. Our mission statement is the greater association with the quality deal flow. We define greater association is as communities of the serious investors, business leaders, venture capitalists, corporate and institutional investors, and the serial entrepreneurs. These relationships facilitate the access to capital, talent, technology, and the resources needed to build a successful venture ecosystem. Our quality and diversity flow comes from such communities, which makes it possible to invest in diverse opportunities. With that in mind, I would like to present 3 topics with the community that is gathered here today. First, let's go through the history and the accomplishment of Keiretsu Forum. Second, the establishment of Keiretsu Forum Seoul chapters. Lastly, finally, we will briefly review today's agenda before I invite Mr. Randy William to the stage. He will share his great story of the Keiretsu Forum and his experience in global venture industry of 25 years. Let me introduce Keiretsu Forum briefly. Keiretsu Forum was founded in San Francisco East Bay in 2000 by Randy Williams. We have already 53 chapters with over 30,000 serious investing members around the world. We invest in companies from seed to Series A or Series B. We have invested over 1,000 deals, and over 100 of them were syndicated with global chapters. Our investment size varied from $250,000 to $20 million. Our investment focus industries are technology, healthcare and life science, consumer products, and the other segment with high growth opportunities. We enjoy the exit about 2x, over 45x, and 50% of investors are women. Here is our global Keiretsu Forum network at a glance. As you can see, we have the chapter representations in the United States, Canada, Europe, and Southeast Asia. On the list, the cities highlighted in the red were the new chapters opened recently within 2 years. According to PitchBook, in the first quarter of 2019, we are one of the highest ranked investors in all 3 categories: angel and seed stage, early stage and late stage. Yeah. So we usually are very strong in the early stage. Next, let's see what makes Keiretsu Forum one of the highest early stage investors through our chart from the 2018. We invested in total in $82 million in 2018. Our most investment industries are technology, consumer products, and life science. In terms of number of companies, we invested almost 200 companies and close to 90 in technology. In terms of the industry percentage, technology and life science makes up 61%. Consumer industry is 27%. The other industries are 12% of our investment. The average investment per company is $420,000. Here is our unique deal process that allows us to pick up best company to introduce to our investors. We reviewed all the applications from the startup. We reviewed all applications from startup through our online website, www.keiretsu.com. And these companies reviewed by the committee or the members, depending on our chapters. And these deals are pre-screened by the industry committee or internally, depending on each chapters. The pre-screened deals are invited to the deal screen meeting. The companies passed by deal screen meeting will be invited to forum meeting. After that, after forum meeting, there is a due diligence process conducted by interested members and start to negotiation terms and conditions individually. Global multi-chapter investments are enabled through green seed, and the companies are invited to present to other chapters. Here is the deeper process at a glance. So we review about the 30 to 50 deals from the applications, and the 7 to 10 deals are usually invited to the deal screen meeting. Then 4 to 5 deals will be presented in forum meeting. Finally, 3 to 4 deals experience due diligence with interested members. And after that, we begin the fundraising process, and sometimes continue to investment and presentation from the multiple global chapters. So you can see the evidence. So we will narrow down like that. And here is our syndicated deals, the sample of the syndicated deal and the liquidity cases. As you can see, there are many deals that global chat collaboratively invested in. Without the Keiretsu Forum and the global presence, it is very hard for investors from around the world to come together on such great opportunities. Okay, so one of our liquidity cases is the Savara. So our Keiretsu members have invested in total of $10 million from 2012 to 2016. In June 2017, Savara was uplisted in Nasdaq market after merging with the Master Therapeutics, which was listed in the New York stock market. So today's market cap of Savara is about $100 million, heading to beginning. Okay. All of this accomplishment and the history of Keiretsu Forum is what inspired me to open 47th chapter in Seoul, South Korea. Seoul chapter has established in Seoul as the 47th Keiretsu Forum chapter in February 2017. Now we have 70 members, 8 partners, 2 sponsors, the law firm Sineng team, and Kita, who is one of the hosts of this NextRise 2019. We are grateful to have such opportunity to share our experiences. Here is some of our investment that Seoul chapter has made. We have diverse portfolio, which include many syndicated deals with the United States, India, and Canada, and many more Korean companies, as you can see on the slide here. Seoul chapter has invested approximately $2.5 million into a company. The average investment amount for company is about $200,000. It has been a great 2.5-year journey for our chapter so far. We are very excited to continue to grow our presence in South Korea. Okay. Something that all chapters have in common is the Keiretsu Forum app. This app allows all global chapters to learn and view current activities and deals that are happening around the world. Pre-registered members can see global deal flow on your mobile phone. After you download the Keiretsu Forum app and log in your registered email, and the first initial password is Gold Sheet. Even if you did not register in advance, please feel free to reach out to me or the staff members for access, and we would love to share the accomplishment our forum has made progress so far. Lastly, here are some of our worldwide expo that Keiretsu Forum hosted during this year. As you can see, the Stockholm in January, Northwest Expo in March, which we hosted in Seattle. Northern California Expo in April. This is hosted in San Francisco. Toronto in June. Midwest Expo in July, 2 weeks ago in Chicago. And here we are today at Seoul Expo with the help of NextRise 2019 Seoul. And the other upcoming 2 expos are Northwest Expo in August 22nd in around the Seattle, Northern California Expo in November 21st in San Francisco. You may participate in any global expo according to your preference as Keiretsu members. If you have any question about the membership and sponsorship, please feel free to contact me or the new file after the expo. As a closing comment, we have invited 12 companies and 4 speakers from around the world. We need your active participation. Please see policy. Do you have the policy separate? Please raise policy. Don't you have the policy? If you have the policy, yeah. Okay. Please see policy the last page of your booklet. Please fill it out, check each item that the company presents, and give it to our staff at the end of the expo. So we will put together your interests and the valuable comments and send it to the presenting company. It would be very great help for the presenters and our forum. You may also communicate with a specific company through the policy if you like to have a further discussion with them. I hope that we all use this expo as an opportunity to share your experience of the years of experience with the diverse audience to promote a healthier and a more sustainable environment for startup companies and angel investment around the world. Thank you. Okay, next agenda, we're gonna please welcome Mr. Randy Williams, the founder of Keiretsu Forum, to the stage, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. So I prepared some question for us to hear the valuable experience. Could you share with us about your experience? I prepared four questions for you. Okay, first question: as you have reviewed over 30,000 business plans over the decade, what is your top 3 selection criteria and selecting companies to move forward with?
It's great to be here. This is my 3rd year coming back. Thank you for inviting me. And one of the reasons I'm here is just really clear to ask your agenda whenever you travel the world. What are you doing here? Obviously, I'm here to support EY and NAMHO, but I want to see these great companies commercialized globally, emanating out of Korea. In other words, let's fund them here. Let's move from 12 to 25 funding, but let's get them to visit our 53 locations around the world. We are capitalizing companies, but we do so much more. We commercialize, we help them, we give our Rolodex or information about relationships. So let's get these companies to obviously travel. Our large expo, which will be 600 of us, is November 23rd and 22nd in San Francisco. I'd love to have a Korean delegation up on stage with me to support, obviously, what you're doing here. Also want to welcome our team from Taiwan. We're talking about possibly opening in Taiwan. Also, I see Dr. Lee from St. Mary's College, which is my next door neighbor. Look forward to seeing more education around the world, which is my love. And you're here to obviously do business with NAMHO and obviously bring more MBA students graduating so we can enjoy the ecosystem and make more money and make an impact out in the world through the MBA program at St. Mary's. Thank you so much. My team is here. Adam's to my right. He'll be speaking later today. And the secret sauce of Keiretsu Forum is not me, it's you, the membership, potential members. Get involved in the community. Now, you all have your family and you also have, more importantly, your own network. Well, we are a network of investors that care deeply about making efficient, very sophisticated, but very careful investments. It's just not 2 or 3 people we run it by. Now we have 3,000 members to run it by globally. So use the network to help you be a better investor. Don't do it alone. A lot of risk and a lot of reward. So the question is,
what is your top 3 selection criteria when you're selecting company?
Number 1, I've been blessed to see 35,000 business plans over the last 20 years. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary coming up. Number 1 is moral compass, efficacy, honesty. A jockey, I want to see she or he truly has honesty in their heart, and when the going gets tough, will they do the right thing? That's number 1. Number 2, I want skin in the game. I want to see the team. Let's say the person's only, an entrepreneur's only worth $100,000. I still want to see 10% of their net worth in. If that person's worth a couple million, I want to see more. As we continue to give more money, every time they do well, I want them to participate with us. In other words, keep the skin in the game very important. and obviously track record. We look at track record. If you're a brand new startup, we are generally not the place for you. We generally are gravitating to companies that have traction in the marketplace, have customers, so we can truly look at them, and that's the validator. But that number 3 is very important, because track record, and track record sometimes is not necessarily company. I want to know what you did in high school, how you did in college, how you did on the sports field, how you did. I want to know that if you're a winner. Okay, those are the top 3 for me. Now, I can really drill down on all the nuances, but the most important thing for me is, can they listen to us? When the going gets tough, will they truly listen to us? I mean, we have a problem right now with a company, and he is somewhat listening to us, but he's using the word I. He has to use your we. I want him to protect the LPs, protect the investors. When you think about I, you shouldn't come to Keiretsu Forum. We will be a we as a family to help each other. The whole spirit of Keiretsu Forum is a community helping not only you as an entrepreneur, but us as investors.
So I think the we means that we usually we. It's very similar in the Asian spirit. Thank you for your insight. And the second question, could you provide us with some point from the 25 years experience in the venture investing?
Well, let's talk about losing money. Everybody always talks, I think it's always disingenuous to talk about how much money you've made. I've made 56 investments at Keiretsu. I'm also a GP of a fund. I have 210 companies. I'm also affiliated with those companies. So I have over 250 companies I'm responsible for and I've invested in. But looking back of my worst investments before Keiretsu Forum is when they don't think about sales and marketing. I remember a company in Emeryville, California had 25 engineers. And they didn't have any sales and marketing people. They were so in love with creating a product, they forgot to sell it. I have a love affair of sales and marketing. You guys, great. You're out there, a lot of entrepreneurs are, you're making it happen, you have IP, you have something special, but you gotta sell it. And you have to have execution when you sell it. So lessons learned for me is I want a well-rounded team before I invest.
I very agree about the selling point. As I said, the marketing and selling is very important. So why I invite supporting the entrepreneurs, and why I ask the Korean entrepreneurs to move on to the foreign markets. Yeah, selling is very important. I believe totally. Thank you. And number 3, what was your main motivate in the Keiretsu Forum, starting Keiretsu Forum?
Okay. Hopefully most of you understand English, but some of you have translators on. Who speaks English in the room? Okay, how many people just speak Korean? Okay, who's lost money investing in the room? I'm going to say it again, in Korean. Say it in Korean. Who's lost money in Korean in the room? Say it.
So
In Korean. Who's lost money? Who's lost money investing? Korean.
Invested in Korean company or the
No. Who has lost money in any type of investing?
Okay. Yeah, president.
Who has lost money in investing? Put up your hands. Thank you. A lot of you haven't lost any money in investing? I need you to participate with me. Come on, participate. Who's lost money in investing? Okay, there we go. That's why I started Keiretsu Forum. I needed smarter people around me. I needed Adam. I needed Namho. I needed a team. I've made now 56 direct investments in Keiretsu. I've had 8 failures. I've had 38 now liquidity events. I'm close to a 38% internal rate of return. If I didn't have community, I would have lost my money. I was able to retire, took a company IPO in a real estate opportunity. Actually, that's where the term Keiretsu comes from, because I was working with the Japanese. We liquidated a Shuwa portfolio in America during the yen problems. They needed to liquidate real estate in America, and they approached me, and I brought Wall Street from capital, and we bought a large portfolio, and then I was able to start and get in an ecosystem of investing in startups 25 years ago. Quickly, I started losing money because I didn't have community. So the whole spirit of Keiretsu, there's no mind share, there's no vested interest. If you call me and say, Randy, what do you think about opportunity? I will give you my best idea, and I will say, don't invest, or do invest. The whole spirit of it, we're here to help without a vested interest. So I started Keiretsu Forum because I needed smarter people than me. I needed a community to help me. And my fault now, of my 56 investments, 90% are domestic United States. I need to be more international. And that's why we started funds. We have blockchain fund. We're probably going to do crypto, probably maybe in Australia. In America, we're not doing crypto yet. But I need to get 50-50. I want to be more global in the future, and that's my pledge.
Thank you so much. And the last question. So, why is the Keiretsu Forum the #1 early stage investment forum in the world?
We have fun.
Yeah.
So the secret sauce is me. It's our chapter presidents, our members, and as you come to the expos around the world, you see the love. We really do care about each other. All those, which I had a great time when you put up all those slides at expos. I was at them all, and it's so nice to have relationships. And so where the deal flow comes from? It comes from our members. They see Relola. They see great companies, ninth gear. In fact, a lot of our companies are created out of Keiretsu Forum. But again, you get solicited all the time in the marketplace. I think you know what the term solicitation is. We'll bring it to Keiretsu Forum, and then we'll have hundreds of people look at it and say, don't invest, or possibly proceed to invest. The secret sauce is community and our IP and our Keiretsu Connect app, all the things we do to be better, more efficient investors, because it's very, very dangerous investing in startups, but it's very exciting and there's tremendous rewards. I mean, the one up there with the 45X, I was part of that. We created a fix and flip portfolio led by 2 Keiretsu Forum members, and it went public with Starwood, and Starwood gave them $100 million, and with 45%, 45X return on your 100,000. That's a pretty nice return.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome very much.
Thank you for your valuable experience, and we enjoyed hearing from your story. Thank you.
Great, and let's give it to the companies that come up, because we have Keiretsu Forum portfolio companies come up, and let's give them love. Even if you're not going to invest today, think about giving resource. Resources can be, and I'm going to ask them if they've gotten resources around the world. And a lot of our companies that are here today and or have traveled other places, you know, you mentioned Sephora, they collected 19 million over 12 chapters. So Korean companies, please travel. Come to San Francisco, come to Prague, come to Taiwan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Randy. Next, could you lead us to our next agenda and the presentation of private startup companies? Please. Proceed.
So when I created the expo, it was this is our 20th year of doing expos, and so I've asked Nancy asked me to kind of lead it off what kind of things we do, but it's really about your participation. So I want to hear and see hands up, and we're going to ask any question you want. But it's 10-minute core, 10-minute Q&A, and Raul is the first presenter, correct? What? 5 minutes? What's the time? 5 minutes Q&A. Okay. And Adam, you're going to do the Q&A?
I can, and I'm just going to do a quick introduction for Relola.
Okay.
Proud to be able to do that. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Proud to be able to talk about Relola. Raise your hand if you've heard of CNBC. Yeah, CNBC. So this morning you get to see a top 100 company rated by CNBC this morning. So that's fantastic. It's a global company. When Namho and Randy were talking about the global network, Relola has received close to $2 million in investment from 5 different chapters around the globe of Keiretsu Forum. So they're truly a global company. They're making a global footprint. They are filling a void with some of the largest blue chip corporations in the world, including Mercedes and Oracle and some others. So it's my sincere pleasure, and get your checkbooks ready and your resources ready, because you're going to get a great presentation and you're going to hear about a great company, by the name of Rilola. Welcome, Heather.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you everybody for the opportunity to present today. I'm Heather Siddick, and I am the CEO and founder of Rilola. Rilola is a Silicon Valley-based enterprise SaaS company. We were founded in 2015. Since then, we've been recognized as a leader in many technology for many different organizations, including CNBC, as Randy mentioned, as well as Oracle. Oracle selected us for their Global Scale-Up Accelerator, and of course, also TechCrunch. We launched in Asia with TechCrunch just about 9 months ago, late last year. Today, there's a large challenge for any group of people and organization, which is that gathering content and sharing information is difficult, and it's even messy. We're sharing photos and videos and text in all kinds of different mediums, including Messenger and email and spreadsheets and CRMs. This results in fragmented information that organizations have no way to organize, learn from, and be able to take action with. We solve this with Rilola. With Rilola, any organization can empower their group to share geotagged information that's globally captured and gives them the ability to learn and collaborate on the fly. With Rilola, we provide a white-labeled solution that can embed into any pre-existing website or application. We work on any type of device, and we make it simple and easy to share information. This is how it works. Group members are able to share information like they do any kind of social post. They add photos and videos, and they complete a content capture form. This content capture form is created by the administrator of what we call a channel. The questions that they ask can be anything that's relevant for that organization, and all of that data is then captured and synthesized for that organization. They can change the questions anytime they want, and will automatically impact what people are sharing. One of the clients that we're working with is a massive biotech company. It's a medical device company. And they have a dispersed sales team that works in hospitals all over the place. One of the challenges that they've had is that they need to capture information that's in front of their sales team in the hospital. They want to know, what kind of conversations do you have with the doctors today? What competing products are in that operating room? These salespeople are right in front of that information. They spend hours in the operating room, but they had no way to capture that very valuable information. Now with Rilola, that sales team is able to share information within seconds of having access to it. They're pulling data about what supplies are in the OR. They're sharing their conversations with doctors. They're reporting their wins when they sell a product. And when they do this in real time, their managers, thousands of miles away, are updated and notified about what's going on. And guess what happens? Those managers see their success, and with Rilola, they're able to share a like, add comments, and inspire their team. The company I'm referring to, Arthrex, you might see a flyer about them on your table. This company launched a POC with Rilola, and they were behind with their annual numbers, what they needed to accomplish with one team. Within 90 days after using Rilola, that team had exceeded their annual goals. They came to us and said, here are 4 ways we're going to use Rilola. Rilola is going to provide tremendous impact for this organization. Now, while we love working with sales teams and enterprise organizations, Rilola works for all types of groups, fan bases, employees, volunteers, you name it. We can provide and empower that group to share and collaborate over information. This is an example of a global organization that's doing beach cleanups. This is a real group that has shared their data from all around the world. And they are documenting all of the trash that they're finding on beaches. One of the wonderful things about this is with Rilola, not only can they share that information instantly to their companies or their website, when they post that information, it is immediately also shared to their social channels. This is a powerful way to amplify reach and to drive more people to that website. When a volunteer posts and their friend clicks on that post on their Facebook page, the post opens up on this website, inviting that person to learn more and to become part of their organization. Like I said earlier, Relola is a SaaS-based company, and we provide enterprise-level software solutions. Our solutions are fully customizable to meet the needs of our unique clients. In this way, we provide pricing that's specific for that client. Our pricing typically starts around $10,000 per month and goes up from there based on the different features and configurations that they need. Now here's something that's really important. We're filling a huge void in the enterprise collaboration market. And that market is tremendous and it's global. Today, that market is around a $40 billion total addressable market, but it's growing year over year. And we're providing an opportunity for you to invest in a company that's filling a void and a growth trajectory for that market. Our go-to-market strategy is to partner with some of the leading organizations in the world that already have pre-established trust-based relationships. By doing so, we are able to enter into at the top level with the types of organizations that are our target customers. Some of the companies that we're partnered with today include Oracle, NEC, and of course, as you know, Keiretsu. In fact, we have received a number of introductions, meaningful introductions globally due to our relationships with Keiretsu. So thank you, Keiretsu. These are just some of the companies that we're working with today. Of course, as a enterprise solution, there is a long road to getting from point A to point B. And we are in various stages with a number of these companies, as you can see. We have completed several successful POCs this year and are moving into larger integrations with those organizations. We're also rolling out a number of POCs over the next few months. Our team has a proven success record, and we have very, very experienced people in different facets of the business world. Rob Devlin, who's here in the front, heads up sales for Relola. Rob has a history of bringing new technologies to enterprise clients and is doing an amazing job of bringing new clients to Relola. Shane McGilloway, who is one of our board members, was an early investor in the company. And Shane was also an early employee at AskJeeves.com. When Ask Jeeves was acquired by IAC for nearly $2 billion, Shane was the COO at that time. Shane is here to help us grow and scale and saw the possibility for Relola very early on. And now, as an analyst for IAC, Shane sees Relola as a possible acquisition for IAC. Graham Golder, who's our Vice President of Engineering, has built 5 globally scaled platforms for SaaS companies and is an excellent engineer. He's been with us since day one. And finally, David Wittenkamp, who is our CFO, has experience on the financial side from startups to blue chip companies. He was with Ford, Motorola, Nokia, and others that you would recognize. We also rely on our advisory board. We have incredible advisors who help fill the gaps where we don't bring expertise, and we rely on these people all the time. Jason Thibault, who you see here, is the head of the Global Streaming Video Alliance, and he helps advise us on our video products. We have a bunch of IP in video that's very exciting. I wish I could get into that, but there's too much to tell right now. And also, you might recognize Malco Kotan, who does the World Business Satellite News, and who's a member of the World Economic Forum. So, we have an opportunity for you today. Early this year, maybe late last year, we opened up what we call the pre-A round because we are in the midst of putting together our Series A funding. We opened this pre-A to give our existing investors and Keiretsu members an opportunity to invest at a valuation that was beneath what we anticipate the A closing at. We originally approved $5 million in investment for this stage. We've already funded $1.5 million of that. Since we are making such good headway with the A, we have decided to limit this and cap it probably out at $4 million. So there's $2.5 million left. I believe $500,000 is spoken for, so that means maybe there's $2 million left today. We would love to have you participate in this round. If you'd like information, you can reach out to me. We do have 7 patents pending. A few of those will be approved shortly. And we have both IP and first-to-market advantage giving us security. You're coming up to me. Are you like giving me that sign? Heather, stop. Thank you. Please email me if you have any questions.
So we're going to put our hand, raise your hand. We'd like to ask the entrepreneur some questions. Heather, I'll start. We've had the privilege of seeing Heather grow and develop her company, and doing a fantastic job. And I actually had a chance to talk to Will Stewart, as a board member of yours, and he just launched a big company as well. So you've got a great team. Back to Randy's point about the team and how important that is, and we've got a chance to get to know you through our network. What could you tell us about how much money we're going to make? Who's your exit? How is our money going to turn into liquidity?
I love that question, Adam. So there are a number of ways that we're considering the exit for Relola. We have, as I mentioned, great IP, and we've already been approached by different entities about licensing our IP for their specific use case. In fact, one was in the entertainment industry, licensing Relola for music to support fan groups and that sort of thing. So one of the ideas that we've had is to create subsidiary companies that have specialized focus in a particular vertical and license our IP to those subsidiaries, which then would have their own exit. So in the entertainment space would be one, another would be in the medical space. There's a tremendous amount of applicability there. We have good traction there. And these two types of use cases are so differentiated that it makes sense for them to have their own experience. However, if you were looking at Relola as a whole from an exit perspective, I would imagine that there's a very good opportunity for acquisition from organizations like Oracle, Salesforce, anybody in the social space like Facebook who wants to get more into the enterprise area, Microsoft. It's kind of endless, IAC. So we'll see, but I think that there's, of course, the opportunity for going public at acquisition as well.
Questions, Randy? I'm going to put my hand, just raise your hand if you'd like to ask some questions.
Why are you here?
We love Nampo, first of all. He's been a tremendous supporter of Relola from the beginning. There are a number of Korean parties already invested in the company. But more importantly, we're really looking forward to gaining traction in the Korean market. And we see Korea as really the leader of the Asian market from innovation and just from a cultural perspective. So we're excited to partner with some Korean companies.
And we always ask in the States about resources. How can they help you? Now I know you have traction here, you have capital in, you're back, the MO supporting you as members are, but can they help us with access in Asia? You.
Can we help you with
No,
exits?
can they help you, members, people that invest?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Is there an exit partner here, a strategic thing? LG or Samsung, tell us
Exactly.
who that is.
Yes, so we love working with any type of organization that has global distribution. LG and Samsung obviously would be two of those, so would Hyundai. Anybody in the automotive space, we're working with Mercedes and Ford. So it's any global enterprise company we would love introductions to. Thank you.
Raise your hand if you know any of those companies that she mentioned.
Nobody.
Okay, so you're going to have a chance to say hello to Heather and the team here. And you might find a flyer on your table. And I'm going to pick on, so you have Slack up there. It's very interesting. So tell us how you are. Oh, great, thank you. So as I'm walking back there, tell us about Slack.
Sure.
And we had a great conversation this morning about, so tell us that Slack is a unicorn in the US, multi-$100 million company, and you stand right next to it, right?
We do. In fact, a number of our clients use Slack, they use Salesforce, and they seek us to provide a resource that fills the void that those two software products don't complete for them. So Slack is a wonderful tool for sharing basically like text-style conversations within small groups within a larger organization. But Slack doesn't do what Relola does. Relola displays the content that's shared in an engaging way on websites and within apps, but it also spits out on the back end spreadsheets full of data, rich data that can be become actionable data for that organization. So everything that's shared with Relola is organized. We take that chaos which exists in Slack and we organize it in a way that makes that data useful.
Wonderful. And we have a question back here, and if you would say your name and...
My name is Kevin Choi from the consortium.
Great.
So who would be your ideal partners or collaboration partners, or what kind of talents are you looking for in Asia as well as Korea?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so the types of collaboration partners that we like to work with are those that have inroads with the types of companies that are our target. So in Japan, we're working with NEC on 3 different divisions of NEC. In the United States, we're working with Oracle. And those two platform companies have many different clients already that can benefit from Relola, because one of the things about Oracle and NEC is they don't have a product like Relola, and they see the need for their clients. So that would be an ideal partner for us.
Thank you, Heather. And Houston, great to see you. So you and Edison are looking at Taiwan chapter for us, and your question.
Thank you. We have very strong company on hand.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions for you.
Yes.
One, what is your weakest point?
What is our weakest point as a company? I think today our weakest point is that we have a massive opportunity with companies like Oracle, but in order to really serve that relationship, we need a bigger team so that we can serve the different types of accounts and verticals that they offer. So there's an abundance of opportunity with Relola, but we really have to be able to focus and be able to apply resources in a way that constrains us to a bit today. And so we're looking forward to having the funding that will allow us to take advantage of the opportunities on our plate and really scale.
Okay, very good. Second question. Not every company is a global enterprise company. How do you serve your small, medium-sized clients?
Today we don't. So because we are early stage, we really are focused keenly on that global enterprise client. We do have users that are smaller groups, like the volunteer group that I showed you cleaning up the beaches. In that case, it's self-serve. We kind of let them take care of themselves. We will be able to grow to serve that client base down the road, but today we really do have to focus and execute. Thank you.
Okay, let's put our hands
Thank you.
together.
Yep.
Roll up. And also, the gold sheet is the property. A lot of you don't know this, but especially in the States, we don't take commissions or warrants. Obviously, in some places of the world, you can take these instruments, but here in America, there in America, when you invest, 100% of your dollars flows to entrepreneurs. So give a resource, even if you're not going to invest, give a resource to help these great companies. Relola, obviously, we're rocket ship, and we're looking forward to supporting in the future. Okay, so we're also blessed at Keiretsu Forum to have our members gather and create companies. Have 3,600 members around the world. And again, I think I mentioned, if you recall, I talked about a company with a 45x return went public called Waypoint, 2 members in San Francisco. One approached me and said, Randy, you want to do it with me? And I said, no, I love Keiretsu Forum too much. So they met together, Colin Wheel and Doug Bryan, and they created this company, went public. And now BlackRock and some of the big players in the marketplace are involved in this, obviously, space. They grew to 17,000 homes. Now, this next company, Marianne Worrell, has, I think we brought together about 9 advisors and also employees in Keiretsu Forum. You're stealing all of Keiretsu Forum talent, aren't you?
It's hard to do due diligence without us, Randy, isn't it?
It is. And I can't believe how much you work. Is sleep a problem?
I have to sleep much these days.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You got it down. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just not enough daylight.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, when you capture that beautiful brass ring about being an entrepreneur, this is why I love it. After 20 years, it gets more exciting because I'm interfacing with great companies, like obviously 9th year. So your partner is here, Dave. Is he in the room? Dave Paul. Thank you. And how come he came instead of the rest of them? I mean, he's a rock star, but are they all over the globe right now?
They are. They're selling.
Okay. So, FinTech time. Marianne, as you know, you have 10 minutes to present, 5 minutes of Q&A, and floor is yours.
Good. Thank you, Randy. We appreciate appreciate the warm welcome and thank Namo for inviting us to Korea. We're so happy to be here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marianne Morrow. I'm the CEO and founder of Ninth Gear. And today I'm going to take you through a journey of institutional finance. This is not a retail play. I'm going to show you first an example of what I'm talking about. We are a SaaS company based in Silicon Valley, and we are moving currencies around the world, taking something that takes 48 hours and taking it down to seconds. So let's look at a typical example. Let's say that Lowe's is buying appliances from Bosch, and what they need to do is they need to convert US dollars into euros in order to make that transaction. So today, what would happen is that we would agree on a price, and then tomorrow we would confirm that price and arrange the funding. And then on the third day, the funding would come through and the transaction would happen. And that all goes through something that looks like this machine in the middle of the page. Has anybody woken up today and used a telex? Some of you might be too young to even know what a telex is. Does anybody know what a telex is? It's a precursor to a fax machine. And that was great in the 70s, but today it's impossible for me to believe that $5.1 trillion per day goes through that type of system. It's antiquated. So we have a better way. We built a marketplace that allows those transactions to go through in seconds, not days. And because the problem is not technology, the problem is liquidity. Banks have a lot of money, but they're not waiting around for Randy to walk in with $100 million and want that to be exchanged into euros. That money is in constant motion. Sure, that transaction can happen, but they don't just have that money sitting around. So we've created an on-demand payment liquidity marketplace to have that funding available. And what that does is it allows us to reimagine two things. So we've created this on-demand payment liquidity marketplace. And then the second aha moment that we've had is we created high-speed payment rails to make those transactions go through. By doing it that way, we eliminate settlement risk. That is a very big thing in the financial markets of eliminating settlement risk. We decrease the credit risk. That also leads to decreased capital requirements by the banks. Operationally, the transaction in the back office, we decrease about 80% of the back office costs, and the regulators like it because it adds transparency. So let me tell you what some of the folks are saying about us. Facebook says if I can do this trade same day, why wouldn't I? Google, that does 300 billion of FX a year, they think that the way that we're doing this is a level above anything they've seen. And when we went to see Amazon, we went to see Roy Linehan up in Seattle, and when they understood what we were doing, they said to us, we have 25 billion sitting around on our balance sheet. We think of things in billion-dollar tranches, and we put $1 billion into your lending platform. We break the segments up into 3 different segments. Lenders, this is a new revenue stream for them. We've created a new asset class in the market, and this is a way for them to get an additional 20 to 30 basis points over their overnight rate. They would move for 5, we're giving them 4 to 5 times that amount. The second category for takers, those are the corporations and the asset managers. We're allowing them to do the trades same day and drastically reduce their costs. And then for the market makers that are working on this today, we are not disintermediating them from the marketplace. We're allowing them to trade with more counterparties, increase their wallet share, and also decrease their costs. We do have competition in this space. I bring up Ripple every single time. We know them well. It comes up every single time. They trade in something called XRP. It's an order of magnitude different than being able to handle this market. We know them well. They're in a different swim lane from us. They're focused on money transmission. Everyone else in this area is working in a crypto-type environment. Financial institutions are not ready to deal with crypto assets. We work in assets that are backed by a sovereign government, a fully collateralized fiat coin. It's different than a stable coin. It does not fluctuate in value, and you're not able to trade it. It's just a mechanism to have the transaction move through the system. So we understand financial institutions and how they work today, and have created a product for them. We have a direct sales approach. We have subject matter experts that understand how each of the players derive benefit. They are the door openers. We pair them with professional salespeople that can nurture and close these accounts, and individuals that can demonstrate the product. Ours is a very direct approach. We have MVP, and we're going to be doing proofs of concepts this fall. We'll be probably doing about 4, so it'll be 1 lender, 1 taker, and 2 asset market makers that will be doing that for us this fall. We're starting with foreign exchange because it's large and liquid. What we are doing also can move into OTC derivatives. And then from here, there are several other verticals. Each of them are very large in volume. At some point, we probably will move into a regulated entity. We want to stay as a SaaS company for as long as we can, software as a service company. It keeps things very simple. But eventually, it's on our regulatory roadmap that we will become either an exchange or a broker-dealer. So let me tell you about the team. I've had a number of successful exits. I've sold a company to Standard & Poor's and another one to BNP Paribas Asset Management. I've taken people from both of those previous companies into the company to help us. David Paul, this is his 9th high-tech company. He's done IPOs before. Mary Lou Smulders ran marketing for half of Oracle, all their application businesses. We also have a team of over 20 developers that are making this software happen. On top of that, we overlay over 400 years of capital markets experience. We understand this market. We understand the hops and the spaghetti junctions that happen in the back office. How do we make money? We make money 2 ways. We charge $5,000 a month as a licensing fee per institution, and then we also derive revenue up to 4 times for every trade. We'll have over $170 million in revenues by 2023. The opportunity today is a Series C2. We've closed already a pre-seed, and we have a little bit more room in our Series C1 if you want to get in early. And then we now also are offering a Series C2, and we're raising $2 million on that. That money is going for technology, sales and marketing, as well as legal. It's not monopoly money. We need to get it just right. We think a possible acquirer will be a large institution, a custodian, as well as potentially a technology company or even an exchange. Exits in this area are massive. So, the internet had a profound effect on the front of the house, but it never really hit the back office. We use a blockchain system. It's a private permission blockchain system. It's based on Forum. That was a technology that JP Morgan introduced. And everybody that goes through our system will have AML KYC, anti-money laundering, as well as know your client. We're so very pleased and proud to have received a very large honor earlier this year. Barlow Research, which is a finance research firm, has named us the overall most innovative company for 2019. We beat out Bank of America as well as KeyBank. Previous award winners were Citi, Wells Fargo, and Capital One, so we feel like we're playing way above our weight class. Link2, one of the portfolio companies for Keiretsu Forum, was also named one of these winners. We're following in Bill Sarris's footsteps. So this is a large and liquid market. We have a team of capital markets experts that really understand this market. We have substantial early validation. We have a product that works. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I will continue asking questions until I see a hand, just so we keep the flow going, and he only has 5 minutes up here. So hands up, please. Otherwise, I'm going to ask first question. You talked about sleep. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you trying to accomplish?
There's just not enough daylight. I'm very excited about this opportunity, and we're really crushing it. We're signing up large financial institutions. A New York-based bank asked if they could white label its products, and we're in talks with them, talks with a consulting firm I talked about with you this morning, 34 consultants that are signing up to help sell this product. So there's a lot to be done.
Okay, sales cycle. FinTech, arguably slow. How, is it 6 months, 9 months? What does it take? Would you rather I gravitate to consortium or an individual bank, and then obviously get the consortiums?
So consortiums just is double or triple or even quadruple the problem of a regular bank. So we're going after a number of individual banks. We're focusing on the top 6 currency pairs: US dollar, euro, yen, Aussie dollar, pound sterling, and Canadian dollar. We're getting each bank each one of those first, and then we're going after technology companies, because when Facebook says we're moving this way or Google says we're moving this way, the banks that they're using will follow.
I don't know if you all saw when Congress, probably 4 months ago in the United States, interviewed Zuckerberg. They really didn't have an idea about technology. So the question is, at the banks, do they have any idea about technology? Are you at the CMO or CTO level?
We're at the highest level, the chief operating officer usually, and there are some banks that, like JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, that really are technology companies first and finance companies second. So we're swiping left and right on these companies, and those that really understand, we're moving forward with, and those that want to wait and test the waters, we'll get back to them at some point, but.
Yeah, we have a great company that's got a wonderful military contract, and hopefully get military contracts throughout the world. But once it got to business, it's now forever. Is that going to be the same thing with the banking business? Is that going to be forever?
No, I think that I just wrote a paper about that in Forbes. Banks are changing, and those that adopt new technology will be moving forward. The other ones are just going to be clearing checks.
Okay, so why are you here?
I'm here for a couple of reasons. One, we're raising money, and we've already previously successfully raised money. We presented last fall, and Namo was very helpful in arranging that. And so we're looking for investments, but we're also looking for introductions into firms. Just like Heather said, we would love an introduction into the Treasury Department of Samsung or some of the other large Korean.
Okay, I think we have those type of relationships in the room, and again, the whole spirit of Keiretsu is we're here to help, we're here to nurture, we're here to, even if you're not going to invest, please put your gold sheet, write down, hey, I have an introduction to Samsung.
Yeah, or Bank of Korea. After we move from the spot market, which is today, we'll move to the forward market of FX, and then to non-political forward. So the currency of Korea is a non-political forward, and we have a solution for that. So I would love an introduction to the central bank.
Is it positive or negative as Facebook is trying to look into this channel, obviously, of crypto?
Yeah. So I have a lot to say about that. Libra is a 9-page white paper. It says it's going to be ready in the first half of 2020. It's a consortium of 48 institutions. We've seen Facebook with some of their data breaches. I wouldn't say that a lot of folks trust Facebook with things, so why are we trusting them with our money? It is interesting for me because blockchain is a viable way to move money around. It allows, especially the back office, to have transactions to go through without breaks, reconciliation errors, or corrections, which is very important so that we can save money. But I think that large corporations like Visa and MasterCard, as well as Facebook, Andreessen Horowitz, a large VC from the Valley, is also part of that group of 48 folks that are putting the project together.
Okay, so Mary Ann and her team of one, and you have a big team back in the States. They're all over the States right now. And your booth is where? Your booth is to the left and down?
We're downstairs at 12 in the purple section.
We look forward to supporting you. Once you're a Keiretsu Forum portfolio company, not only we want to give love to you, but we give resources. And also, why don't we put our hands together? I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Keiretsu Capital, because that's how we top you off.
Thank you, Randy.
Okay. So Keiretsu Capital is a sidecar venture fund that I'm the general partner on. We have $35 million of investments that we've given great companies. And those companies they deserve the capital after you, the member, invest. And then they come, we have a fiduciary relationship to obviously arm's length, but we then vote on what companies get funded. We have 145 investments. We have a blockchain fund. We have a real estate fund. Our real estate fund, fortunately, has a realized return of 15.5% over the last 2 years. We're very, very happy. But again, we're always nervous about what inning we are in the United States. And, we think we're in the 8th inning. But if you're interested in looking at Keiretsu Forum, please see Nam Ho. If you're interested in Keiretsu Forum around the world, see me. Or we also have a family of funds. And these funds were designed for members that don't have time. And again, we'd like to have our members when they first join. In fact, we have 27 new members just in the last 3 months in Northern California. We want you to focus on things you're interested in. But if you don't have time, look at the funds. So we have a Korean company next, Nam Ho, correct? Okay. There she is. I enjoyed meeting you last night. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yes, I enjoy meeting every other members at the Keiretsu Forum as well.
So when you come to our expo, we're not going to feed you as well as Namho has done. And I think, Dr. Lee, thank you so much. Maybe you can help us in San Francisco with better food. Food is excellent here.
Yes.
Okay, you have 10 minutes for it, and I'll come back for questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Chu. Actually, I'm a member of the Keiretsu Korea chapter, but I'm also here to help out. I'm here today to present opportunities suggested by a company with a vision, or let me say a company that is looking into the future, not just for us here today, but for our next generation, considering the environment and the sustainability of our next generation. Let me present to you Hanne, a Korean company with a factory in Tangjin, for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and hopefully the latter 5 minutes, we will be able to focus on Q&As. On the Q&A session, I won't be able to help out, but the CEO, Young Go-go, will come up on stage and answer any necessary questions as possible. Now, let me get straight to the point. What if the world industries can transform and retrieve rare metals, what we call money, from what we call waste or waste catalysts that are buried today, like every day. Now, what if someone succeeded in developing a technology to extract rare metal materials from what we call SCR-DNOx waste catalyst? Now, we call Hanne an innovative game changer. What goes to waste every day by protecting the environment through heightened environmental restrictions around the world can be retrieved into what we use every day, which are rare metals. And what this technology, how unique this is it extracts, and what's more important is commercializing rare metal materials from SCR-DNOx waste catalyst. Now, Hanne is that company that succeeded in developing and commercializing that technology. And I am confident to be here to say that Hanne is the 21st century alchemist. Now, can you imagine 444,000 tons of SCR-DNOx waste occur every year in the world? Now, DNOx catalysts, you might wonder, are used every day to get rid of nitrogen oxide, which is the main cause of fine dust. It's used to get rid of nitrogen oxide, but it increases fine dust. So, if DNOx waste catalyst 443,000 come up, and what if we have commercialized and developed a technology that could retrieve $1.13 billion worth of rare metal? What went to waste due to heightened environmental restrictions? From that waste, we can retrieve $1.134 billion US. Now, let me just, Hanne is the first and world's only company in the world to succeed in developing this technology. And again, rare metals are money from waste that goes away, buried every day. Let me just talk to you a little bit more about Hanne. Although it was founded just shortly in November 2017, it has its first production expected at Tangjin factory in Chungcheong province. Now, with a land area of 2.1 acres, Hanne's factory can process waste catalysts, SCR-DNOx waste catalysts, from 3,000 tons to 6,000 tons. Now, after investing just US dollars $11.9 million, Hanne began construction of its first factory in Sangwon National Industrial Complex in Tangjin, and it is preparation for mass production. Now, it is very proud, Hanne is very proud to be selected by the Korean Ministry of Environment as the supervisory enterprise for the ministry's Global Top Environmental Technology Development Project. This is the Republic of Korea's government contributions with $1.53 million. Again, it's in preparation for mass production very soon. Now, I will not get into the details, however, this is the site of the world's only technology that could separate and extract rare metals such as titanium, tungsten, and vanadium from SCR denox waste catalyst that is being buried and put to waste every day. And imagine, ladies and gentlemen, being able to separate and extract what we call rare metals from this waste that goes to waste every year. Now, this was possible with the contribution of Hanne's partners, which is very proud about. We call it joint technology development with the Korea Institute of Geosciences and Mineral Resources, and of course, Tech. We had technology development of separation and extraction of vanadium and titanium, and there was completion of research. And with Tech, which is a tungsten production technology, Hanne concluded a contract to supply its entirety of production. And as you know, Tech is 100% in shares owned by Mr. Warren Buffett. Now, moving on to our next slide. The expected benefits, summarizing what I said just before, is environmental protection by decreasing waste catalysts of 443,000 tons and securing rare metal resources, extracting from waste catalysts almost next to free. These wastes are going to buried, and we can get hands on these waste materials next to nothing. And of course, creation of what we see most important, commercial value of 1.13 billion US dollars. Now, I'm confident to say that this Hanne company is strengthening platforms for future industries by developing, we're not talking about services, core material technology for the fourth industrial revolution. Now, we may say, we are confident to say that Hanne is all set. With its exclusive technology, it's the world's only technology that could extract these materials. And second, waste or raw materials are endless. Due to world's heightened environmental restrictions, these waste catalysts are increasing continuously every day. So these rare metals we can get hands on, which is with no cost, almost no cost. And third, Hanne already has a buyer, Tech, which is 100% in shares owned by Mr. Warren Buffett. So in terms of profitability, we have secured it. Now, let me just move on to the business insights. As I mentioned before, NOx emission regulation have heightened. That means it's driving SCR denox waste catalyst usages. But what happened in the last 2 years is that these environmental restrictions that were heightened requires 80% of these wastes to be reduced. Now let's talk about Korea, for example. NOx emissions have been restricted from the initial 140 ppm to 70 ppm. And for China, NOx emission reduction has been reduced by 80% by the Chinese government, because it's a means to protect the environment, but at the same time, they've heightened it to reduce the usage, to reduce NOx emissions. Now, again, 444,000 tons of environmental waste and SCR denox waste catalysts are being buried. But the good news is that Hanne is ready to retrieve these into commercial value. Now, again, 80% of the waste catalyst components carry what we call tungsten, vanadium, and titanium. It's wasted, it's buried with the waste. Again, Hanne can separate and retrieve what we call rare metals from this waste. Now, again, $1.134 billion a year is to be created with Hanne's new technology, the world's only technology, as you see here. Now, this is the proven record of registered IP that can recover and rare metals from waste denox catalysts. Again, first, unique, exclusive. We're not talking about services. We're talking about for technology to retrieve rare metals. For example, tungsten, when you mine tungsten in mines, the purity of retrieval is only 0.2%. But with these waste catalysts, and with the harness technology, this purity level jumps up to 7.73%. It's actually 38 times more higher. Again, we're not talking about services, we are talking about core material technology. Now, our plans to grow: phase 1, extracting rare metals from SRT waste catalysts, and phase 2, overseas market expansion growth as metal material company. These are our plans up to 2022, 31 million usage for establishment, and 2024, 95 million, and from 2025 to $155 million. And these are our finance projections. Our pre-valuation was 2.7 million. 27 million. We received funding from ICE, 2.5 million, and our post-valuation was 30 million. This is our plan. Thank you.
What exchange are you going to go on?
We'll receive answers from our CEO, Young Bogo.
So while he's coming up, a lot of our companies exit Keiretsu Forum because we're now moving on our 20th year by strategics. So they get bought at 100 to 200 million, and they get absorbed. I fortunately rang the bell on Wall Street last year, and I'm looking forward to hopefully ringing it twice this year. But we want all exchanges in the world to help these companies. So the question is, what exchange are you going to IPO on?
Can you reiterate?
I mean, is it going to be NASDAQ? Is it going to be Toronto Stock Exchange? Is it going to be NASDAQ? Okay, great. Have you thought about the moon yet?
Yes.
Yes. And who would you do business with? Would that be Branson? Would that be Elon Musk? Okay. So the Chinese obviously has been, obviously the last 25 years in Africa. Are you also interested in Africa?
Yeah. I am interested.
Okay. And so tell us what will be the killer that will hurt your business in the future? Will it be the Chinese? I'm American, I can talk like this, right?
Maybe if I have a competitor, will be Chinese company.
Okay. And also, how much skin in the game? How much capital does your team have in this great company?
$7 million US dollar.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I love when you call Warren Buffett Warren Buffet.
I like that too. I was thinking that.
Remember that.
That's a nice benefit to have. So to be clear, so Warren Buffett, who we know well, owns the company that you've secured product production from. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then, so that product is going to go, and you and I had a chance to speak last night. Thank you for your time. It sounds like an incredible opportunity. You are near completion of a facility that will process this. Is that correct?
Yes.
In October. It will be completed in October.
Okay. What is your ask today? Is your ask capital, resources, all the above? What do you want?
Capital and
Introduction to Elon? I just sold my Tesla. I don't trust Elon.
The funding in Korea is already completed, but he is looking for business partners abroad, and perhaps $2.5 million more for foreign investment.
Okay, here we have. Question from Taiwan.
yes, so very fine company and very fine technology we have. For the energy needed to transfer the extraction, how much is it in amount of energy?
I think 1 kilowatt per hours per 1 metric tons. 1 metric ton means 1 kilowatt.
Okay. Okay, time is up. How did you price this? Is it on a convertible note, or is this what kind of structure on your cap table? When we invest, who are we investing in?
Funding-wise, funding in Korea's company, he is looking for business partners for like distribution and factories abroad.
Okay, where?
Um,
China? Okay, where?
India
India? Okay.
and
North America. So we can help. We're throughout India. We started in Chennai. We're in Mumbai. We're in Hyderabad. Soon to be Hyderabad. We're in Bangalore. So let us help there. And then North America. Where in North America?
Mexico or US.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's give some resources. The gold sheet is the property entrepreneurs. Please fill it out with great resources, even if you're not going to invest. Let's put our hands together for this great company.
Thank you very much.
All right. So speaking of Warren Buffett, who enjoys ketchup here? You do ketchup here? You know Heinz ketchup? No? No. So anyhow, I'm blessed to own 1 million square feet of Heinz ketchup from Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett is my credit. He's my tenant, and he's the one that pays. Warren Buffett pays me money. So we're about to build 1 million square feet of refrigeration. This is in Lathrop, California. Very blessed to have this facility, but it's nice to have somebody as credited as Warren Buffett. And Warren Buffett's giving it all away. I mean, there's obviously a lot of wealth in the room. It's time to possibly think about giving your wealth away in the future. And my favorite charity is conservation. And we just saved 50 acres in my hometown this last week by a lot of us coming together and buying it. So next company, come on up. Oh, okay. Yeah, now you. No, we're gonna thunderous applause when you come. Okay, so this is a 10-minute core presentation, 5-minute Q&A, and I hear you're fluent in English, so ready to go.
Yeah. So 5 minutes. Okay. Very nice to meet you. My name is Jason Kim, CEO and founder of TriCubics. We are providing AI-based augmented store solution and service. And the offline distribution market is relatively slow to adapt IT technology than other industry. But nowadays, it is changing a lot. We are aiming to become a Korean-style Amazon Go. But unlike Amazon Go, we can offer solutions to various distributors and dramatically reduce the system price. The offline distribution market is experiencing lots of difficulty for its stakeholders. The first, franchises is encountering a gradual decline in their profit due to labor cost. And second, franchise head office is looking for ways to increase the market share. Lastly, the customers are reluctant to wait in line to buy product. The kinds of inconveniences and problems faced by its stakeholders are driving unmanned store. As for the technology for unmanned store, most of barcode, QR code, and RFID technology are evolving into AI technology because of the better user experience and the lower operating cost and the lower product loss. TriCubics creates AI technology as an optimized module for unmanned store. This technology provides the most cost effective with the most stable recognition. AI module is a total solution including hardware, software, and the system software. We already submitted and registered 18 patents. As for the user scenario, user scan the QR code and then the automatic face recognition with the system and automatic product recognition with camera and automatic face recognition with camera also. It means after scanning the QR code, just grab and go. On the right is a commercial refrigerator with TriCubix AI module installed. On the left is a customer's shopping cart on the monitor. When you take out any item or remove the returned item from the refrigerator, it is automatically added and removed on the shopping cart. So it means when you take out any item, it is automatically purchased. Please. Among Korean offline distribution market, and the convenience store is expected to introduce AI technology due to labor cost and market competition. And in Korea, 70,000 convenience stores, and among them, 40,000 convenience stores run by big companies like CU and the GS are our target AI store. The target AI store market is $2 billion in Korea. Korean offline, the convenience stores are preparing AI-based unmanned store. But as of today, we are working with the GS25 and the EMAT24. TriCubix is providing and various unmanned store solutions to our distributors. First one is an AI machine, which is similar to the traditional vending machine, but it is totally different. And it is a better price and a better user experience and more sales item and better, more reasonable, more valuable data. The second solution is AI hybrid store. It is a combination of manned sales and unmanned sales. Unmanned sales is similar to bank ATM, so which is available 24 hours a day. So it is the most secure and more and cost-effective system at this moment. Last solution is AI open store, so which is similar to Amazon Go, but in the smaller size to fit the Korean convenience store. This technology and service will be available next year. So how are we different? So first one is we increase the recognition rate and by adding sensor information in addition to AI technology. Second one is since our AI architecture can be computed at 1/5 of its competitor, the system price is much cheaper. Lastly, we automated the acquisition and processing and the learning of data more than 50 times faster than our competitor. That's why our technology is more accurate and cheaper and more higher level of commercialization. We have a significant progress on the business aspect. The first one is we already made a contract, good news, a contract with EMAT24, and we'll start the production from end of this year and the full production next year. Second project is GS25. The company is the biggest convenience store in Korea, and we are also providing another AI technology to GS25. So we will make some huge contract within this month, and the project opportunity is 140 million from next year. We have a Korea office and US office, and then myself and our CTO has many and R&D and the commercialization and global experience in well-known and large corporations like AMD and Broadcom and Unity. We have total 10 engineers, and 90% of them have a master or doctoral degree in AI and computer science. And at the same time, we are working with R&D lab in well-known university like Keiretsu or Sokan University. And actually, our R&D team invented a very creative and competitive technology suitable for AI store. As for our business plan, and we are going to launch our AI store with EMA 24 and GS within this year, and from next year go to full production. And we are going to expand our customer side besides existing two customers like some CEO or 7-Eleven next year. At the same time, we are going to penetrate the global market from next year. We will release 400 stores and be profitable from next year. And we are looking for area investment for R&D cost and operating cost. We invite you for our venture. Thank you.
We always ask in our 20 years at Keiretsu Forum, our 53 chapters around the world, what resources can this room give you, even if they're not going to invest? What can they write down on their goal sheet to help you grow your company to hopefully a strategic and IPO? Resources.
Yeah.
Randy?
That's the question, resources.
Yeah. You mean our resources or what kind of resources we need?
Let me reframe the question.
Okay.
The question is, what can we do to help your company grow above and beyond giving you money?
Okay. This is a very good question. So, and very big term is resources. It means not only monetization, but also other kinds of resources. Means a global relationship. It means, as I explained, we hope to penetrate the overseas market and like the US and the Japan market. We need a very strategic partner for that country, like Japan or US.
Okay. We have a question from a Keiretsu Forum member. Kevin, to your left, your question, please.
Yeah, Kevin Chopandi. As I saw all your team members, but there's no sales, right? I think the sales are very important. Somebody told me, marketing. So how's your sales and marketing plan? I see you need a very strategic partner in the US and other places, but I think you don't have, you have all the engineers, right? You list all the engineers, but there's no financials and CFO or sales and marketing person.
Yeah, that is a very good question. Actually, myself, I had an engineering background after that, and I have more than 15 years of B2B business sales, not this kinds of offline distribution market. That is correct. So that's why I'm here. So I want to expand our resources to support our customer and expand not only domestic but also global market. So that's a very good point. We hope to expand our resources and to expand our business.
Yeah, but David's question is very important. We need to know exactly what you need. Give us the top 2 or 3. Tell us what a resource looks like. I want everybody to hopefully help here. So what's great? Name that resource.
Yeah, name resources, as I said, in the US and Japan. I need a strategic partner to understand the offline distribution market. In Korea, we can contact GS or Shinsegae. Those guys are biggest guy. But in the US, we don't know. We don't have a right, good connection with the Walmart or whoever. So we need that kind of right guy to introduce.
Okay. Use of funds. If we give you $1 million, what are you going to use it for?
So we are asking $2 million investment. So this is mainly for R&D and some initial and business operation. It means with the investment, we will fully and prove our technology and service level. It means and our current customer project will be finalized, and then next round we need the financial investment.
Okay, so getting back to David's question, so there's risk because the sales and marketing is not ready, right?
We need,
Yeah, but so our money is going to R&D, and so what type of valuation are you going to give us then?
20 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, are you negotiable? Say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, please.
Hi. Very good company and very fine technology. From Taiwan and from Greater China point of view, we understand that the unmanned distribution stores are
Yes.
not very popular. We've seen some highlights, but not so very successful, or perhaps in Korea, very successful. How do you deal with this trend, and how are you different from these Amazon Go technologies?
Actually, as I said before, and we want to be a kind of Korea-style Amazon Go. So in Korea market, comparing to Amazon style, we have a franchise head office and a franchise owner. It means even though the system is 100% perfect, if the system is too expensive, nobody can adapt. It means price is a very important criteria to accept new technology or not. That's why we invented the smaller size technology to fit the different types of market.
All right, see that sign back there? How's your English? What's it say?
Thank you.
Yeah, great job, thank you. All right, so we have a colleague from Toronto, and he met through Mahendra Chu, who is my chapter president in India. And so tell us about the connection point. This won't count on your time, so how did all this happen? Are you from Toronto?
Not exactly. I'm from southwest of Toronto. I'm here for the Kitchener Water, which is also known as Silicon Valley North. Yes. It's Canada, everything, all the 44 is Canada.
So I've been blessed to go to most of my chapters. I think I've been at 52 of them. I did go to Waterloo, I did go to Vaughan, and I have gone to, obviously, Toronto the last 3 years. So how's the connection with Mahinder? Are you from Hyderabad?
No, I'm not. My family actually is from Israel.
Okay.
But with Mahinder, we have a very good connection in the sense that I met him through a Keiretsu Forum meeting, and then we hit it off. He took me to Mumbai 2 years ago for when I was doing a seed round. He raised a fair amount of capital for me. Then he also introduced me to Namho, who then helped me with capital raising in Seoul. And Mahinder also serves on my advisory board.
Wonderful. Well, there's the resources of the world. And also, I launched a TV show in America about 3 years ago, and I have about 38 segments. And I had Mahinder on the show, and the name of the show was Cross-Border Investing. You know, all the nuances, all the taxation, all the issues. Mahinder did a great job. But I remember when the show started, he had his eyes closed like this. And I said, "What are you doing?" "I'm relaxing. I'm looking at my third eye." And he did a very good job. Your third eye? No? Third eye? Anyhow, did a great job. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Kashif Khan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Motion Gestures. We are a Canadian machine learning startup specializing in cutting-edge gesture recognition software. Gesture recognition is the next frontier after voice recognition. We have built a platform, software platform for gesture recognition that reduces the time and cost of adding a gesture interface to any product or app by over 99%, while increasing gesture recognition accuracy to high 90%. Let me demonstrate our platform to you. In the first 30 seconds, you will see a gesture being created in the form of an arrow, without programming and without data, and then being tested with a cell phone. And then you will see applications of a gesture technology in 6 different verticals, such as wearables, automotive, appliances, toys, home automation, etc. human-machine interface is today, where voice recognition was 5-6 years ago. More specifically, 5-6 years ago, no one cared about voice recognition. It was mostly used in call centers. Today, gesture recognition is mostly used in virtual reality because people, in essence, are blind. They're wearing a device on their eyes for HMD. And because of advances in technology, gesture recognition is now entering consumer mainstream. We expect explosive growth with use of gesture interface going forward in a wide variety of products and apps. Now, a gesture interface can be used in literally a wide variety of products and applications, such as those on this screen. The most common misconception, of course, is that people, unfortunately, who are handicapped would use gestures, or those who are in virtual reality at the bottom left-hand corner, they would use gestures. But as you saw in my video, gesture interface can be integrated with a wide variety of products and apps, such as wearables, appliances, home automation, automobiles, motorcycles, where information on helmet screens can be manipulated with gestures. In aviation, mobile apps, because the camera has touch, motion, and camera sensors, so any mobile app can be gesture enabled. Vending machines, information kiosks, and so on and so forth. Okay, what makes us so special? What makes us special is we have built the world's first hardware-independent platform for gesture recognition that allows any third-party developer to create any gesture for use with any sensor in only a few minutes, without programming and without any data. This has never been accomplished before. So specifically, I'm going to risk my name to it. Any gesture, no matter how complex, how sophisticated, doesn't matter for which product in which industry, can be created with our system in less than 5 minutes. Not a single line of code needs to be written. And despite using very advanced machine learning, the developer does not need to provide or collect any data. The system generates data automatically, and a new class of machine learning algorithms are able to learn and extrapolate from a very small amount of data, as a result of which any gesture can be created in only a few minutes. And that's not all. Once the gesture is ready, such as the gestures you saw in the video, you can use it with any sensor. Again, you can use it with any sensor. So let's say I make a gesture in the form of a clockwise circle. You can use it with motion sensors, such as those used in a wearable. You can use it on a touch screen. You can use it with the camera, with ultrasound, with radar, you name it. Similarly, you can deploy this on any platform. Contrast this approach with competition, including big name competition. Consider Microsoft's Kinect. It is a hardware and software integrated system. You can't take it apart. You have to use it as it is. Looks like a brick. Consider another company, Forum의. It's a Canadian company, raised more than $100 million from Intel. Its gesture recognition system is also hardware, software, tightly integrated, works only with built-in PCB sensors. Look at another American company, Leap Motion, raised more than $300 million, and has a Leap Motion controller, which again is hardware, software integrated system, only works with a built-in camera. My point is, any of these systems do not give the developer the flexibility to use gestures in their product in an optimal manner. Never mind the time required for programming, never mind the time and expense required for data collection. A Swedish company is following our lead by having successfully decoupled software from hardware. However, its software only works with RGB sensors, meaning mobile phone cameras. It cannot support other sensors, including other type of cameras. And it also requires programming, also requires data collection. More specifically, we are a B2B company. We don't make any consumer products. Our product is a software development kit, SDK, that we make available to developers at OEMs. And nothing like this exists in the world because the philosophy for this SDK was that developers should have the flexibility to assemble any gesture recognition system they want using our software with any sensor and any platform, just like a child can assemble any figure out of the Lego box. So more specifically, our platform supports all types of gestures. These are technical terms. There are only 3 types of gestures: dynamic, such as movement in the form of letters, numbers, symbols, shapes, rotations, characters, such as those used in Chinese. Any form of action gestures, which are 3D gestures like tapping, pinching, grabbing, twisting, pushing, shoving. Static gestures, which are symbols like thumbs up, thumbs down, OK symbol, victory sign. All of these can be handled by a system. The gesture build can be deployed on any sensor. You can use it with touch sensors. You can use it with motion sensors, which are also known as accelerometers and gyroscopes, such as those in Nintendo Wii. And we support 3 different types of cameras. You can use with a normal color camera, webcam camera, or RGB sensor. You can use with infrared depth cameras, such as those used in virtual reality and automotive, like time of flight. You can also use this with a monochrome camera or simple infrared. And you can deploy it anywhere. You can deploy this on a cloud, on a gateway hub, or flash the software directly onto a chip. And we are so efficient that we can run on a $1 chip. You know how important that is? Because such a chip is the backbone of IoT applications. So you can see maximum flexibility to combine our software in a few minutes without programming, without data, with any sensor on any platform. Now, our platform, we operated in strict stealth mode for 2 years because of the breakthrough nature of our IP. After having developed our tech, productized it, and filed a comprehensive suite of global patents, the past couple of months we came out of hiding. And now our software is being pilot tested by top tech firms in major business verticals. For example, with mobile phones, we are working with Forum의. In semiconductors, with Texas Instruments and NXP. In sensors, with Bosch in Germany. In banking, with Arkia, which is the 3rd biggest bank in France, wants to gesture enable its banking apps. In fitness trackers, with Sunto. In watches, with Swatch, which wants to integrate a gesture recognition system into its electronic operating system for smart watches. In video games, with Electronic Arts, the biggest video game company in the world. In industrial controls, with Honeywell. In wearable cameras, with GoPro. In automotive, with Gross, a German tier 1 automotive supplier with clients like BMW and Mercedes. And in aviation, with Bombardier. The feedback from all of these pilots has been very positive. These are commercial pilots. For example, Texas Instruments didn't say this to me, they wrote it to me. So they said they're very surprised at how easy it was to implement gesture recognition because of no programming, no training data, and also surprised how we could run this on a cheap chip, meaning how little computational resources were required. Huawei, after rigorous testing, made the same comment. Gestures are very easy to build. Recognition is very good. Sunto, which had its own gesture recognition system, made a comment that our system is better than theirs. Electronic Arts said that our gesture recognition system is the fastest they've seen anywhere. Droz declared our system to detect any gesture that they wanted inside or outside the car. And Bombardier also declared our technology to be mature and ready to fit into a cheap chipset. And that's not all. Gesture industry watchers around the world have written major articles about us. For example, we've been profiled in Germany, France, US, Canada, as well as in China. Recently, we completed and launched our camera-based system using an ordinary webcam camera that enables a level of gesture recognition sophistication never seen before. Specifically, we can detect and track hand and finger movements at the joint level using an ordinary 2D camera and support 3D gestures with it. Take a look.
Hi. Our RGB camera-based gesture recognition model is powerful enough to detect and track hand and finger movements of multiple users, thereby supporting highly complex gesture recognition involving a group of people. Let me demonstrate this by running our gesture recognition model on a YouTube video.
Companies are interested in partnering with us for use of our gesture recognition software embedded in their platforms. After 2.5 years of, like I said, 2 years of being in stealth mode, 2.5 years of existing, we are expecting CES, Consumer Electronics Show 2020, to be a blowout year for us as these companies, through our partnership, put our software out to all major companies in different verticals. Our business model consists of licensing our software for use in semiconductor chips, meaning it is an embedded play. Typically, we charge anywhere from 50 cents to $5 per installation. So for example, if you have 1 million watches, we would charge 50 cents per watch. If you want to put this in 100,000 TVs, it will be $5 per TV. And based on the pilots we have, we expect to start generating revenue from this year. We're expecting $1 million, and based on partnerships with semiconductor companies and sensor companies, we expect to cross the $100 million mark within 4 years and be a unicorn. In terms of financing history, we started this company about 2.5 years ago. So in 2017, I did a seed round. I raised $1.7 million at $5.1 million pre-money valuation, so $6.8 million post-money. I could have raised all of my money from Canada or from Silicon Valley, but in keeping with my desire to build a global company, I raised money deliberately from prestigious angel groups around the world. So in China from CCAA, in Silicon Valley from PropelX, in Canada from G10 with Namho's help, from Korea, Keiretsu Forum, and with Mahinder's help from Keiretsu Forum in India. We were heavily oversubscribed. There was no time for me to fit in someone from the European Union. Now we're doing a bridge round as a stepping stone to Series A. Specifically, we're seeking $1 million in interest-bearing convertible debt, which has a cap of $20 million and also 50% discount in valuation to Series A. This money will be used for sales and marketing. Like I said, we just came out of stealth mode, are in full marketing mode now based on the pilots that I showed you and the partnerships that are taking place with semiconductor companies. And we've already raised $500,000. 2/3 of it came from existing investors and the remaining 1/3 from their friends. So we have some capacity. The founders are not kids out of college. We are experienced entrepreneurs who have deep expertise in artificial intelligence, sensor fusion, signal processing, machine learning, and advanced degrees from top American universities. Thank you.
Wow. Do you have any idea how long you spoke for? Well, it's over. You don't have any questions. Do you have any questions?
But you were most generous, and I appreciate it.
Oh, you're very gracious. Okay, I'm going to ask a question. We have 2 questions, but we have to conclude because we have a great keynote coming up. Okay, first question. You're here because you want partners. What kind of partner do you want?
I'm looking for partners in 2 different areas. First, partners, who can distribute our technology. These could be IT services firms. These could be semiconductor companies, sensor companies, meaning software which either could be integrated with their products and then sold to OEMs. And I'm also looking for end users, companies in different sectors, such as automotive, appliances, even could be mobile apps, who can use our gesture software in their products and apps.
Okay. And you have a lot of skin in the game on this? Of course. How much?
I put in $500,000 of my own.
Would you put in more on up rounds? Of course. Good. Okay, next question.
We have fine technology, and we have some very fine fabs here in Taiwan that we can help you and connect you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, is that it? No more questions? Okay, you can take a deep breath now and hopefully get a lot of resources. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, all the presenting company. So now let's move on next agenda. I'd like to invite Mr. Rudy Danosu-Bijo. He is the executive chairman of the DNR Corporations. He want to share with us about his experience in e-commerce logistics Southeast Asia. Welcome, Mr. Rudy, to the stage.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rudy Danosu-Bijo. I've done a number of businesses during my 30 years of my career, but the last turnaround story that is quite significant is in the media business, where we acquired technically defaulted company and listed in Indonesian Stock Exchange with a valuation of $1.2 billion. It's a pay TV company, and acquired also 73% of the market share back then. So my last acquisition was done about nine years ago. when I acquired an offline distribution company. It was in a very bad shape, so I took over 52% of the shares and tried to turn it around. Now the sales have increased by 400%. We are planning to list in the next 2 years. And last year, I increased my stake to 100%. I bought all my partner shares and then started to develop a very lucrative opportunity that, in my opinion, is not seen at this moment by investors, which is the e-commerce logistics. So, trying to capitalize the 40 over warehouses that we have with 3,000 employees, trying to capitalize that and turn it into the e-commerce logistics. So, I'd like to share with you the opportunity that actually exists. I think it's the biggest opportunity in all industries that will come in the next 10 years in Southeast Asia. I'll start with the Southeast Asia economic outlook. These are the Southeast Asian countries, as you all know. And this is the economy outlook. The population is for 662 million people. 662 million people, in which 270 million live in Indonesia. Number 2 is Philippines. Number 3 is Vietnam. Philippines is 108. Vietnam is about 100. Thailand is 4. So, one of the best things with this is 50%, half of the Southeast Asia population is in the productive working age. Indonesia average age is 27, as compared to 48 with Japan. So that's why, and Philippines also young, Thailand is also young. That's why it's very productive. Then if you look at the unemployment rate, that is way below the world level of unemployment, which is 5.4%, while in Southeast Asia it's 2.9%. So this is the GDP growth rate. We see that we are basically above the average developing countries' growth rate, Southeast Asia, with the largest economy being Indonesia. Later on, I will explore a little bit detail on Indonesia only because of the time limitation. But after the session, if you want to ask questions, I'll be willing to answer the questions. And this is the inflation rate. And again, Southeast Asia has always been lower than the rest of the developing countries in terms of inflation rate. And also lately, we all see stability in the foreign exchange rate. Indonesia is also known as one of the most stable in the past years. Now, let's move to the internet economy. The internet economy comprises of basically 4 types of businesses. E-commerce being the hottest one. Platforms, and I will explain later in detail. Then online media. This is online advertising, online gaming, video on demand, music on demand. Ride hailing is Uber, Grabs, and all these things. And the online travel. Online travel is also booming now. We have one Indonesian unicorn that within a very short period, also in online travel, becoming unicorn in only a few years. Indonesia is the largest internet economy by far. This is internet economy, so it's not only the e-commerce. It has been growing with the CAGR of 49% until 2018, and 28% reaching $100 billion in 2025. This is done by Google Temasek research. And Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, also the growth rate you see. Malaysia is a bit slow. Philippines is very significant, and and Vietnam. Basically, the growth of the internet economy are much higher than other sectors in the region. This is the internet penetration. The internet penetration, Thailand is 82%, Vietnam 66%, Malaysia 80%, Singapore 80%, and Philippines 63%, Indonesia 64%. But look at the number of internet users. Indonesia 170 million, 4 million, 25 million, and so on. So this provides a very big business potential for the internet related businesses. Now, why internet is growing so fast? Because the cost of data keep decreasing as a percentage of the GDP. I still remember a few years back, Indonesia was 1 or 2%. Now Indonesia is only 0.2% per 1 gigabyte. So the price per 1 gigabyte, this is Southeast Asia in 2014 was 2%. 2018 is 0.6%. This is the individual countries. So this reflects the cost of 1 gigabyte of data as a percentage of the GDP. Now, we look at specific the e-commerce market. The e-commerce market has been growing until 2018 at a rate of 94%. The compounded annual growth rate, 94%, and decreasing to 41% in 2025. But still, 41% the CAGR. This is also from Google Temasek report, and this is Malaysia. This is Philippines, this is Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Look at the growth of this. Doesn't happen with any other industries. This is what you will see in 2025. Indonesia is going to have almost 10 million transactions of parcel delivery every single day. Vietnam 2.5. Thailand almost 2 million, Singapore is a small market, Malaysia is 1 million, and Philippines is 1.1. If you combine this, we are going to have 13, 14 million parcels every single day. These are the top e-commerce platforms in 2019 from Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, and Singapore. While in Indonesia, in 2018, the number of visitors every single day is more than 11 million. So 337 million visitors every month going into the e-commerce platform. So imagine that the e-commerce platform is actually like a mall. So we do not realize that we are actually transferring the mall from the street to the cloud. So that mall is cost $1 million, $2 million, $3 million to build, but can accommodate 300 million shoppers. So which business that can do better than this? Next. This is the impact of the e-commerce to the country's economy. 26 million jobs. For those of you who take notes, don't worry. I prepare a flash list of the presentation. I don't know if it's enough for everyone, but you can ask it. Here's some flash list. So, 26 million jobs. 3 of the 4 startup unicorn in Indonesia are e-commerce players. And e-commerce will contribute 17% of total retail sales. 2022, 17%. US is already 20%. Yeah. Vietnam will be 10% and also Thailand. Now, understanding the e-commerce business, there are only three pillars. Only 3 pillars. Number 1 is the transaction. Here. Number 1 is the trade, is the transactions. where the platform, the marketplace are accommodating buyer and seller. These are the most successful in the region. Gmarket, EP, Salora, Lazada, Bukalapak, Tokopedia. What happened after they transact? What happened after they buy and sell? They have to pay. I always say, if you don't have $2 billion, $3 billion, don't go into this business. This is require a very deep pocket. One biggest platform that I know in Indonesia, I met with the founder and regularly. They are regional player. They are burning in Indonesia alone, $1 million every day to support the free delivery. So don't touch this. This is only for the giants, for Alibaba, Tencent, all of these guys. And in fact, three of the biggest Indonesian platforms are controlled already by Alibaba, and one is controlled by Tencent. So 1, 2, 3, 4 are controlled already by the biggest Chinese player. What happened after they buy and sell? They pay. So payment gateway is number 2 pillars. With the payment gateway, I also say that I think if you don't have so much money, don't touch. All the big banks, all the big groups, all the e-wallet, Visa, PayPal, and all these things, I don't think we can be competitive compared to these people. So, now, transaction, payment, what else? Somebody has to bring the goods. Somebody has to manage everything, to pack and to bring it. This is the unseen one. Name it. Name one significant e-commerce logistic player in South Asia. No. I will explain to you why. That is really already very, very big. In China, some of the companies are already grown to deliver 5 to 6 million packages every day. And 50% of them are delivered within 4 hours. 50% of 5 to 6 million packages are delivered within 4 hours after the order. Yeah, this is the factors that makes the customer satisfied. Delivery is always the first important criteria. 69% of the customers have negative complaints about deliveries. And look at this. When I saw this, I had a lot of arguments with my own team. I said, impossible. But we did all the research. 24% of our GDP, 24% goes to logistics. From the raw material, logistic, until the end customer, 24%. It's huge. So this is the percentage of the region. Yeah. We have this from Frost and Sullivan report. This is the infrastructure budgeting. In all countries, the infrastructure budget grow higher than the GDP. So GDP, Indonesia 5.3, the infrastructure spending is 8.6. It's so important that all governments are putting priorities to build more infrastructure. Look at, this is very interesting. If you do not have the infrastructure, you don't have multiple warehouses, look at the cost of delivery. Intra-city, within the same city, is only 70 cents. This is Indonesian case. Okay? The intercity between city in the same island is 1.7. Look at this, it's already double, more than double. And major city in different island is 2.4. But the highest is in the remote island, which is $10. So, and according to the research, 51% of the customer preferring the same day delivery, with 74% saying that I don't mind to pay more, but give me the goods as soon as possible. Yeah. So this indicates that the logistic is very important in this e-commerce business. Just to give you one example, Jakarta, Merauke is all in Indonesia. Just to give you an example, Indonesia from west to east, takes about almost 7 hours. 7 hours to fly. It's like Jakarta to Seoul. Jakarta to Seoul is 6 hours. Last time when we came here, 6 hours 45 minutes. Yeah. Shipping cost is $12 to Jakarta and Singapore. Yeah? So it is important to make sure that we have presence near to the location of the buyer. So multi-warehouse and perfect system is very important. The cross-border transaction, Indonesia is still 4%, the rest is high. What does it mean? Let's say in Singapore, if we have 40, in Singapore if we have 67%, means 67% of Singapore population who buy from e-commerce, they buy from overseas e-commerce. So this creates a very big opportunity also for cross-border logistics. Indonesia is still 4%, sorry, but it's growing at a very fast rate. Now, questions. If it's so big, why there is no very significant big e-commerce logistics? It's forgotten. Why? Okay. This is the present situation. Every e-commerce economy always starts from wholesalers, from resellers, not from the brand owner. For example, I can say the top 3 or 4 e-commerce players in Indonesia. The trade happens with more than 2 million vendors. So each of them, they have 2 to 3 million vendors. What does it mean? It means that they buy offline and they put it online. So there's a double counting here. Offline, they buy from the brand owner offline through distributors, and then they put it online. They put it online to add more sales. If this happens, there are 2 million of small transactions, 50 deliveries, 40 deliveries. They don't need a good company to do the logistics. They do it themselves. However, the brand owner are not very happy with this. I'm doing a $1 billion business with offline distribution. All of them say, I want to take over the e-commerce business. Why? I don't want them to dominate. Why? Number one, because in the offline business, the seller do not have the customer data. So they are okay. They only sell to shops. My offline distribution, distribution, I deliver to 100,000 outlets. And those outlets have customers, but they have no customer data. In the online, the resellers acquire all the data. So it's very dangerous. So the competitors can play around with the data and buy the data and switch. That is number one. Number two, there is no such thing as loyal resellers. They have multi-brands. Whoever gives the most profit, they will support. They love you today, they dump you tomorrow. If somebody else come and give more profit. So there's no loyalty. Number three, quality. Quality, many expired products, many products that are not in good shape, and also many fake products are sold in the market. In China, it's massive. That's why the brand owner say, I want to take over this. What happened if they take over this? They can have 2,000 transactions, 5,000 transactions. They need warehouse. They need people to pick, pack, and send. This create a new e-commerce logistic business. Massive. So this is present, this is future. Starting last year. 10 years from now, you will see that the e-commerce logistics will be the biggest growth in all segments, all business segments. I have a friend, when they start, their online sales is only 1%, while 91% are dominated by the resellers. Today, after 6 years, 1.4 billion of their sales, they control themselves. And this, I'm very happy. I control 1.4 billion of my e-commerce sales. Now, the resellers portion went down to 47%. And this will continue to happen. This is in China. Now this is the company. Actually, we just set up last year. iStore ISN. This is our e-commerce logistic company. With us, we are operating in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and China, Guangzhou. These are our operations. This is our warehouse capabilities in Indonesia. The red one is the e-commerce. We just set up 5, but we can expand to all of the warehouse within 3 months. Within 3 months, we can convert the offline warehouse into e-commerce warehouse. So we have already prepared the infrastructure to be close to all the users, to prepare for the big business to come. So we are connected. We are connected with all the platform and all the last mile. We don't do last mile. When you are in the beginning of one industry, give it to somebody who is more expert, who is more economical to operate. In Indonesia, in Malaysia, these companies are doing hundreds of thousands every day. So we don't do last mile, but we do from creating the stores, the warehouse management, the trade management, the store management, the customer service, picking, packing, and then we give it to the last mile. All connected to API. So everything is done by system, real time. And we do manage also the customer service. So the brand owner do not have to worry because we are independent logistic company. We are not their competitors. We are not their resellers. So they have peace when they give it to us. These are the international brands that we are working with. And these are the people behind it. One of them is Gary there. And if you have questions, you ask, you have a business opportunity, contact these people. You don't have to put it to write it down. We have flash disk to distribute. And well, I'm not a part of this because these are mostly young people. I mean, I'm 56 years old. I do not fit into this business. But my son Gary is handling that. Funny enough that in the offline logistics, the average is 44, 43, 44. But in the online logistics, it's 27. So this is the business of the young people. So I'm trying to be young. I can wear socks to people. Trying to match with it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your insight and sharing your years of experience with us. Thank you so much. So if you have any question, after we have some program before the lunch. So during the lunch time, we can meet with the Thank you.
I'll be around. Thank you, Hans.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna let's move on to the next agenda. So next, okay, the next agenda we prepared some introduction period. So we're gonna introduce one of our sponsor, Seoul Changjo India. So I'm gonna invite Mr. Han and welcome Mr. Han for his remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to host and sponsor this session during the Keiretsu Forum. Thank you to all of you for attending this session. Especially, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Keiretsu Forum for making this session possible. My name is Jack Han. I'm General Director of SCCI, which is Seoul Changjo Center in Korea. Our company's mission is to build a startup ecosystem in Korea by using the budget from Korea central government and Seoul City local government. That is how we decide to host and sponsor this session. Nowadays, Korea startup ecosystem experiences rapid growth. One of the noticeable trends is that more and more big companies or conglomerates became deeply engaged with open innovation with Korean startup for strategy reason. As far as you know, today's session and tomorrow's session consists of several lectures as to what's happening in the investment field as well as ecosystem field. Hopefully you will get insight and knowledge from this session, and also you will have a good opportunity to invest in Korean stock field. Thanks a lot.
Okay, let's move on to the next session. Before I move on to our next agenda, please turn your Korean translate as I will be presenting in Korean from now on. 이제 점심 전에 우리 세 개 기업 프레젠팅을 하겠습니다. 제가 이쪽으로 자리를 줍니다. 똑같이 좀 전 세진과 똑같이 10분 프레젠테이션을 하고 5분 동안 Q&A를 받도록 하겠습니다. 여러분들의 적극적인 질문이 아주 도움이 되겠습니다. 우리 이번 6번째 프레젠테이션 컴퍼니로 B&H 코리아를 소개드리겠습니다. B&H는 가장 적합한 환자와 의사와 또 메디컬 정보를 수집해서 가장 적합한 의사를 선정할 수 있는 그런 플랫폼으로부터 지금 이제 시작을 하고 있습니다. 우리 B&H의 우리 발표자 소개를 드리겠습니다. 앞으로 나오시죠. 자, 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Today, start the patient-oriented medical ecosystem innovation. Introduce medical blockchain SNS platform, Medius. Nice to meet you. I'm Jinao. What if you or your family get hurt? You may get some recommendation by individual, people around you, or search for internet. However, the different recommendation by individual or long-term advertising on the internet make you spend a lot of time and a lot of efforts. Medius is a medical SNS platform for you to share the medical service experience. Based on the shared medical experience, you can get a recommendation of optimal hospitals by a reputation system, which is to operated transparently, reliably by Medius ecosystem. The more people share their experience, the more time, the more cost will be saved there in treating the disease. As my experience will be choice of others to save their lives. The Medius ecosystem will be more activity, enhancing the quality of the medical service. Medius is to share medical service experience of the patients on the blockchain basis and find the best fit medical institution and commission using a data-built reputation system. B&H Korea CEO Park Bo-hyun explain more details.
우리는 좋은 병원과 의사를 만나기 위해서 영입을 합니다. 하지만 인터넷상에 굉장히 많은 정보들이 믿을 수 없는 정보들로 넘쳐나고 있습니다. 우리가 사용하고 있는 수많은 앱들은 위치 기반의 병원 검색을 할 수 있는 옐로우 페이지의 서비스들로만 제공이 되고 있습니다. 그리고 만약 여러분들이 명의를 찾는다 하더라도 그 모든 명의가 저한테 또는 개인에게 명의일 수는 없습니다. 저희 B&H 코리아는 메디컬 플랫폼 메디우스를 통해서 이러한 문제들을 해결하려고 하는데요. 환자분들이 병원을 다녀오고 나면 진료에 대한 경험 또는 서비스에 대한 경험의 데이터들을 가지게 됩니다. 이러한 데이터들을 저희는 수집하고 분석을 해서 병원과 의사에 대한 평판 시스템을 구축을 합니다. 그리고 개인 맞춤 의료 서비스 추천 솔루션을 통해서 환자의 조건에 맞는 병원과 의사를 추천하는 환자 의료 서비스 추천이 가능해지고요. 그다음에 환자의 상태에 맞는 건강관리 서비스들을 추천할 수 있습니다. 기존의 정량적 데이터를 기반으로 병원을 추천해 주거나 이런 서비스들이 있는데요. 저희는 정량적 데이터와 환자의 의료 경험 데이터를 기반으로 하는 정성적 데이터가 결합이 되어서 지금까지 볼 수 없었던 차별화된 병원과 의사에 대한 평판 시스템이 구축되어집니다. 이를 통해서 개인에게 맞는 또 여러분들에게 맞는 명의를 찾아드릴 수 있게 됩니다. 환자의 성별 그리고 연령 또 상태에 따라서 지금 보시는 것 같은 병원과 의사들을 만날 수 있게 되었습니다. 이렇게 되면 점점 더 환자가 병원을 다녀온 이후에 경험한 데이터들이 중요해지게 될 것이고요. 이러한 정보들이 중요해지는 만큼 환자 중심의 의료 시스템으로 변화할 수 있게 되었습니다. 아시겠지만 현재 종합병원이나 대학병원으로 환자들이 많이 몰리고 있는 것들로 인해서 많은 의료 시스템의 문제들을 안고 있습니다. 이러한 부분들이 환자 중심의 의료 시스템으로 변화하게 되면 의료 환경이 개선이 되어질 것이고요. 의료 서비스의 질적 향상으로 인해서 치료 효과도 높아질 수 있습니다. 현재 우리는 검색의 시대에서 추천의 시대로 가고 있습니다. B&H 코리아는 다양한 기술들, 즉 블록체인이나 빅데이터, AI 기술들을 활용을 해서 이러한 서비스들이 가능해지도록 할 예정입니다. 그래서 보시는 것처럼 개개인들을 위한 추천 서비스들이 가능해지도록 할 예정입니다. 2019년 6월에 저희는 B2B 모델인 기업검진 서비스, 베타 서비스를 지금 런칭을 해서 100개 기업들을 대상으로 서비스들을 확장해 나가고 있습니다. 그리고 연말에는 환자들의 10만 명 데이터를 수집해서 이 서비스들을 진행하고 할 예정입니다. 그리고 2019년도 3분기에는 질환별로 전국의 병원과 의사를 통합해서 검색할 수 있는 메디컬 통합 검색 서비스를 현재 런칭 준비 중에 있습니다. 그리고 B&H 코리아는 이 지금 정량적 데이터 기반의 병원 추천 서비스를 중국이나 그다음에 저희가 몽골 등 해외 환자들을 대상으로 서비스들을 진행해 오고 있었습니다. 그래서 앞서 보신 그 서비스들과 더불어 정성적 데이터가 결합이 된 형태의 더 고도화된 서비스로 2020년 3분기에는 내국인뿐만 아니라 외국인까지 사용할 수 있는 서비스 플랫폼으로 통합 운영되어질 것입니다. 사용자가 늘어날수록 데이터들은 더 많아지게 될 것이고요. 저희 플랫폼의 평판 시스템이나 추천 시스템들은 더 정교해질 것입니다. 그리고 이를 통해서 개개인에게 맞는 병원과 의사 추천 서비스뿐만 아니라 간병인이라든지 그다음에 상품을 찾을 때도 상품을 찾거나 보험, 다양한 서비스들로 추천 서비스가 확장되어질 수 있습니다. 이를 기반으로 저희는 기업이나 병원들을 대상으로 하는 플랫폼 이용료를 과금하는 수익 모델과 개인들을 대상으로 다양한 헬스케어 유료 서비스가 가능해집니다. 그리고 데이터를 기반으로 하는 상품을 판매하는 서비스로도 수익을 창출할 수 있습니다. ANH 코리아는 2013년도에 설립이 되어져서 작년 저희가 18년도에는 블록체인 기술을 적용해서 국내뿐만 아니라 해외 서비스들을 진행하고 있습니다. 디지털 비즈니스 경험을 가지고 있는 5명의 저희 실무 팀들과 그다음에 서울대, 연대, 그리고 경희대 병원장을 지내신 의료계에 저명하신 분들을 모시고 함께하고 있습니다. 저희 서울대 병원, 연세세버런스 병원 외에 100여 개의 병원들과 제휴가 돼서 현재 사업을 추진하고 있고 서울대의 AI 벤처 회사 그리고 블록체인 기업들과도 기술 제휴를 통해서 진행을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 앞서 보셨던 것처럼 저희 서비스가 완성이 되어지려면 굉장히 고도의 기술을 필요로 하고요. 이런 부분에서 많은 시간과 노력이 들어갑니다. 그래서 저희는 지금 현재 미국에서 메디컬 플랫폼 저희가 구현하려고 하는 유사한 또는 경쟁력 있는 기술을 가지고 있는 미국 회사랑 전략적 기술 제휴를 통해서 이 부분들에 대해서 속도를 내려고 하고 있습니다. 그리고 보시는 그 소시오 리빙이라는 곳은 아파트 커뮤니티를 운영하는 회사인데요. 저희가 아파트 입주민들 한 1만 명 이상의 대상으로 건강검진 서비스를 진행하게 됐고 한국 프로스포츠 협회와도 제휴를 통해서 선수들의 건강관리 서비스들을 진행하게 되었습니다. 이렇게 많은 비즈니스 파트너십을 통해서 사업을 빠르게 확장하고 추진하고 있습니다. 그래서 2020년 저희는 3월 정도에 아마 1차적인 플랫폼을 런칭을 하고 가시화할 수 있을 거라고 보고 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 저희가 플랫폼 입점 병원을 1만 명, 그리고 플랫폼 방문자 100만 명을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 2020년부터는 저희가 수익을 내서 이익을 발생할 수 있을 거라고 보고 있고요. 현재 저희 20억 정도 추가 투자를 받으려고 하고 있고 현재 5억 정도가 투자가 완료가 돼서 15억 정도 투자를 받고자 하고 3년 이내 2021년 M&A를 통해서 매각을 하는 것으로 엑스 계획을 잡고 있습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 수고하셨습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 이제 질문 있으신 분 질문 부탁드리겠습니다. 질문 부탁드리겠습니다. Any question?
Understanding of your amount in US dollars.
그 많이 되는 거예요.
Revenue. Hard to count.
To be simplified, we just do $1 to 1,000, right? Okay.
네. 저희가 2020년도에 28억 정도 생각이 되는데
Okay, let me do that. 2012, $2.8 million, and 2021 is $13.8 million.
Your US dollar exit rate.
They want to exit through the M&A. They want to the value of the time of the exit.
현재 연말에 저희가 그러니까 지금 현재 100억 밸류에이션으로 투자를 받았고요. 올해 연말에 300억 밸류에이션으로 지금
Instead of the exit, the pre-money valuation is they raised the fund with the $10 million, and they're going to raise the fund.
연말에 네.
At the end of this year, they want to raise the pre-money value $3 million.
You're going to use this money for?
1차적으로는 저희가 지금 서비스 확장 단계에 있기 때문에 유저들을 넓히기 위한 마케팅입니다. 네, 이쪽에
Most of them focusing on the market, increase the user. 또 질문이 있으시면은 예. 잠깐 본인 소개 좀 해주시고
예.
질문하시죠.
저는 한국의 그 병원 건축 연구소를 하고 있는 에드워드 아키텍트입니다.
네, 감사합니다. 질문하시죠.
안녕하세요. 우리나라에 지금 들어오고 있는 그 인바운드 아웃바운드의 그 퍼스널 케어가 지금 초점이 발표하시는 그 박보현 대표님 그 병원 쪽인데 그 뷰티, 퍼스널 케어 이쪽에 관해서는 시장에 광가를 하는 건 아닌가 싶어서 혹시 그쪽으로도 초점을 맞춘다 그러면은 시장이 좀 더 커질 것 같은데 거기에 대한 소견과 어떤 그 한국 K 호스피탈 플러스 K 뷰티를 모으는 게 어떻게 있냐는 건전한 제안을 드리는 바입니다.
네, 감사합니다. 간단하게.
네. 저희 지금 병원, 제휴되어 있는 병원들이 한 100가지 정도 되는데요. 거기에는 한 50%가 성형 피부가 그 개인 병원들이 포함이 되어 있습니다. 아마 그래서 이제 K-뷰티라고 하시는 부분이 미용 성형 쪽을 말씀하시는데요. 동남아 지역은 기본적으로 뷰티 성형에 관심이 많기 때문에 그쪽 부분을 포함하고 있다고 보시면 될 것 같습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 지금 강의사 마지막 질문은 우리 센트 메디칼지 원장님 부탁드리겠습니다.
미국의 파트너 찾는다고 그러셨는데 어떤 쪽에?
1차적으로는 저희가 지금 미국의 파트너 회사가 협의 중에 있고 지금 저희가 8월 중순에 계약이 성사가 돼서 프로젝트가 아마 진행이 되는 걸로 구체화되어 있습니다. 그래서 기본적인 그 회사가 가지고 있는 기술을 저희한테 주고 저희가 에코티를 제공하는 형태로 해서 전략적 파트너로 진행을 할 계획입니다.
네, 감사합니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 다음 회사를 소개해드리겠습니다. 다음은 공공의 주방입니다. 공공의 주방 어디겠어? 작년에 아마 한 1년 반, 한 2년 정도 되는 것 같습니다. 저희 챕터에서 프레젠테이션을 하시고 아주 많은 성장을 하시는 것 같아요. 이제 서비스가 론칭이 됐죠.
네네네.
네, 감사합니다. 우리 안상미 대표님, 공공의 주방, 여러분이 요즘에 요리에 관심들이 많잖아요. 우리가 서로 또 공유 경제도 여러 가지 지금 붐이 일어나고 있는데 그런 요리에 관련된 모든 그 서비스들을 플랫폼화시켜서 지금 서비스를 하고 있습니다. 우리 안상미 대표님 소개해드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 공유 경제를 기반으로 쿠킹 클래스의 대중화를 지향하는 공공의 주방 대표 안상미입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 최근에 1인 가구가 증가하고 있고 여성들의 사회 참여가 활발하게 또 진행이 되면서 맞벌이 가정들이 굉장히 많이 생겨나고 있습니다. 이에 따라서 라이프 스타일이 굉장히 빠르게 변화하고 있는 것을 아실 수가 있을 겁니다. 그래서 이런 편리성 추구 때문에 간편식에 대한 이런 확대가 되어지고 있고요. 또 사람들은 그게 실생활에 필요한 이런 레시피에 대해서 굉장히 관심이 많습니다. 이러한 사회적 변화로 인해서 집밥 열풍이 불면서 여러 방송이나 이런 미디어들을 많이 보시다 보면은 이제 과거에 비싼 돈을 주고 밖에서 이렇게 외식을 하기보다는 집에서 내식을 하는 사람들이 굉장히 많이 생겨나고 있습니다. 혹시 이 프로그램을 보신 적이 있는지 모르겠는데 한국에서는 수민의 반찬이라는 프로그램이 있습니다. 김수미라는 선생님은 셰프가 아닌데 셰프들한테 제철 재료를 기반으로 한 반찬이나 또 간장게장과 같은 그런 음식들을 실제적으로 가르치고 있고요. 이 방송이 나가고 나면은 마트에서 그 관련된 식재료들이 동일하는 경우들도 많이 보실 수 있었을 겁니다. 저희는 한 번쯤 요리를 배워보고 싶은 의향이 있는지에 대해서 20대에서 50대를 대상으로 해서 저희가 한번 조사를 해보았는데요. 그 의향은 95%는 나는 요리를 배워보고 싶다. 그런데 실제로 내가 요리를 배워본 경험은 약 3분의 1 수준에 그쳤습니다. 우리가 진짜로 이렇게 요리를 배우기를 시도해보지 않은 그런 이유는 무엇일까요? 저희는 이렇게 봅니다. 먼저 멀리 있으면 요리를 가서 배우기가 어렵죠. 그래서 접근성의 문제, 그리고 획일적으로 높은 가격대가 있습니다. 한 번 배우는데 10만 원에서 15만 원을 지불하고 배운다는 건 좀 어려운 일이죠. 그리고 어디에서 내가 배우고 싶은 이런 요리들이 있는지에 대한 그런 검색을 할 수 있는 그런 플랫폼 사이트들이 부재합니다. 만약에 이런 것들이 내가 내 집이나 직장 근처에 요리를 배울 수 있는 공간이 있고 내가 반복적으로 요리를 배울 수 있는 그런 합리적인 가격대에 내가 배우고 싶은 요리를 모바일에서 편리하게 검색 예약 결제해서 오프라인에 가서 요리를 배울 수 있다면 과연 여러분들은 요리를 배워보시겠습니까? 대한민국에는 전국에서 요리를 전문적으로 하시는 요리 선생님들이 많이 있습니다. 하지만 보통 사람들 중에서도 나만의 요리 노하우나 비법을 가진 그런 요리 선생님들은 사실 더 많이 있습니다. 사실 저희 엄마만 해도 물김치를 굉장히 잘 담으시는데요. 저희 물김치를 좀 가르쳐달라고 주변의 지인분들이 많이 물어보시고 저도 많이 배우고 싶습니다. 근데 저희 엄마 같으신 분이 공간에 대한 문제나 또 여러 가지 수강생 모집 이런 프로세스를 극복하면서까지 요리를 하시기는 좀 어려운 상황이죠. 그래서 저희는 공공의 주방은 요리를 가르치는 나만의 요리 비법을 가진 사람과 요리를 배우고 싶어하는 수강생들을 연결해 주고요. 또 이런 공간이 없는 분들에게 내 집이나 직장 가까운 곳에서 편리하게 클래스가 열릴 수 있도록 공유 주방, 공간을 제공하여 줌으로써 또 편리하게 클래스가 개최될 수 있도록 지원을 해주고 또 집에서도 요리를 배우신 분들이 편리하게 또 집에서 계속해서 요리를 해 먹으실 수 있도록 식재료나 도구들을 같이 연동해서 판매할 수 있는 이렇게 사자간이 상생할 수 있는 저희의 플랫폼 서비스입니다. 이제 어디에서나 누구나 언제든지 편리하게 자기의 노하우, 요리 비법을 공유할 수 있는 서비스 공공의 주방을 소개하겠습니다. 먼저 나만의 노하우가 있다면 누구나 요리 선생님이 되실 수 있습니다. 또한 공간이 없으신가요? 공간이 없더라도 저희 공공의 주방에서 공간을 섭외하여 클래스를 개최하실 수 있습니다. 또 언제나 편안하게 내가 원하는 시간대에 편리하게 모바일에서 클래스를 개설하실 수 있습니다. 요리를 배울 때 궁금하신 게 있나요? 클래스 전후로 궁금한 것들을 1대1 메시지를 통해서 편리하게 소통을 하실 수도 있습니다. 또 번거로운 정산의 문제까지도 저희가 다 시스템에서 자동화 시켰기 때문에 이제 편리하게 수업에만 집중하실 수가 있습니다. 많은 선생님들이 공간을 창업을 할 때 약 10만 달러, 그러니까 1억 원의 비용을 들여서 스튜디오를 창업을 하십니다. 그렇지만 한 달에 한 10회 정도만이 공간을 활용을 하시게 되죠. 그래서 저희는 그런 1억을 들여서 만드는 그런 비용의 8분의 1 수준인 회당 11만 원에 클래스가 개최할 수 있는 그런 서비스를 제공을 합니다. 또한 요리 선생님들은 블로그나 인스타그램을 통해서 수강생들을 모집을 하시면 많이 해도 300명에서 500명 정도의 수강생 이상을 관리하기가 어렵습니다. 저희 공공의 주방에서는 클래스를 개최하는 순간 자신의 수강생뿐만 아니라 또 저희 공공의 주방의 그런 스페셜한 유저들에게도 클래스가 노출이 되면서 다른 요리에 관심을 가진 그런 분들을 자신의 수강생으로 함께 만드실 수 있는 이런 혜택도 주어집니다. 이제 요리 선생님들은 그런 요리가 어려운 게 아니라 이런 세무라든지 복잡한 법률적인 문제 이런 것들이 신고 이런 것들이 어렵기 때문에 저희가 그런 토탈 솔루션을 제공함으로써 편리하게 수업을 개설하실 수 있도록 그렇게 저희는 시스템을 구현을 했습니다. 저희가 올해 4월 달에 이제 서비스가 이제 런칭이 돼서 3개월 정도 지금 서비스가 돌아가고 있습니다. 지금 현재 유저 수는 저희가 지금 11,000명이고요. 저희가 3분기 말에는 2만 명이 넘어설 것으로 예상을 하고 그 다음에 클래스 누적 수는 이제 3분기 말이면 한 400개 이상으로 늘어날 예정입니다. 그래서 2020년 내년에는 이제 매출액이 150억을 목표로 하고 있고요. 누적 회원수도 20만 명을 목표로 잡고 있습니다. 이는 지금 현재 저희가 콘텐츠가 제휴된 이런 제휴사와 포함해서 저희한테 러브콜을 보내고 있는 다른 여러 제휴 업체들하고의 콜라보나 협업을 통해서 충분히 가능한 수치로 기대를 하고 있습니다. 이제 공유 경제는 이제는 많은 사람들이 이렇게 빠르게 성장하는 배경에 있다라는 사실에 대해서 더 이상 말씀을 드리지 않아도 될 만큼 공유 경제를 통해서 세상은 굉장히 빠르게 변화하고 있습니다. 우버나 에어비앤비 같은 서비스를 보시면 아주 글로벌하게 굉장히 엄청난 속도로 성장하고 있는 그런 서비스임을 잘 아실 겁니다. 근데 공공의 주방과 같이 요리 시장에서 빠르게 속도를 성장하고 있는 그런 일본의 회사가 있는데 쿡패드와 ABC 쿠킹 스튜디오입니다. 이 두 회사는 공유 경제를 기반으로 하면서 그 일본이 장기 불황을 거치면서 집밥에 대한 니즈가 커져가고 또 모바일이 굉장히 빠르게 확산이 되면서 큰 규모로 성장한 그런 회사입니다. 그러면 국내에서는 공공의 주방이 어떠한 서비스일까? 혹시 여기까지 들으시고 그냥 단순히 중개 플랫폼 서비스라고만 생각을 하시는 분도 계실 수 있을 겁니다. 당연히 그러한 기능도 다 포함하여서 저희는 온라인에서 요리를 배우는 저런 서비스와 실제 오프라인에서 백화점 문화센터나 이런 곳에서 요리를 배우시는 그런 서비스하고는 약간 좀 다른 구조를 가지고 있습니다. 실제 요리를 배우는 데 있어서 공간은 가장 큰 진입장벽이고 가장 큰 허들이기 때문에 저희는 그런 공간을 선생님들에게 제공하여 줌으로써 더 편리하게 클래스가 개설할 수 있는 그런 서비스를 저희는 만들어 나가고자 합니다. 저희가 이제 3월 3개월 동안 현장에서 저희 모든 팀원이 현장으로 뛰어다니면서 많은 선생님과 호스트분들과 공간과 클래스들을 저희가 직접 경험하면서 더 좋은 서비스를 향해서 나아가고 있습니다. 근데 저희가 이제 실제 저희는 서비스가 시작돼서 운영을 하고 있다 보니까 정말 많은 분들이 이 서비스에 대해서 필요성을 느끼고 함께하기를 너무나도 바라고 지금 계속해서 가파르게 선생님으로 등록을 하고 계십니다. 그런데 기존의 선생님들은 저희 이 22%에서 12%라는 이 수수료가 조금은 부담스러운 어떤 수수료이기도 하고 또 저희는 본격적으로 시장을 확장해 나가는 데 있어서 이 수수료는 약간 좀 장벽이 되고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 이번에 시리즈 투자가 좀 된다면 이런 수수료에 대한 부분을 파격적으로 낮추어서 시장에 대해서 더 많은 선생님과 공간들이 확장돼 나갈 수 있도록 그렇게 좀 지원을 해드리고 싶습니다. 지금 현재 서울 경기 중심으로 해서 저희가 30개의 공간이 지금 공유 주방으로 활동이 되어지고 있고 실제 클래스가 열리고 있습니다. 올 연말까지 100개의 공간으로 저희가 확장할 계획을 가지고 있습니다. 요리를 배우러 가면은 가장 수강생들이나 궁금해하는 부분은 사실 선생님이 가르치는 레시피도 중요하지만 선생님이 쓰시는 그런 재료나 도구에 대한 구매처에 대한 질문이 가장 높습니다. 선생님이 쓰시는 그 식재료는 어디에서 사나요? 선생님이 쓰시는 그 도구만 있으면 잘할 것 같은데 그거는 얼마인가요? 그거 어디에서 살 수 있나요? 사실 이런 질문들이 많습니다. 그래서 저희는 선생님이 쓰시는 그런 식재료나 도구 또 여러 가지 이런 서비스들이 저희 클래스와 연동이 돼서 사이트에서 직접 구매가 가능하도록 그렇게 서비스를 확장해 나갈 예정입니다. 지금 저희는 빠르게 그 제휴가 진행이 되어지고 있고요. 먼저 콘텐츠에 대한 그런 공급과 또 여러 좋은 거점 공간에서의 공간에 대한 제휴 또 그리고 식자재에 대한 그런 제휴에 대한 부분에 있어서도 지금 협의 단계에 있습니다. 컨텐츠에 대한 부분은 웅진 싱크빅과 저희가 제휴가 이미 되어 있어서 웅진 싱크빅의 회원들이 하루에도 200명에서 300명 정도 저희 사이트로 계속 유입되어 들어오고 있기 때문에 이제 내년까지도 그 정도 유저 수를 가지고 갈 수 있다라고 이미 이제 제휴가 완료가 된 상태이고요. 그 다음에 공간에 대한 부분도 백화점이나 쇼핑몰의 주요 거점의 유휴 공간들을 그렇게 요리 경험을 할 수 있고 요리를 가르칠 수 있는 서비스를 했으면 좋겠다라고 저희한테 연락이 많이 오고 있어서 이거는 이제 협의 단계에 있습니다. 네, 저희는 저희의 이러한 시장의 확장성과 저희 서비스에 대한 이해도가 높은 투자자분들을 기다리고 있습니다. 그래서 함께 이 서비스를 개선해 나가고 이 좋은 가치가 더 많이 B2C 기반으로 확장되어 나갈 수 있도록 그렇게 지원을 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 저는 웨스티조선호텔에서 홍보 마케팅 기획 일을 한 10년 가까이 했던 기획자 출신이고요. 또 프리랜서 요리 선생님으로도 10년간 활동을 했었습니다. 그래서 시장에 대한 이해도가 높고요. 저희는 디자이너와 또 공중파 PD 출신인 저희 컨텐츠 큐레이터와 경영기획 그리고 학교 산학협력으로 되어 있는 외대 매니저까지 저희가 6명이 저희가 함께 팀원으로 지금 현장에서 아주 파이팅 넘치게 움직이고 있습니다. 네, 요리는 마지막으로 요리는 진짜 요리는 저는 글로 배우는 게 아니라고 생각합니다. 이런 공유 경제를 기반으로 해서 진짜 자신의 노하우 또 자신의 숨겨진 그런 가치들을 저희 공공의 주방을 통해서 더 많이 만들어 나갈 수 있기를 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 수고하셨습니다. Your first question? Okay. 질문 받겠습니다. 또 질문하실 분 손 들어주십시오.
It seems that your excellent idea is very, very heavily dependent on publication, but you're not in control of publication. That is the big obstacle. How do you overcome this?
네, 정확하게 한번 통역해 주시면 답변 드리겠습니다.
You're the executive head. How to control the business?
Your limitation of making money is dependent on publications. So how do you overcome this challenge?
지금 우선 첫째 어떻게 매출 수입을 창출하는 게 워낙 이런 투자를 많이 하지 않습니까? 오히려 레벨을 창출하는 프로세스를
네, 저희는 지금 수익 구조는 두 가지가 있습니다. 클래스가 중개 수수료, 클래스 중개 수수료와 또 공간을 매칭을 해주면서 발생하는 그런 공간 수수료, 이 두 가지가 가장 기본 수수료이고요. 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 이제 도구라든가 이런 것들에 대한 서비스가 확장이 되면 추가적인 BM으로 수익 구조가 창출될 수 있습니다.
다음 질문 받겠습니다. 다음 질문 받겠습니다. 예, 질문 본인 소개 간단하게 해주시고.
안녕하세요. 저는 프로비스 에셋이라는 패밀리 오피스에서 근무 중인 이지훈이라고 합니다.
네, 반갑습니다.
궁극적으로는 이제 모두가 이제 자신의 노하우를 이제 특정 다수에게 전수할 수 있는 플랫폼을 말씀을 주신 것 같은데, 이제 이용자들에 대한 그러니까 전수를 하고자 하는 사람들에 대한 퀄리티 컨트롤은 어떤 프로세스로 이루어지는지 궁금합니다.
네네. 자신의 요리 노하우만 있으면 저희 사이트에서는 저희가 작성해야 되는 자기의 전문 프로필과 또 전문 경험들에 대해서 편리하게 작성을 할 수 있도록 시스템은 되어 있습니다. 그렇지만 이제 누구나 자신의 노하우를 비법을 전수할 수 있는 이런 구조 아래서 그분들에 대한 어떤 퀄리티 컨트롤에 대한 부분을 질문 주신 것 같은데요. 먼저 승인을 저희가 하게 되어 있습니다. 승인하는 과정에서 그 선생님들이 어떠한 강점을 가지고 계시고 또 그분이 어떠한 부분인지에 대한 것들을 확인을 1차적으로 저희가 하게 되고요. 그리고 실제 클래스가 열리게 되면 그 첫 번째 열리는 클래스에는 저희가 무조건 다 방문을 합니다. 그래서 방문된 그 클래스를 통해서 이분들이 어떠한 서비스를 제공하고 더 좋은 수업을 할 수 있는지에 대한 또 저희가 정한 기준에 의해서 향후에는 뭐 슈퍼티처 같은 이런 좀 마크라든가 이런 구별할 수 있는 것들을 제공할 계획이고요. 네, 그런 부분을 통해서 또 수강생 중에서 또 만족도가 굉장히 다를 수 있잖아요. 그래서 저희는 한 끼 매니저라는 제도가 있습니다. 그래서 클래스를 신청하시는 분 중에 한 끼 매니저를 신청하시면 그 한 끼 매니저한테 저희가 특정 포인트를 제공해드리고 수업 중에 혹시 특별한 문제가 있는지 아니면 어떤 수업이 자연스럽게 진행이 안 되는지 그리고 그날 사진 몇 장을 저희한테 바로 실시간으로 전송을 할 수 있도록 그렇게 시스템 구현이 되어 있기 때문에요. 그런 부분에서는 좀 일정 부분 퀄리티 컨트롤을 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 마지막 질문 한 번만 더 받도록 하겠습니다. 질문 해주시죠.
네.
네.
저희 밖에 나가시면 저희가 마카롱 전문가 분이 오늘 마카롱 100개를 밖에 준비를 해주셨어요. 그래서 수제로 만든 마카롱 하나도 같이 식사하시면서 디저트로 드시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
대부분 불편할 것 같다고 보여요.
네.
질문 제가 마지막 질문할게요.
네.
지금 회사가 해외로 진출할 예정이 있으십니까?
네네, 해외로 진출할 예정이 있고요. 일단은 먼저 국내 진입 단계에서 저희가 지금 프리 A 단계에서 저희가 한 10억 정도 투자를 받게 되면 이런 개발이라든가 인력이라든가 마케팅 부분에서 시장을 빠르게 선점하고 확장해 나갈 수 있는 비용으로 저희가 사용을 하려고 하고요. 내년에는 저희가 한 50억 정도 비용이 이제 투자가 된다면 한 전국에 10개 정도의 플래그십 스토어를 확장을 해서 더 많은 분들이 편리하게 공간을 공유할 수 있도록 이렇게 먼저는 국내 시장에 좀 더 올해는 집중을 할 예정이고 네.
국내 이번에 그럼 여기서 추가한 밸류와 펀드 규모는
네, 뭐 지금은 이제 아직 서비스가 이제 시작이 되어서 좋은 선생님들 수치를 만들어 나갈 수 있는 부분에 저희를 시장을 확장할 수 있는데 좀 더 좋은 영향력을 끼쳐주실 수 있는 투자자분이 계시면 프리 단계에서 한 15억 정도 밸류를 가지고 먼저 시장을 확장해 나갔으면 좋겠고요. 네, 다음 단계 내년에는 좀 빠르게 A 단계로 진입을 하면서 국내로 확장해 나갈 계획입니다.
현재 15억이 몇 프로를
작년에 시드 투자를 받았을 때 저희가 30억 밸류를 받았고요. 그 이후로 저희가 이제 사이트가 더 확장해서 개발이 되었고 지금 서비스가 실제로 구현이 되고 있기 때문에 만약 관심이 있으시면 저희가 지금 1층에 부스에 있거든요. 오셔서 조금 더 깊은 얘기를 나눌 수 있으면 좋겠고 또 그런 부분으로 말씀을 나누셔서 적당한 밸류를 같이 얘기 나누시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
그럼 마지막으로 지금 이번에 해외에서는 이미 아주 거대 기업들이
네네.
공유의 요리에 관련된 기업들이 있는데 그 기업들과 결국은 이제 공공의 주방이 싸워야 되는데 한번 그래서 이제 시장 진출하기 위해서는 서로 경쟁을 해야 되는데
네네.
그 기업들보다 더 이렇게 경쟁력이 있는 부분이 무엇입니까?
그런 뭐 에어비앤비라든가 이런 회사들은 그 여행객들을 위한 여행 사이트에서 공유 경제를 통해서 크게 확장한 회사들이고요. 저희는 요리 전문, 요리를 통해서 그 가치를 확산해 나가고자 하는 그런 서비스, 공유 경제를 기반으로 한 서비스입니다. 그 분야에 좀 다른 구조들이 있고 거기 안에서 좀 확장해 나가는 그런 구조는 공유 경제를 기반으로 하고 있기 때문에 그런 면으로는 비슷한 구조를 가지고 있다고는 할 수 있겠지만 분야가 조금 다르다 이렇게 말씀을 드릴 수 있겠고요. 또 외국에서는 한국 컨텐츠에 대한 관심이 굉장히 높습니다. 그래서 한국의 어떤 발효식품이라든지 아니면 그런 이야기들을 제품이 아닌 스토리텔링을 겸하여서 컨텐츠로 해외로 국내외로 함께 이제 연동해서 한국에 있는 셰프나 선생님들이 해외에 나가서 또 클래스를 하실 수도 있고요. 해외에 계시는 분이 또 한국에 오셔서도 하실 수 있고요. 다양한 방식으로 확장이 가능할 것 같습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 수고하셨습니다. 서두에도 말씀드렸지만 여러분들의 이제 적극적인 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. 기업 프레젠테이션을 마칠 때마다 아마 그 골드시스 보시면은 체크하고 또 코멘트란이 있을 겁니다. 여러분들의 적극적인 코멘트와 여러분들의 적극적인 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. 지금 오늘 이제 점심시간 전에 마지막 한 업체가 남았습니다. 마지막 업체는 여러분이 아주 관심이 있을 만한 업체입니다. 여러분 넓지 않고 주름이 없기를 원하시죠? 그러면 오늘 이 회사를 잘 들어보시기 바랍니다. 우리 보너톡스는 작년 11월 달에 저희들한테 투자해서 최단기간에 펀드레이징을 가장 많이 받았는 업체입니다. 그래서 여러분 관심 있게 봐주시고 10분 동안 프레젠테이션을 부탁드리겠습니다. 보너톡스를 소개드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 저는 보노톡스 제품 기획 및 연구개발 팀장 한예희입니다. 네, 보노톡스의 기업과 제품 소개를 말씀드리겠습니다. 주식회사 보노톡스는 2015년 12월 보톡스와 필러의 안면 시술을 대체할 수 있는 화장품을 개발한 플라 코스메틱 전문 기업으로 현재 서초구 서초동에 소재하고 있으며 저희의 제조 공장은 충청북도 충주에 설립되어 있습니다. 보노톡스는 세계 굴지의 화장품 회사들도 아직 출시하지 못한 제2 피부 인공막 개발에 성공한 기업으로 안티에이징 시장에서 업계를 선도한다는 자부심과 책임감을 가진 기업입니다. 보노톡스는 끊임없는 제품 개발과 지속적 연구를 통한 R&D 및 본격적인 시장 진출과 확대에 힘쓰고 있으며 대한민국과 전 세계 뷰티 산업을 열기 위해 노력하고 있습니다. 현재 인간은 기대 수명이 늘어남에 따라 고령화 사회가 빠르게 진전되고 있습니다. 인간의 노화는 결코 피할 수 없는 자연현상이고 이는 젊은 외모를 유지하고 우아하게 나이 들어가기 위한 소비자의 관심으로 현재 이어지고 있습니다. 그에 따라 미용 성형에 관심이 증가되어 피부과 시술의 대중화를 이루고 있지만 시술로 인한 부작용 및 경제적이고 심리적인 그런 부담이 큰 단점으로 뒤따르고 있는 형태입니다. 안티에이징은 생물학적 노화 지연과 아름다워지고 싶은 인간의 욕구를 동시에 해결하기 원하는 고객들을 타겟하고 있습니다. 또한 급속도로 성장하는 산업 분야로 자리 잡고 있습니다. 항노화 산업 중에서도 외모 관리 중심의 시장 성장세가 가장 빠른 사업 중의 하나인데요. 그에 따라 생성되는 소비자의 니즈로 세계 코스메티컬 시장 규모가 빠르게 커지고 있는 추세입니다. 이는 보노톡스 안티에이징 솔루션을 통한 항노화 시장 공략이 긍정적으로 기대되는 영역입니다. 보노톡스는 바르는 화장품의 한계를 뛰어넘은 혁신적인 세컨스킨 크림을 메인 제품으로 한 보노톡스 브랜드와 인체 및 식물 유래 줄기세포 배양력의 생명력을 담은 듀얼 스템셀 세럼의 타임스 코드 브랜드가 있습니다. 우선 보노톡스 세컨스킨 크림 제품을 먼저 소개해드리겠습니다. 영상을 보시면서 제가 덧붙여 설명을 드리겠습니다. 제2 피부 형성 기술을 이용해 마개 시대를 연 혁신적인 안티에이징 플라 코스메틱 크림인 세컨스킨 크림입니다. 투명한 젤을 피부에 바르는 순간 크림은 피부의 겉과 속에 작용하는 이중층이 형성됩니다. 이는 피부 내부로 흡수되지 않고 피부 위에 막을 형성시키는 고분자 단백질막과 피부 내로 흡수되는 미용 성분막으로 나누어집니다. 피부에 형성된 고분자 단백질막은 공기의 유통이 가능하기 때문에 피부가 숨을 쉴 수 있는 환경이 조성되며 유효 성분을 저분자 다중층 캡슐 내로 삽입해 피부의 침투를 돕고 유효 성분을 피부 내 타겟 지점까지 이동시켜 효과를 나타낼 수 있도록 돕습니다. 즉, 세컨스킨 크림은 탱탱하고 탄력 있는 탄탄한 피부로 바꿔주는 데 탁월하며 밖에서 안으로 침투시키는 기존 화장품의 흡수 방식과 차별되어 막을 형성하는 제품으로 화장품의 상식과 편견을 깬 혁신적인 항노화 플라 코스메틱 제품입니다. 이처럼 세컨스킨 크림은 보노톡스만의 독자 기술을 토대로 단백질막 형성 기술과 유효성분 전달 기술 원리가 적용된 신개념 단백질막 크림입니다. 세컨스킨 크림은 밀착, 밀폐, 통기의 특징이 있기 때문에 피부 트러블 없이 6시간 이상 사용 가능하여 수분 유지 및 유효 성분 흡수가 효과적으로 이루어지고 피부 개선 효과를 극대화시켜줍니다. 또한 피부 표면의 수분 손실을 철저하게 차단하기 때문에 건선, 아토피 등의 극심한 피부염의 사용 시 수분 보호막이 생기고 가려움증 완화, 피부 개선에 도움을 주는 효과가 있습니다. 두 번째 제품으로는 타임스 코드 듀얼 스템셀 세럼을 소개해드리겠습니다. 영상. 두 번째 제품인 타임스 코드 브랜드의 타임스 코드 세럼입니다. 제대열 줄기세포 분야의 세계 최고 기술과 독보적인 코스메티컬 기술이 융합된 브랜드입니다. 타임리스 코라라는 브랜드명에 사용되는 타임리스는 시간을 되감다는 의미가 있습니다. 인체 및 식물유래 줄기세포 배양액이 함유된 타임리스 코드 듀얼 스템셀 세럼은 강인한 생명 탄생의 에너지가 담겨 있습니다. 출생 시 단 한 번 얻을 수 있는 인체 제대열 줄기세포 배양액에는 110여 가지의 성장이자와 재생이자뿐만 아니라 피부 활성에 관여하는 45가지 사이토카민이 함유되어 주름, 미백 등 다양한 피부 개선에 효과를 주고 있습니다. 독보적이고 특화된 초고농도 고품질의 줄기세포 배양액과 또한 보노톡스만의 제형 기술이 피부 성장 및 재생이자를 활성화하여 효능을 극대화하는 제품입니다. 보노톡스의 인공맛 형성 기술은 화장품 업계에서 현재 매우 주목하는 기술 중의 하나입니다. 현재 일본 대기업 화장품 회사가 피부에 막을 형성해서 미용 및 피부 개선 효과를 주는 제품 개발에 열을 올리고 있지만 아직 제품이 개발되고 완제품으로 출시되지는 못한 시점입니다. 반면 보노톡스는 이미 5년에 걸쳐 세컨스킨 크림을 개발하였고 상용화함으로써 막을 이용한 안티에이징 시장을 선점했습니다. 보노톡스는 세컨스킨 크림을 통해 다양한 피부 문제를 해결할 수 있는 솔루션을 제공하고 독보적인 기술로 막을 이용한 시장을 선점하고 있습니다. 보노톡스는 인공막 형성의 세고 체계 기술과 차별화되고 월등한 화장품 처방 포뮬러를 보유하고 있습니다. 또한 의료용 인공 피부를 개발하고 비수술 성형 미용 솔루션을 제공하는 2명의 의학 박사가 보노톡스 연구원 소정으로 기술 자문 및 개발을 담당하고 있습니다. 보노톡스는 미용 혁신이라는 슬로건으로 미용, 과학, 기술을 융합함으로써 타사가 흉내낼 수 없는 혁신적인 개발력과 참신한 아이디어로 코스메틱 아이템을 만들어내고 있습니다. 2018년 보노톡스는 메인 브랜드인 보노톡스의 정체성에 맞는 상품을 제작하였고 국내 중심으로 마케팅 및 판매 루트를 확대시켰습니다. 그 후 두 번째 브랜드인 타임리스 코드를 런칭하였습니다. 2018년 말부터 2019년 상반기까지 보노톡스는 일본과 베트남에서 판매를 시작하였고 올해 하반기에는 중국, 러시아, 태국에 런칭할 계획입니다. 이에 아시아 전역으로 판매망이 계속적으로 넓혀질 예정입니다. 또한 보노톡스는 2020년에 미국, 유럽까지 마케팅 및 판로를 확대해 나갈 것이며 온 오프라인 런칭, 그리고 각 브랜드별 라인 구축, 그리고 보노톡스 연구소 설립을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 또한 폭넓은 미용을 위해 지금 현재 바르고 있는 아우터 뷰티뿐만 아니라 먹을 수 있는 이너 뷰티, 그리고 어플리케이터를 이용한 디바이스 개발까지 보노톡스는 함께 추진 중에 있습니다. 나아가 보노톡스는 2021년에 IPO 엑싯을 목표하고 있습니다. 2018년 및 2019년 상반기에는 새로운 마켓 시장의 확장으로 인해 원재료 구입, 마케팅 비용을 많이 들였기 때문에 단기 손실이 사실 있었습니다. 하지만 2019년 하반기에는 영업력의 확장으로 일본 QVC 방송과 국내 홈쇼핑 진출로 인해 발목할 만한 성장세를 보이고 있습니다. 그래서 올해 총 100억 원의 매출이 이어질 것으로 예상하고 있습니다. 또한 하반기 CF 광고를 통해 대대적인 마케팅을 펼쳐 2020년부터는 러시아 및 러시아 인접 국가들, 그리고 영국을 비롯한 유럽, 그리고 미국까지 진출 교두보를 이루어서 매출 및 수익 구조의 안정성을 확보할 예정입니다. 보노톡스는 3년 이내에 기업 가치를 최대화하여 IPO 엑싯을 목표하고 있고, 또한 보노톡스만의 제품력과 기술력을 인정받아 글로벌 화장품 기업을 통한 전략기업 투자 및 M&A를 목표로 하고 있습니다. 보노톡스는 R&D 투자, 인공막 응용 기술을 활용한 제품 개발 조인식, 수출 계약, 대리점 계약 등을 통해서 국내외 다양한 비즈니스 시장을 확대하고 있습니다. 또한 보노톡스는 공영방송인 SBS 생활경제 등의 프로그램을 통해서 제품 및 화장품 시장의 이슈로 소개되었고, 일본 QVC 홈쇼핑에 보노톡스 및 보노톡스 타임스 코드 두 브랜드가 런칭하여 QVC 사상 역대 판매 기록을 세우며 일본 시장 대비에 성공을 알렸습니다. 모노톡스는 지난 6월 일본 시부야 스트리몰에서 세컨 스킨 크림 출시 쇼케이스를 개최했고 적극적인 마케팅 및 판매 루트를 확대했습니다. 마지막으로 팀 소개를 드리겠습니다. 화장품 관련 분야에 20여 년 경력을 지니고 기업의 방침을 결정하는 기업의 방침을 결정하고 총괄 책임을 갖는 최고責任자 따명 대표님을 필두로 일본 시장을 개척하고 또 내부 사업 담당을 책임지고 있는 최이시오, 그리고 국내 마케팅 계획을 수립하고 시장 확대 전략을 시행하는 키스카즈의 CMO가 모노톡스의 임원진으로 구성되어 있습니다. 또한 제품 개발팀, 생산기획팀, 전략기획팀, 그리고 마케팅팀의 실무진을 중심으로 각 팀의 조직이 구성되어 있습니다. 이는 모노톡스의 목표를 수행할 수 있는 능력과 경험이 바탕이 된 강력한 핵심 인력입니다. 이상으로 모노톡스 소개를 마치겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 질문 받겠습니다. 질문해 주십시오. 질문 있어요? 네.
What sort of qualifications are you looking to expand into countries in Taiwan? Others, as a distributor or a partner?
네, 지금 현재는 베트남이 동남아시아 중에서 가장 활발하게 제품 판매라든지 마케팅이라든지가 진행되고 있습니다. 작년 말부터 올해까지 지금 베트남이 가장 활발하고요. 그 다음에는 지금 태국에 진출을 준비하고 있고 제품에 대한 허가를 준비하고 있습니다. 또한 중국 시장 그리고 그 외 인접 국가들에 대한 저희가 마케팅 및 그리고 시장 진출을 위해 준비하고 있는 중입니다.
There is a booth, the first floor. So you can discuss it about the network in Taiwan. If you have any information, they would love to get this kind of information. Thank you. 다음 질문 받겠습니다. 질문 주시면 손 주시면 마이크 드리겠습니다.
단골 질문자입니다. 주진아고요. 랜디가 얘기를 안 하니까 어떤 도움이 필요하시죠? 사회적인 분들한테 어떤 도움을 모노톡스가 필요하다면 어느 부분에서 도움이 필요하신지?
네. 모노톡스는 현재 막을 이용한 시장을 지지를 했습니다. 근데 사실 화장품이라고 하면 대부분의 업체나 또한 사용자 입장에서는 바로 흡수시키는 그런 제품으로만 인식하고 있습니다. 저희 모노톡스는 사실 시장 진출에 대한 두려움이 사실 있었습니다. 왜냐하면 전혀 다른 카테고리의 제품이 시장에 소개되는 것이고 또한 전혀 새로운 카테고리의 제품이 시장에 소개됐을 때 사실 그것에 따른 투자라든지 혹은 기대 수준이 좀 떨어질 수가 있기 때문입니다. 하지만 모노톡스는 제품 개발력과 또한 참신한 아이디어로 제품력을 가지고 있고 또한 제품을 개발했기 때문에
Who is your most respected competitor?
가장 경쟁자라고 하면 지금 현재는 일본 시장에 있는 화장품 기업들입니다. 왜냐하면 일본 시장의 화장품 기업들이 막을 이용한 화장품 제품을 만들려고 노력하고 준비하고 있습니다.
Are they a friend or ally?
롤레아는 현재 지금 아는 부분이 없습니다. 저희 제품력과 기술력을 인정해 주신다면 저희는 충분히 같이 협업할 수 있는 그런 마인드를 가지고 있습니다.
네, 다음 질문 받겠습니다. 본인 소개 잠깐만 해주시죠.
투자도 하고 중소기업에 관계합니다. 화장품 쪽인데 첫 번째가 모노톡스가 벤처기업인데 국내에서는 사실은 제가 많이 들어보지는 못했습니다. 제가 알고 있는 그 이스라엘의 아바 디젤셀럼 그 화장품이 상당히 히트를 2년 전에부터 국내에서 많이 한 걸로 알고 있는데, 마찬가지로 10배 이상의 매출을 향후에 올리겠다고 되어 있는데, 그러기 위해서는 이제 국내 예술 판매도 있고 수출을 이제 동남아 시장으로 많이 나가야 되는데, 그에 따른 비용도 많이 들고, 또 어느 정도는 국내에서 인지를 이 브랜드라든지 제품에 드는 기술력이라든지 이런 부분이 많이 확보가 되면서 투자 유치도 되면서 해외로 더 강하게 진출해야 되는 건데, 또 경쟁업체가 일본 시세이도 하고 가오만 돼 있는데, 실제로는 화장품 업계라는 게 우리 유럽 브랜드부터 엄청난 안티에이징 쪽에 이 세계적인 큰 어떤 장벽들이 많은데, 그 극복 방안은 어떤 게 있는지 모르겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 요약을 드릴게요. 첫째는 매출이 갑자기 한 7배, 10배 정도 5배 정도 하고, 그 다음에 두 번째 질문은 뭐였죠? 두 번째 질문. 오케이.
우선 저희 모노톡스는 업력이 굉장히 짧습니다. 실제적으로 2016년부터 시작을 했고, 제품이 개발돼서 출시된 후 판매된 것은 사실상 작년부터입니다. 그래서 작년에는 국내를 중심으로 판매와 판로를 개척하려고 했으나 국내 시장이 너무 좋지 않은 관계로 저희가 해외로 먼저 시선을 돌렸고요. 그 먼저 타겟한 나라가 일본입니다. 그래서 일본을 중심으로 사실 막이 시장되는 시장이 사실 시세이도도 경쟁업체라고 했는데 왜 먼저 일본을 진출했냐라고 하시면, 일본에 그렇게 막이 형성될 수 있을 만한 시장과 기대 효과가 있었기 때문에 저희가 먼저 완벽히 제품화가 된 제품을 가지고 시장을 진출하자라는 목표가 있었습니다. 그래서 어떤 결론이 나왔냐면, 지난 4월과 6월에 저희 모노톡스 2개의 브랜드 제품이 QVC 홈쇼핑 방송을 통해 런칭을 했고요. 그리고 현재까지 방송이 한 7, 8회 정도가 진행이 되었는데, 그 정도 진행이 될 동안 모두 솔드아웃이 될 정도로 제품력과 기술력을 모두 인정받았습니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희가 일본 시장을 필두로 동남아 시장, 그리고 유럽 시장, 그리고 미국까지 진출할 계획을 가지고 있는 거고요. 사실 역수출의 개념이 될 수도 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 국내 시장은 저희가 하반기부터 홈쇼핑을 중심으로 저희가 국내 마케팅과 또한 시장 개척을 해나갈 예정이고요. 또한 경쟁업체라고 아까 말씀드렸지만 시세이드나 카오나 파나소닉들도 막을 형성하는 그런 시장에 굉장히 적극적으로 뛰어들고 있습니다. 하지만 저희는 먼저 시장을 점령을 했고 선전을 했기 때문에 그에 대한 기술력과 또한 계속해서 파생 상품을 저희가 개발해 나가고 있기 때문에 이제 내년부터 호발로 들어오는 그런 막의 시장의 제품력보다는 저희가 월등히 뛰어날 것이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
마지막 질문 하나 받고 마치도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 질문. 그럼 마지막으로 지금 이번에 추가하고자 하는 펀드 외에 어떤 부분을 적극적으로
네, 저희는 이미 지난번에 20-30억 밸류로 이미 투자를 받았고, 저희는 이제 이곳에 참여한 목표는 저희가 아직은 생각하지 못했던 또한 판로나 해외 시장에 대한 투자자들을 만날 수 있을 것이라는 기대를 가지고서 나오긴 했지만, 2020년부터는 막을 이용한 새로운 화장품 시장, 새로운 카테고리가 열릴 것이라는 것을 말씀드리기 위해 나왔습니다. 그래서 2020년부터는 기존의 화장품을 그냥 바르는 화장품이 아니라 막이 형성됨으로 인해서 자외선을 차단하고, 막이 형성됨으로 인해서 수분과 또한 우리가 주름, 또한 노화 방지까지 생각할 수 있는, 개선할 수 있는 그런 화장품 제품들이 나올 수 있겠다. 비성형 시술로서 화장품으로서도 그런 효과를 기대할 수 있겠다라는 것을 전달해드리고 또한 그런 정보를 제공해드리기 위해 사실 이 자리에 참석한 이유입니다.
네, 수고하셨습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 1층에 가시면은 우리 모노톡스를 만날 수 있고요. 모노톡스는 아마 작년에 저희들이 투자하는 것 중에 가장 큰 금액을 투자하게 되었고, 또 같은 밸류로 소프트뱅크를 같이 투자를 하게 됐습니다. 여러분 그 오전 시간 감사합니다. 오후에는 더욱더 좋은 기업들이 이제 준비가 되어 있고 키노트 스피커가 준비가 되어 있습니다. 지금 점심 식사는 저희들이 직접 수업을 해드릴 겁니다. 그냥 그 앉아 계시면은 뒤에 직접 수업을 해드릴 거고요. 그리고 1시 20분부터 다시 시작할 테니까 점심을 잠깐 드시고 1층에 가셔서 부스를 보실 분들은 잠깐 이제 둘러보고 오시고 1시 20분에 꼭 이 자리에 다시 오셔가지고 이제 4개 기업과 또 한 분의 스피커가 남아 있습니다. 여러분 수고하셨습니다. 감사합니다. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And let's get started our next our afternoon schedule. 점심들 잘 드셨습니까? 네, 감사합니다. 네. 이번 다음 순서는 저희들이 우선 이제 오늘 남은 순서가 2개 외국 기업, 2개 그 한국 기업을 남아 있습니다. 그 전에 이제 아담 핸더슨 우리 CEO가 또 프레젠테이션을 할 거고요. 또 마지막에는 우리 손재건 특파원께서 또 프레젠테이션을 하도록 하겠습니다. 우선 순서를 시작하기 전에 저희들한테 특히 이제 이번 이 엑스포에 많은 도움을 준 우리 스폰서가 있습니다. 저희들이 처음 한국에 진출을 할 때 저희들한테도 많이 도움을 줬고요. 지금도 적극적으로 우리 멤버로 참여하시면서 우리 스타트업 기업들한테 리갈 어드바이스도 하고요. 여러 가지 많은 도움을 주고 있습니다. 우리 로펌의 신앤 김 우리 문 변호사님 소개드리겠습니다.
Hello, my name is Kyung-hwa. I'm from Shin & Kim, 법무법인 세종에서 왔습니다. It's one of the big 5 law firms in Korea. We are a full service law firm. We can assist with all matters related to Korean law. And we also have big interest in startup companies. We advise in receiving investment and investing into startup companies and exits related to startup companies. We have an office in Pangyo, which is where a lot of the startup companies are located in Korea. And we also sponsor Keiretsu Forum Korean chapter. And we hold deals meetings at our office. It's always very exciting to hear about very innovative companies and meet the people who make such companies happen. And we're very honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next sponsor is coming from San Francisco, the St. Mary College located in East Bay. So welcome to Mr. Jae-young Lee. He is the dean of the St. Mary College. So we wanted to prepare the education program with us. So please welcome Mr. Lee for your remarks.
안녕하세요. 이영자라고 합니다. 저는 샌프란시스코에서 왔고요. 저희 학교가 it's a small liberal arts college based in San Francisco Bay Area. Catholic University, over 150 years old. We are competing with giants like Berkeley and Stanford because we are small. We are more entrepreneurial. We are nimble. We like to do things, and one of the areas that we like to expand further is entrepreneurship, and Keiretsu Forum is a perfect partner. And we've been having actually annual business idea competition on campus over the last 10 years, and Randy himself is actually moderating that event, and it is actually a very successful event connecting undergrad, MBA students, and alums. And we value our relationship with Keiretsu. And then Randy introduced Namho to me maybe
6 months ago. Yes.
And then we became quickly friends, and I wanted to support this event as an education institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Okay, let's move on to the next agenda. So I'm gonna. Next agenda is about the keynote, our third keynote speaker, Mr. Adam Henderson. He is the head of the Global Keiretsu Forum. So he's going to share his experience in investment in the Silicon Valley area. Please welcome to Mr. Adam Henderson to the stage.
And just a couple of things I'd like to say. It's an absolute privilege and an honor to be here in Korea and have an opportunity to meet many of you in the room. And I want to sincerely thank Nam Ho and his team. He has a wonderful team here that's been putting hours and hours in to help everybody have a great experience here. So I'm deeply honored and I appreciate your time and effort, Nam Ho. He's a terrific chapter president. I see him all over the globe, and it's wonderful. And so I know many of you recognize this. It's an important thing, and when I get to the topic of success and failure that you talk about in Silicon Valley, well, you can't do it by yourself, right? There's always great people that you want to have around you to help you. Well, I wouldn't be on this stage either without the founder and CEO of Keiretsu Forum, Randy Williams. So sometimes maybe it's more meaningful. I want to publicly thank Randy for the opportunity. I've been a member of his organization for 20 years and was one of the first guys in the room. Ran another company, had successful exit. I was running an incubator in the Valley, did a bunch of other things, but I always stayed a member. And I always stay connected to Keiretsu, and it's a part of my success. So I want to share that with you, and a little bit about the journey in the Valley, and a little bit about what that means. And I'm supposed to talk about success and failure. We don't talk about failure a lot. So raise your hand if you think failure is a bad thing. Is failure a bad thing? Think failure is a bad thing? All right. Reel them in. So when you're in the Silicon Valley, failure is really not a bad thing, is it, Marianne? Failure, to a degree, is a little bit of a badge of honor. Now, I've never understood that, but as I've been spending time in the Valley, I began to understand. Because the best people learn from failure, right? How do you know success if you don't know some failure, right? So when we're in Keiretsu Forum, we don't even talk about, so where I'm headed here, we're going to talk about first a mindset. It's a mindset about success and failure. And then secondly, it's a process about avoiding one and achieving the other. And of course, success is also defined by the individual as well, because we have great companies who didn't become unicorns, but they provided great jobs and opportunities for, families and supported them, and they had great jobs. And those people learned and then went on to do and start their own companies. So to me, that is success. And so we're going to talk about both of those. So let's begin with this idea that we're going to talk about failure for the last time, because failure is okay. The failure is actually not being willing to get into the arena and go fight the fight, right? To stand on the sidelines and watch the world go by, maybe that's more failure. So I have an observation, and I've really enjoyed catching some comments and observations from people here in Korea. You have an incredible ecosystem that's developing here, and you should be very proud. coming from the Valley and seeing what's happening here is really, it's uplifting. And to see the great people here. You have tremendous humility, tremendous talent, and now you have tremendous support. I'm seeing the government support that's behind the initiatives here. Everywhere you go here, there's little ecosystems of startup, and so the thought process is here. But what's very important is, are the people, the young people in your community, are they willing to, are we going to say it's okay to fail? Are we going to put a bad marker on failure? Because sometimes the insecurity of failing prevents us from getting into the arena. It'll hold us back because we're going to take the conservative route, right? We might want to go work for that big corporation because it's more secure. We know that corporation is going to be there and survive, and I just want to collect a paycheck. So to change the community and the mindset, which is all here, maybe we begin to encourage those young people to say, there is no failure. The failure is not to chase that dream. You don't have to be conservative. Sometimes you got to go for it, right? So I think all the ingredients are here in Korea, and it's just a privilege to be here. So that will be the last time we'll talk about failure. Now we're going to talk about success. And what are the ingredients of success? Well, we have to look at process and people and the ingredients that it takes. So some of you will be familiar with some of the slides that are here, and we're going to use Keiretsu Forum as an example. And so I'm going to start with that and say, one of the great things about the Silicon Valley is, back to my point, you can't do it by yourself. So it takes a community, and when Randy was up here earlier, he talked about a we. And so it's a we thing. And so we're privileged, and today I'm going to pick on a couple. We have two Silicon Valley companies here, Ninth Gear and Rilola, who you heard from, and they understand the we. So you know our global footprint, and Korea is a part of this. My point of putting this back up is I want to make sure we close together, and after this event we continue to communicate. We get together with Nam Ho, we start exchanging all the greatness between, build the best bridge we can between the Silicon Valley and our chapters and the Korean chapter. And then let us connect you all over the world with Nam Ho's assistance. Those are some of the chapters. You saw this slide. We're able to talk about being successful because sometimes it does feel pretty good to be number one. When you look at the groups that are in there, there's New Enterprise Associates, Y Combinator, Andreessen Horowitz, 500 Startups, and Keiretsu Forum, which I'm sure many of you didn't know, is at the top. And we have a little bit of, I think, a community with you here in Korea. We have a little humility about our success. We don't like to tell everybody how great we are, but sometimes it's great to let people know we're out here and we're doing great things. And so are you in Korea as well. So let's work together to do that. Let's talk about angel investing. When we talk about angel investing and being successful, the things we're going to talk about today are good for the investor and good for the companies and entrepreneurs who are in the room. Because if we both follow the script, then the companies are going to be doing the right things that allow optimum success and achieve the investment from the investors. And the investors are going to have a better outcome. So we're going to go through some of that as we go here. So just some statistics here, and actually that 25 billion is probably closer to 30 billion. Now, just this year, 2019, the amount of private equity capital and money available in the marketplaces is as large as it's ever been. So typically, wealthy invested personal funds, 3 to 10% of the net worth, often invest as members of a group. That describes an angel. Well, you'll see here, by being a part of a community and a group that's like-minded, that's willing to do the due diligence and understand these companies, you too also can be a more successful investor and find the good opportunities. Because again, we'll come back to the theme. It's a we thing. It's not all about the capital either. It's about the community the contacts and the network where we can help these companies beyond providing capital. So what happens in the life cycle of companies, right? We have ideas, innovations, prototypes, and then they're moving along. So in the idea stage, they're having to struggle with family and friends and providing the capital for themselves. And at this point, they're getting the business together. But here's the valley of death. And this is where we are, and then we're also down here now. So what we found, being a part of Keiretsu Forum for 20 years, we are now seeing a much more mature deal flow. Companies that are further along in their progress and food chain, and the reason for that is I'll show you on a slide a little bit later. So how do we want to look at these opportunities? Well, up here earlier, I think it was one of Randy's first ones, we bet on the jockey and not the horse. Okay? So back to the idea, you can build the greatest mousetrap in the world, but if you can't market it and you can't get out and sell it, it doesn't do anybody any good. We had a great conversation last night. John Sharp and Marianne and Paul and I were talking about the management team. And raise your hand if you think the management team has to get along beautifully in order to have a successful management team. Right? And in fact, one of the points where there's room for the pessimist, there's room for the optimist, and there's room for the executioner. So you really want to be able to have a leader, a CEO type, a Marianne, a Heather Siddick, a Randy Williams, who will put people in the room and listen to all the opinions and manage those opinions for the benefit of the company. And it doesn't have to be a smooth process. It has to be a respectful process. And you have to have the great people around you who are going to challenge you a bit, but within the idea that you are a team. And so at breakfast, I was asking Marianne about the type of employee. I think Randy had an employee who was saying was looking for a job, and Marianne said, the person I'm looking for is two things. One, are they in it to win it? And secondly, are they a GSD? And GSD means, do they get shit done? Okay? So if you have that kind of person, you could talk to Marianne, but that's what it does come down to. She wasn't concerned about a bunch of other things, but we are about doing it. So size of the opportunity is the second criteria that we rank in the angel rating system that we use. How big is the opportunity that the company is going after? Is it a large opportunity? Can we see ourselves with a big exit? Product and technology, of course, comes in, but it's third. Competitive environment, sales channel, and marketing, and other things. So we're, as angel investors, you're in a high-risk area, so you're expected larger returns. We know that in the private equity and the venture market, 70% of their companies fail. They don't have to have, but the other 25% that do make it, there's 5% of those who make it really big, and that's their total returns. So how do we manage that? Well, one of the ways is to look at diversifying, like anything that you do, and how you place investments in angel companies. So this profile here, it's a Monte Carlo type simulation that tells us that over time, as we've been able to get this data, that you're spreading your risk over more investments will yield you a better opportunity for return on that investment. It's not to say that you can't bet on one and make it big, but spreading your bets over a period of time allows for the higher probability of the return. So key drivers here for us. Now these drivers are based on Keiretsu Forum, and I'll get to you the returns that we've had in our Keiretsu Capital portfolio. It's one of the places we can measure what we do. And so one of the key drivers is proprietary deal flow. And in the room today, I think we're seeing some pretty darn interesting companies and deals. And these are deals that not everybody sees. Being a member of Keiretsu Forum also on the app, you can find 700 deals on our app right now all over the globe. And our idea is to share the best deal flow that we can find and syndicate it across the globe. So this improves our probabilities for having successful investments in companies. Our culture is built on a strong due diligence. And it is in fact true. Angels that spend more than 40 hours achieve a 5.9x return compared to low due diligence investors who achieve a 1-to-1 return. And that due diligence is both a beginning due diligence, understanding the company, and then it also involves the active participation in the portfolio company. Back to the idea, we want to help our companies by not just providing capital, but other resources to help them be successful. So active participation in portfolio companies, angels who interact 2 times a month or more with their portfolio companies achieve a 3.7x return compared to passive investors who achieve a 1.3x return. So deep expertise in the investment area. Angels investing in areas of direct industry experience achieve multiples twice as high. That makes a lot of sense. We also encourage our members to get involved in areas that they don't understand in the due diligence process, because then they broaden their understanding of the whole marketplace and they can really help companies in a better way. And frankly, the beauty of Keiretsu Forum for me is learning every day. Attending the conference today, just listening to the great companies, we're learning all the time. In fact, we call the Keiretsu Forums on a monthly basis, we call it the health club for the mind. So many of you might spend money on a monthly basis with a membership to an athletic club to take care of your body physically. Being a part of Keiretsu Forum and attending the forums on a monthly basis is actually a workout for your mind. So, deep expertise in investment areas, tight relationship with follow-on investors. And this is really the Keiretsu, the community, the swarm intelligence that we bring around every deal that allows us to increase our probabilities of a great return. So, speaking of the returns. So these are the returns, and I'm using this as an example because, again, it's our incubator, it's our laboratory where we control the environment of the companies we invest in, how much time we spend with them, and here's our results so far. Now, we're on Fund 4, but there's Fund 1, 2, and 3. We've made a total investment in those companies. You can see Fund 1 had 43 companies, Fund 2, 44, Fund 3, 42. So far in Fund 1, the first fund, already had 2 positive exits. Fund 2 and 3 are still maturing and expecting to have a few exits out of there. When we talk about exits, we're talking about M&A, acquisitions, not just IPOs. So then we go to the next column, which is very interesting, the number of failures. Raise your hand if that number of failures based on the company investments looks pretty small. Looks pretty small, doesn't it? So we go back to the setup of this slide. It's the process that we're doing and picking the companies that allows us to have a better probability of success by avoiding failure. So failure rate on a percentage basis, 7%, 7, and 3. And these are the investment periods that we're in right now that you can see to the side. So in summary, as we're looking at being successful in angel investing, and you entrepreneurs who are looking to present to investors, what do they want to hear about, right? Angels want to fund companies with market validation. Angels providing this sort of level of capital anywhere in a total investment, depending on the level of where the company is, 150K to 1 million. Angels look for startups with a high quality team, a venture with a large opportunity, a product and technology. We call it with an unfair competitive advantage is ideal. You think about Ninth Gear as an example. They're kind of tearing up the page. They're going after a big opportunity. So moving on, what is important as an angel? Due diligence, structuring the deal, valuation. board makeup and operations, focus on exit. So that's our next thing. What we're going to do is talk about, and then of course syndication. You get the benefit of Keiretsu Forum. We can syndicate companies all over the world. The focus on the exits. We're in a space that's difficult to find liquidity. So you make an investment and you put that in there, and you're hoping that that company is going to have some event that will allow you to get your money back out of it. And so until an exit, we're just donors, right? We're not investors until there's an exit. So as an organization, Keiretsu Forum, we've really focused on exits. And you'll notice that the companies presenting, Rilola and Nice Gear, they always have a mention about their exits, and it's a part of the business plan. So we enjoy as investors the opportunity to know that we're not going to be in an investment for 20 years. Randy and I actually just had a liquidity event. I think we were in that company for 15 years, and it finally exited about a month ago, had an M&A. So these are some of the things that help focus on the exit. We start talking about the exit as the company is growing and coming together. It's part of the plan because it gives them an idea what the marketplace looks like and maybe the direction of some of their product. We also encourage them to have a setup on the board level where the CEO, generally you don't want them, is not the best person to lead M&A. You want to have good board members guiding that process and having them focused on running the company. So I think as I move to a close here, the reason that some of the success that we have is built on our community. And our chapter presidents are from typically, and members are from great companies all over the world. So we have great people in leadership. Our membership is made up of some unbelievable people here. You see Nam Ho in the middle there. We advertise him. Up in the corner, Allison Davis. She was former CFO of BlackRock and head of strategy. And so these are the people that are a part of the community that we lean on for swarm intelligence so that we can make better investments in companies. So I'll leave some. I'm going to leave some of this for Randy to cover. We have committees all over the globe that are involved in all these disciplines that can help your investment process. And I'll move down to. We talked about liquidity events, and this is something we're very focused on. And you've heard of a few 45Xs, 10Xs. Immunotics was an M&A transaction. So we've learned a little bit along the way because we've had that. Randy mentioned he rang the bell at Sephora, or the NASDAQ was Sephora, Waypoint. And so this is the kind of results we can get when we work together as a community. We have the tech platform. We continue to build out the technology to allow you to better see deal flow all over the globe, and you can connect with Nam Ho about that. Inside the application is a whole process that allows you to see, dig down, drill into DD and other information about the companies. This is our MindShare part, and we keep the deal documents in there. And then today, take care of the entrepreneurs, either through the app or on your yellow sheet. Let the entrepreneurs know you have what your level of interest is, and keep in mind you're not investing, you're not telling them you're investing, but you're telling them you're interested, and you may have other resources besides capital that can help them. So with that, the last thing I'm going to talk about is liquidity, and that's been one of the big things here. And so out of the United States, and a Keiretsu Forum company is working on providing liquidity and making private investing simple. It's actually based on the app platform that we have in our membership today, and you can buy unicorns all over the globe with 4 clicks, like you would be making a trade on Schwab on your computer. And so we continue to progress towards finding liquidity for our angel investors, and that'll be a theme going forward for us. And at this, then, I will conclude and hand over to Randy. If we can go back to the prior slide with the membership. Randy, I hand it off to you. And thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you. So we have a long day ahead of us, so this will be brief. There's an anonymous angel in the room. And come on up, Nambo. Before I tell you what the anonymous angel is going to do, I'm blessed to meet a lot of great people around the world. Several years ago, I met Astrid Teller. He is head of Google X, and he spoke at the expo. Several of you were there, but he was talking about, and they have the capital to do this, but they fail fast at Google. In other words, he goes around and hugs people when they fail, you know. And I wish we could do that, but we want the companies not to fail, but if they're going to fail, let's make sure that they have all the resources around the world to make sure they're successful. That's failing fast at Facebook, and it's pretty cool, but our companies are succeeding. Namo, what's your membership cost here?
Plan 1 is about 3,500,000. It's about $3,000.
$3,000. So the whole secret sauce is and always will be is community. So if you are interested or you have friends interested, this anonymous angel is going to give $1,000 off the membership fee today. One, you have to qualify, but if you're interested, there's going to be 10 of these allocations to 10 individuals in the room, or if you have friends in the marketplace, you have to qualify for membership. But this anonymous angel, and the best way to give anonymously, don't you think, is going to allocate $10,000 to NAMHO today, because community is everything. Culture, obviously the secret sauce has and always will be membership. They're the ones that bring deal flow. They're the ones that do due diligence. As you know, some of our members, you all are giving of yourself. So let's get more members here in this great community of Korea. Will you accept that invitation?
Absolutely.
So if anybody's interested, see NAMHO today, and hopefully we'll bring in 10 members today with a discount of $1,000 off their membership.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. 멤버십 원하시는 분들은 마치고 저나 또 우리 한국 파트너 박은영 부사장한테 오시면 자세한 설명을 해드리겠습니다. Okay, thank you for the learning and sharing your experience in this company. Could you please facilitate the next for the startup company for us?
So we have Big Fi in the room. Big Fi. Come on up, guys. Get here fast. Welcome. We have two of you. Yeah, I'm going to step off the stage. Come on up. Yeah, for both of you. Okay. Well, come on up. You guys have the stage.
Thank you. So we are here changing the way how people have been brushing up. So terms makes Apple intelligent, and we use some sort of advanced nanotechnology on making them intelligent. So terms is an intelligent Apple meant for everyday use, and it's at an affordable price. So whatever he is wearing or whatever I am wearing, these are all terms. So there are a lot of technologies we use to make these products intelligent. This can be as simple as anti-stain, to super stretch, to wicking, to cooling,
So we'll demo the anti-stain property right now. So we have 10 technologies. We have 3 patents, 1 trademark. We work with Manchester University in Manchester. We work with Indian Institute of Technology Bombay, Indian Institute of Technology Delhi. We work with Einstein University Germany. We are one of the 5 startups in India to be working with the Medical Council of India to put hardware on animals. So we have 10 technologies. What we demoed right now was anti-stain, anti-odor. In fact, there is a product called as cooling, so it keeps us cooler by 3 degrees centigrades when outside is very warm. And all these technologies we are using on everyday wear. The reason is in sportswear there are brands like North Face, Patagonia, Columbia Sports. In sports there is Nike, Adidas, Under Armour. But in everyday wear, which we are wearing, every one of you is wearing right now, we don't have any technology to help us in our daily lives. So Terms makes clothes which work for us. So our design process is, we are trying to build a brand where technology is the underlying layer and the collections are made using design and technology. So we have got the Chief Product Officer of Pepe to be our design head, and along with Rohit, who is our tech guy and co-founder, we make the products. And we are always focused on customer first. So we started this company 2 years back. Our distribution channel is our own website, townswear.com. We are at a monthly run rate of $500,000. Every month we add around 20K customers. From here, 3 years from now, we are trying to do around $120 million in sales. So as an online first company, we take great responsibilities in taking every customer feedback. So these are some of our customer reviews. Everyone loves the products because of the technology, because of the fit, because of the affordable pricing, because of the great design. And we are the first company in India, and I can say maybe across Asia, to be making a brand based on technology for which the distribution is online. Our competition and the brand which we are getting inspired from is Uniqlo, and we hope that one day we will become as big as Uniqlo. Thank you. So, any questions?
Questions?
So till date we have raised more than $2 million in form of convertibles. We have also been backed by a big Chinese fund. Presently we are looking to raise a Series A of nearly $5 million. We have commitments from the same Chinese fund to partner us in this one. And there are a lot of funds, in fact 3 funds in India, who are ready to participate in this one. We are looking at $15 million.
And you're already doing $500,000 a month in business.
Yes. Yes.
What is your margin?
60% plus.
And where's how are you using your China fund partner? Are you doing production? Where's your production?
So production, so it's we make it in India. So there are a lot of manufacturing facilities today in India. So So there is a place called Ludhiana, Jalandhar, Bangalore, Tirupur. So these are the 4 major manufacturing hubs in India where today we take care of manufacturing.
Well, congratulations. I mean, you got it going. And in terms of your clothing, what is the secret sauce? What is it the way you manufacture it? What's the IP here in the clothing?
The IP is the chemical composition what we do. So we have 3 patents and 1 trademark. So anti-stain, anti-odor, we have used the sustainable technology. We have used the sustainable technology to build up technology at least for 30 to 40 washes. As per the current market, technology from other companies last only for 20 watts and it uses chemistry which is not good for the environment. So we have been certified by the Global Organic Textile Association as well, and we are also certified by Oecotex standard.
Great. Questions? Thank you.
Yeah, it shows that you are already making profit. Are you willing to give 1/3 of your company?
So we don't make profits. We burn money because we are growing very fast. Like every month we grow 15% to 20% month over month. In that growth, we are putting money behind R&D. We are putting money behind building the brand and also in building the distribution channel. We want to grow really fast and till we hit $1.5 million a month, which should happen by March, that is 6 months from now. We will be burning money every month. So we should break even by March of 2020.
What's the minimum investment?
So as I was saying, there is interest from funds in China, one fund in China who has backed us and funds in India. We are looking at a minimum ticket size which will be around, in India it's around 550K USD. Because the cap table is already having a lot of angels from India and US, Singapore. So we would like this round to be subscribed in the next 1.5 months. We will be flexible between 30K to 50K from each angel.
But because of the size of the cap table, you're looking at a larger minimum investment?
It's because out of the 5 million, we believe and we know that the entire round can be taken care by the funds, because this is quite small round if you ask for a VC fund. The reason why we have come here and we are looking for angels is, so this product is very global. In fact, our angel investors who are in Singapore, US and Middle East, Dubai to be specific, have taken the license for our B2B of the technology and also for distribution of transfer in that place. So we want to have angels from Seoul, from China, from US, because when we are going global, which is our plan to do in next maybe 18 months, or these angels can guide us in understanding the market very well.
So you're looking for investors and partners here in Seoul?
Yes, because when we are expanding, they can help us explain or make us understand this market better. Because the design is different here, the culture is different here, the logistics is different here. It's not the same how we treat India and Southeast Asia. It's pretty different.
That's smart. Other questions? No more questions? Okay. Well, thank you guys. Put our hands together for them. And you have a booth downstairs. Any other more questions? They can see you downstairs.
So we are just by side of the stage.
Okay.
It's a great place to have.
Okay. Great. Thank you guys. Physio Q, here he is. Nice to see you. Come on up. Watch the grape juice. I'm going to go for you can work on this side. So we had a chance to talk last night, which I really appreciated. Serial entrepreneur, right?
Yes.
How many companies have you started?
6.
So you've had 6 different companies, and
I sold 2.
how many successes?
So pretty much 4.
4. Yes. Right. And so this is perfect, because this is where you bet on the jockey and not the horse. So 4 out of 5, right? And so tell us about the 5th that wasn't as successful or didn't achieve what you wanted. Why was that?
No, it's because, as I mentioned to you yesterday, is most important is teamwork. Because whenever just I saw a company, I met this really, really great partner. So that's we just grow together and solve together. But whenever just I cross one company and we found each other to solve and finally we just give up. So, yeah.
Number 1 team management. All right, the floor is yours. Terry.
So yeah, please raise your hand. Who has a hypertension? 고혈압 있는 분들. Okay. Okay. Who has a migraine headache? 그 두통이나 편두통 있으신 분들. Okay. They are all my customer. You know, hypertension is a global issue. Even migraine headache is also very global issue. Very interesting is Russia, Brazil, and even Middle East. They have more than 40% of the population become hypertension. And now in China, there are 35% of the population become hypertension because people is old and old. Hypertension is a silent killer, but many people take medicine, but medicine is not the still solution. So I met many people, they are not taking medication because of so many side effects. Of course, exercise and food control is a perfect solution, but you know, it's too lazy, they know, but they're not going to do exercise every day. So that's the reason is PGOQ developed this non-invasive device without the side effect to solve the problem. So our solution now is we made 2 devices, one for hypertension, one for migraine headache device. So of course we also developed this biosensor to measure the proportion from your finger. Yeah, very easy. So device itself in here, you just do, and we can just approach to the listen to the artery for the 5 minutes, and we can reduce the blood pressure right away, 5 minutes. So example is somebody blood pressure 161 to 97 after 5 minutes, and the blood pressure come up to 140 to 84, no side effect coming out. Many people is how it's work and then how something. So we went to this initial clinical trial for the 60 patients for 68 days. So this one is one of the example. Somebody blood pressure before 176 after 5 minutes, and then his blood pressure after 154. Depends on the people, 1 to 6 hours on hold down. But every day 5 minutes for the using this device, and then we have a residual impact. So it's up, down, and then slowly going down. As I mentioned too, is we done to 60 patients. So interesting is the red spot is the beginning day, and the blue spot is after 68 days later. And we found is the stage 1, stage 2 hypertension group. After 68 days later, they become the free hypertension and normal coming out. So we got the 80% is very success to reduce the blood pressure down. So even that group is never take medication, but we test with now to the some medicine. So somebody took the medicine with our device, and then we have another additional effect. So they reduce the blood pressure, but they also is no more sparking, and also they are reduced the fear to the dosage they reduce now. So many people they love using our drug. Migraine headache is also very interesting area because there is also a global issue, but interest is more women has a migraine headache. It's more so typical in the world is 30 to 60 years old aging group, and then they have a very strong migraine headache device. So we have a device to using the temporal area, and then with the 5 minutes, and then headache will disappear. Typically hanging around the people drink too much, and then using 100% is gone. Of course, as we test many people, and then many women, they say it's a positive feedback. We got more than 80% of positive feedback from the solution. We also test with some competitor device. So what is our device is 6 times faster, and then more faster, and then easier, and then quick to reduce the headache or counter headache. As I mentioned, is our company is a serial product. Is we have hypertension, we have a headache, but we also developed the biosensor. So we're using this PPC EKG sensor combination. So whenever people hold the device, we check the blood pressure. send the data to the mobile, so ATD cloud, so we can reserve this purchase history through those devices. You can see, but it's also send the data to mobile. So advances we can save the, we can show them the daily, weekly, monthly, 3 months data. So all the text file we can send it to the medical doctor. So we send the data to medical doctor. Pretty much medical doctor very like it because they told us usually patient come to the hospital, yeah, Wycombe syndrome, professional always higher. So they try to average it to measuring the blood pressure. But whenever they just see this regular history, they love to communication with the patient. Depends on the partner. So now just we have iOS Android version for this English, Chinese, Arabic, and Japanese version to coming out. Of course, we have a competitor, but it's not many competitor exists with us because many other devices, surgical implant devices, because the technical is already proving. So, example is gamma core is the stimulation, electrical stimulation to the nervous system, and then what is their device 15 to 12 to the stimulation. So it's very inconvenient, very expensive. So we are very highly advanced. As I mentioned, it's really easy, 5 minutes, and then very quick to the using, and then no side effect coming out. So very advanced technology and advanced products to the market. As I mentioned, not to mention, but we have a patent, 1 patent issued in the United States, and then now just 3 more patents pending in the US, China, and then Japan, and also Europe. Our team is a very industrial expert team because he asked me, I'm also serial entrepreneur. This is my 6th company, and most headache company for the medical device. But all my team is a very, very industrial expert. And also Stanford and the UCS medical doctor to develop this project for us now. Yeah, up to today, we got the $3 million fund because hypertension and the headache is a global issue. So multi-nation. So we got the fund from 60% is China. So Chinese government also invest our company, and then 40% is also we got the fund from the German capital or also Hong Kong, and the 1 Korean venture capital also invest our company. It's Anda Asset Management, and then Mr. Choi to love our device, so he invest our company. So device is very easy, 5 minutes. And the global issue, and then so you guys interest, and then I come here to looking for this investor partner, also distributor partner, because that's why I'm coming here. So any question, please let us know.
Great, great job. Put our hands together. So wow, pretty straightforward. Does anybody have a headache in the room?
Yeah, we have a device headache is downstairs, so you're coming and then you're testing it.
Not even after my work took there, huh? No headache? Oh.
Yeah, we have a very interesting story. Is somebody asked me to borrow the device. So he told me that his daughter has a migraine. So whenever migraine attacked her, she cannot walk, she cannot driving. So we released the device to him, and then her using the device 3 weeks. After that she sends a very warm email. It's warm. You know what happened is this guy is asking me, do you need money? So yes, and then he sends the check.
Good story. So tell us what the opportunity is for us. If we invest, how much is the minimum investment, and what do you expect to either liquidate, or are you going to sell this? What's the exit?
Of course, we are price down. And then so we don't, of course, we don't have a minimum investment, but we don't have the too many investors to involve in this project. So at least the 25K to the 50K is minimum investment, and but it's also a small round is very quickly we need to close it because also it's corporation partner. So now just we start the due diligence with them, so they will be investing to my big money also. So our just return of ROI pretty much is our goal. Is we do not want to manufacture ourselves. Also, we do not want to sell ourselves. But our goal is to within the 3 to 5 years later, we try to sell the company to big player. So that's the reason is that is the only best way to return back to the, because I'm also an angel investor. That's the reason I goal is to quick return is means we sell the company. So that's always my goal is to keep increasing the company value and sell the company to the player.
Well, we like that. You're an angel investor. You understand. You want to get a return on your investment.
Yes.
Any questions out here? Yes. I'm going to pick on you here, so get ready, somebody.
Thank you, Simon. Yesterday you mentioned about FDA stage 1 and
We registered for the FDA class 1 and then now just we working the FDA class 2. That's we are fundraising because FDA class 2 is why is a medical device. So there is a best way to increase the company value up, plus the protect the device. Of course, we have IP, but if we just got the FDA, and then pretty much we are protected as a device there.
And who is your closest competitor? I really can't see.
As I mentioned to you, is older farmer, but is another one is Gammaco. Gammaco is one of the stimulation, electrical stimulation device, and but there is ROE for electrical stimulation. So they device come out to the market recently, but we saw is very inconvenient because electrical stimulation. So they put this gel or cream here, put the device, and but it's also effect come out 15 to 2 hours. So there is one of our competitor, and also another competitor is a CBRX, is a surgical implant device. So that's the farmer, but we are working with it, but it's a medical device Gammaco by CBRX.
I understand that your market is also aside from Korea and Saudi Arabia, what other regions or what other markets do you really want to penetrate into?
Of course, it's mainly we are targeting the U.S. market because the U.S. market is a very huge market. But also hypertension headache is a global issue. That's the reason is we are focusing the U.S. market, but also we are more focusing this on another country. Typically, China is a very huge market, so they ask us to set up the joint venture. But I cannot find a solution to this. How we sell over there, but how can we make the money to bring out to the U.S. to this, share with my investor? That's my key to this. Still cannot find a solution, so I never say it yes. And that's what is the big market in China.
Great. So, did we get the valuation? What's the valuation?
Now is our company valuation is 50 million free money valuation.
Free money, okay, great. And the first money that came in, the 3 million, was at what valuation?
So there is a multi-valuation. So initial investor from the Tsinghua University Investment Group and Down Venture, there is a 6 million free money valuation. After that is we keep increasing to 8 million, 10 million, so on stuff.
Great. Well, we love your experience. You're an experienced jockey. We want to return some money to investors. So you're also downstairs with a booth?
Yes.
Any other last questions?
We sell,
price of the device.
Yes, we sell out to $299 for the device. Yeah, $299. So.
And what's the margin on that?
Yes, pretty much margin is now is a small volume. We made it small, but it's 40%. But in the future, we target to the 60% margin.
Great. Let's put our hands together. Thank you.
Also, our team is here. Henry he was the Strikers former president, and then so any question is me and you and downstairs.
Great. Now we kind of like you were formerly with Stryker. Great. Right. And so you're a great teammate to have with him. You're excited about the product? Yes. So you also need to talk to Relola because they're doing some stuff. Did you? Okay, great. So let's just bring everybody together, right? Okay. Wonderful. All right. So who's on deck here? Robust? Leave the room. Yep, must be present to win. All right. Is it a disappearing person application? No. Should we jump over and? Sim platform? Sim. Okay, Sim platform. Great. Come on up.
차례를 조금 바꾸겠습니다. 플랫폼을 먼저 하고 지금 마지막으로 로봇을
Okay. Sim platform. So tell us just briefly on your company where we talked about some of the things we talked about. Skin in the game. Have you invested or families invested? You understand?
저희 회사는 짧게 먼저 설명드리면은 리얼타임 데이터 분석 기술을 통해서 저희가 현재 고장 진단이라는 예측도 하고 있으며 저희 엔드-투-엔드 IoT 플랫폼을 가지고 저희가 이제 다양한 제조업체라든가 아니면 서비스 업체들한테 저희 IoT 클라우드 서비스를 제공해주고 있습니다. 그래서 저희 현재 관련해서 저희 라운드는 시리즈 A 라운드를 하고 있고 이번에는 이제 저희가 A-나 아니면 B로 저희가 생각하고 있습니다. 그다음에 이제 구체적으로 저희 회사 소개를 저희 이제 IR을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네. 현재 5G라고 하는 부분들이 저희가 이제 상용화가 올해부터 본격적으로 되어나가고 저희가 AI라든가 IoT가 이제는 이제 보편화가 되어가는 시점이 왔습니다. 그러다 보니까 이제 산업 전반에 이런 부분들이 이제 적용이 되어 가고 있는데 이제 이런 부분들을 최근에 이제 서비타이제이션이라고 하는 용어로서 저희가 이제 하나 현상으로 나오고 있습니다. 근데 실제로 이러한 현상 속에서 모든 기업들이라든가 아니면 제품 솔루션 업체들이 이런 새로운 부가가치를 창출하기 위해서 빅데이터를 보고 있습니다. 실제로 빅데이터를 통해서 기업들이 이제 새롭게 다른 가치를 창출하거나 아니면 이런 거 관련된 솔루션들을 제공하고 있는데, 근데 저희는 이제 이런 부분들을 한번 본질적으로 좀 다시 짚고 넘어가려고 합니다. 현재의 경우 실제 현실에서 잘 보시면은 기계가 고장 나는 케이스는 저희 반도체 장비 같은 경우도 10,000대 중에 1대뿐입니다. 아주 적게 발생합니다. 그리고 화재라는 케이스도 거의 10만 건 중에 1건, 머신 정지도 거의 10,000명 중에 1명꼴로 아주 적게 발생을 하게 됩니다. 이러한 부분에 있어 가지고 저희가 벚꽃님 들은 이러한 적게 발생하는 데이터를 빅데이터화 한다는 것은 상당히 어려운 문제였습니다. 그러다 보니까 고장 진단하는 것 이런 부분들이 데이터 수집하는 데 많은 문제가 있었고요. 그리고 이제 두 번째 문제는 이렇게 해서 만들어진 데이터를 가지고 어떠한 가치를 찾기 위해서 분석한다는 것이 빅데이터 분석 방법으로는 너무 안 맞았습니다. 그러다 보니까 현재 업체들이 고장 진단을 한다 아니면 예측을 한다고 하는 시도를 많이 하고 있는데 성과가 아직 미비한 게 현실입니다. 이게 이제 현실을 보는 관점을 이제 크게 한번 바꿔야 되는 시점이 맞다라고 저는 생각하는 거고, 저희는 이런 것들을 좀 더 본질적으로 문제를 풀려고 하고 있습니다. 그다음에 이제 저희가 제시하는 솔루션으로서는 저희 회사는 엔드-투-엔드 IoT 플랫폼을 가지고 있습니다. 이걸 통해서 데이터 수집 관리할 수가 있는 체계를 가지고 있고요. 그리고 저희가 이제 이런 데이터 분석을 할 수 있는 리얼타임 데이터 어널리시스라는 부분들을 저희가 가지고 있습니다. 이걸 통해서 저희는 앞에 제시했던 그런 문제를 풀고 실제로 현실을 여러 가지 솔루션들을 제공해주고 있습니다. 그다음에 이제 구체적으로 저희가 빅데이터 분석 방법론하고 비교를 해서 설명드리면은 저희는 하나의 어떤 데이터를 그 순간으로 보지 않고 흘러가고 있는 시간에 계속 흘러가고 있는 데이터를 보고 있고, 그걸 취합을 해서 그 속에 숨겨져 있는 무언가를 찾아내는 그런 관점으로 보고 있습니다. 이걸 좀 더 구체적으로 저희가 좀 설명드리면, 일단 빅데이터 방법론하고 비교해서 설명드리면 좀 명확하실 것 같습니다. 첫째, 빅데이터 같은 경우에서는 어떤 데이터를 일정하게 수집을 해서 그걸 머신러닝이든 딥러닝 방법을 통해서 일정 시간 학습 이후에 거기에 가치를 부여합니다. 그래서 이런 같은 경우는 뭐 추천이라든가 뭐 다양한 인원적인 주로 쓰게 되는데 저희가 제시하는 방법은 데이터들 간의 상관관계를 초점을 맞추고 있습니다. 그래서 그 알고리즘은 저희가 TDA라든가 아니면 주파수 분석이라든가 하는 이러한 다른 방법들로 좀 접근하고 있으며 이런 것들이 저희 실시간성을 가지고 있어서 보장 진단이라든가 예측 쪽에 저희가 쓰이고 있습니다. 실제로 저희가 적용되는 분야로서는 기기라든가 설비의 보장 진단, 그 다음에 저희 이제 헬스케어 쪽에도 저희가 똑같이 적용이 되고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 상황 예측이라고 하면은 뭐 화재라든가 이런 데에 저희가 좀 저희 이제 알고리즘이라든가 이런 것들이 쓰이고 있습니다. 실제 저희가 성공했던 두 가지 케이스를 한번 설명드리겠습니다. 심전도 센서를 통해서 저희가 실시간 데이터 분석을 시행했었고 이걸 통해서 저희가 심전도 질환 두 가지를 진단하고 예측을 하는 데 성공했었습니다. 이런 부분들이 실제로 파형이라고 하는 것이 상당히 다양하고 복잡한 부분들이 많이 있었는데 이런 것들 저희만의 방법으로 저희가 이걸 진단했었고 그리고 반도체 장비의 경우 부품이 한 200여 가지가 되게 됩니다. 그 중에 고장이 나는 부분들이 연관관계를 정확하게 두 개를 찾아냈고 그 수치까지 예측했습니다. 그렇게 해서 이 반도체 장비 업체에서는 상당히 놀라워하면서 저희가 지금 계약을 진행하고 있습니다. 그래서 이러한 부분들이 이 업체에서는 창사 이래로 고장이 나는 케이스가 몇 개 없었습니다. 그러다 보니까 빅데이터로 했을 때는 분명히 안 나왔던 문제를 저희가 데이터 간의 상관관계 분석을 통해서 도출이 됐고 그걸 혁신을 저희가 지금 공정 혁신에 지금 들어가고 있는 상황이었습니다. 그리고 저희는 엔드투엔드 IoT 플랫폼을 통해서 초기에 컨설팅하고 구현, 운영까지를 저희가 제공해주고 있습니다. 이걸 통해서 이제 저희가 수익 모델로서는 정확하게 앞에 보셨던 저희 이러한 엔드투엔드 그 클라우드 서비스랑 데이터 분석 서비스를 통해서 기기 하나당 연결 비용과 그 다음에 부가 서비스 비용을 해서 월 구독형 형태로 갖고 있고요. 그리고 이제 공공이라든가 아니면 대기업 같은 경우는 부추경으로 저희가 제공해주고 있습니다. 현재 저희가 지금 적용되고 있는 사례는 반도체 장비 업체부터 헬스케어 장비 업체, 그 다음에 공유 모빌리티 업체들까지 저희가 다양한 고객군을 형성하고 이쪽에 이제 저희 솔루션과 서비스를 제공해주고 있습니다. 일단 저희 회사의 경우는 저희 IoT 플랫폼 기술과 이런 차별화된 데이터 분석 기술을 통해서 오랫동안 연구 개발을 해왔으며 저희가 지금 서비스를 하면서 저희가 이러한 노하우를 많이 획득하고 있습니다. 그렇게 해서 저희가 이제 우리나라에서 이런 부분에 있어서는 한 6년 넘게 이 한 부분만 파왔던 업체이기 때문에 이런 분야에 있어서는 최고의 서비스로 저희가 제공해 줄 수가 있을 것 같습니다. 또한 저희는 IoT 플랫폼에 있어서 커넥티브 기술, 그 다음에 저희만의 분석 기술과 여러 가지 기술들을 저희가 특허 대상과 IoT 관련된 어워드 대상을 받았습니다. 그래서 저희는 이제 향후 저희 여러 고객분들이 저희가 지금 100여 군데 고객분들을 저희가 미팅을 하고 있고 저희가 지금 이런 부분들을 확장해 나갈 예정입니다. 현재 저희가 타겟팅으로 보고 있는 시장들이 저희는 적용할 수 있는 시장들이 상당히 넓지만은 이제 1, 2, 3차로 나눠서 폭도식을 통해서 나중에는 헬스케어까지 넓혀갈 수 있게끔 저희가 순차적으로 진행할 예정이었습니다. 현재 저희가 목표로 하는 것은 2022년 정도에 한 고객군으로서 한 300군데 저희가 이제 연결된 디바이스로서는 한 200만 대 정도로 목적으로 해서 저희가 이제 일정한 수준으로 저희가 맞추려고 하고 있고 저희가 영업이익으로서 한 30에서 40% 정도로 저희가 낼 수 있게끔 저희가 할 예정이었습니다. 저희가 그래서 향후 이제 목표를 구체적으로는 저희가 33억, 올해는 한 33억, 내년도에 88억, 그리고 내년도에는 한 200억 정도로 해서 2022년도 이후에서는 저희가 IPO를 위한 여건을 확립하려고 하고 있습니다. 이때 저희가 이때까지 펀딩을 받았던 금액은 한 15억 정도가 되고 있고요. 거기서 저희가 IoT 플랫폼 기술과 실제로 데이터 분석 기술을 했습니다. 이번 라운드 같은 경우는 저희가 20억 정도를 목표를 하고 있으며 저희가 실제로 스케일업을 하기 위한 인력 확충이라든가 영업 채널을 보강할 예정에 있습니다. 저희가 이제 IPO 부분도 저희가 2023년도를 목적으로 하고 있으며 실제로 이제 M&A 전략이라는 부분도 저희가 가지고 있는 특화된 기술을 가지고 지금 이제 클라우드 서비스 업체들이 새로운 영역을 확장하고자 할 때 저희가 이제 이런 부분들을 M&A 할 수 있게끔 저희가 계획을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 전체적으로는 저희 설명드리고 저희가 보여드리는 이 직관적 저희 이제 분석 방법들이 좀 새로울 수가 있습니다. 그래서 간단하게 동영상으로 보여드리면서 좀 설명을 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 보시면은 여기에 점으로 형성되어 있는 모형이 있습니다. 이 모형 같은 경우에서는 이 데모 장비를 저희가 정상 상태일 때를 형상화해서 만든 모양입니다. 그래서 지금은 크게 문제가 없기 때문에 내부 정상이라고 체크를 하고 있습니다. 현재 여기서 이제 저희가 이제 벨트를 좀 느슨한 벨트로 바꿔봤습니다. 바꾼 이후에 형성되어 있는 표시가 되는 부분들이 이 영역 밖에 표시가 되고 있습니다. 즉, 이 기기가 지금 정상 상태를 벗어났다는 것을 보여주고 있고, 그리고 이 느슨함이라고 하는 이 벨트가 풀어진 것이 하나의 공간을 형성을 하면서 그것을 이제 지향을 하게 됩니다. 그러면서 이제 고장의 위험까지도 저희가 파악할 수가 있는 부분이 되게 됩니다. 그래서 이런 부분들이 저희가 가지고 있는 리얼타임 데이터 분석에서 기존의 이러한 기법들을 활용해서 저희가 보여드렸던 반도체 장비라든가 이런 장비들의 고장 진단 예측을 저희가 진행하고 있습니다. 네.
That's conclusion?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Let's put our hands together. Yeah. Great job. Well, fascinating. So you're taking a different angle to the data, which is very interesting. And you've got customers now already?
Yeah.
Are they paying customers?
네, 맞습니다.
Okay, wonderful. You know, those are the good customers. So, questions. This is very interesting. Somebody got a question over here. I need to pick on somebody and let's ask the question. All right.
What's the market size? 시장이 얼마나 크나요?
현재 저희가 국내 같은 경우 저희가 핵심 코어 시장으로서 한 2천억에서 3천억 보고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 약간 확장된 시장으로 보면은 저희가 한 4천억까지도 저희가 파악하고 있습니다.
And you were very clear on our exit strategy. Oh, we got a question. Great.
저기 2023년 이후에 나가신다 그랬는데 그 특별히 지금 저기 프로덕트가 안정됐으면 늦게 그렇게 나가실 이유가 없을 것 같은데 특별한 이유가 있나요?
꼭 그렇진 않습니다. 저희가 저희가 이제 이번에 펀딩이 저희가 어느 정도 규모가 더 되면은 스피드업을 충분히 할 수가 있다라고 보기 때문에 그거는 제가 조정 가능합니다.
여기 Keiretsu 펀드에서 Keiretsu에서 도와주신 데는 많은 것 같아서 한번 부탁해 보세요.
네, 저희가 2023년 사왔던 것도 저희가 이제 순차적으로 갈 때 사왔는데 저희가 만약에 펀딩이 좀 일찍 되면은 저희가 스피드업을 할 계획입니다.
I understand that your wonderful technology has many applications. Which is your biggest lucrative market?
저희가 일단 첫 번째 보고 있는 시장은 저희가 고부가 이제 가치를 하고 있는 반도체 장비라든가 하이엔드급 장비 쪽에 저희 포커싱을 두고 있으며, 두 번째가 헬스케어용 장비입니다. 앞으로 헬스케어 쪽에도 이러한 데이터, 실시간 데이터 분석이 꼭 들어가야 될 걸로 봐지는데, 이런 부분에서 저희가 타겟팅은 정확하게 두 군데를 저희가 보고 있습니다.
어저께 저기 맥주 한잔 하고 잘 들어갔어요.
네, 잘 들었습니다.
예, 지금 바로 근접해서 빅데이터를 수집해서 진단하고 분석하고 진단하는 거에 리모트로 원격으로 가능합니까?
네, 저희가 엔드-투-엔드 IoT 플랫폼이라고 하는 것은 저희가 커넥티비티부터 연결 관리까지 다 갖춰져 있기 때문에 그런 것들은 이제 오히려 손쉽게 가능하고 있습니다.
예를 들어서 반도체 장비든 고가 장비가 전 세계에 이렇게 흩어져 있을 때
저희가
그에 대한 모니터링이나 이런 게 가능합니까?
현재 저희 우리나라에서 안마의자로 제일 큰 업체가 있는데요. 거기도 저희 내년도에 수출해 나갈 분량에 저희가 탑재돼서 저희가 이제 관리를 할 예정이 있습니다. 그래서 이제 그런 것까지도 저희가 충분히 감안되어 있고, 저희가 그 다음 단계에 지금 다른 장비들 업체도 그렇게 진행하고 있습니다.
Thank you. And so we're on our last but not least and great candidate for presentation here, Roberus. Come on up. Tell us about your company. First company you've had, or have you had?
Just my first company.
First company?
Yeah, my first company.
And tell us, family and friends or yourself personally invested?
Yeah, that's right.
Wonderful. So we call that skin in the game. Good. Well, we look forward to hearing your presentation. Look forward to hearing it. Thank you.
My best. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for reading my last turn. We are Roberus. I am CEO, DH Kim. We provide AI-enabled CRM using the machine learning platform. Last year, franchise business review said the average profit margin for fast food restaurant is just 3%. We all know that the franchise turnover rate is most essential to increase their profit margin. However, long line makes the people walk away from their favorite establishment to find out their better and faster experience. That's why we are starting to see franchise start implement the kiosk in their store. However, how about your feeling? How about your experience for the kiosk? Yeah, it takes longer time than the counter. My experience in McDonald's is 70 times until the credit card came. So still it's isolating and still complicated to use. We found a solution that is smarter and personalized kiosk using our solution. If customer walks up, we detect the customer right away, whether or not they are regular or new customer. Using the CNN algorithm, very global standard framework, and we do have our algorithm using that framework. For the B2C customer, we provide their favorite order or last order. It pops up the menu, then just takes 15 seconds, other than 2 or 3 minutes. For my B2B customer, they can see the analysis of the customer, like a gender, age, even their mood. We can detect their mood, whether or not they are satisfied. That means real-time feedback from the customer to analyze and to save it in the database. This is how we work. We implement this system in our first customer in Korea, that is 7-Eleven. We connect our algorithm with their POS system and also accumulate the customer point, save or to use. And we generate the database and to provide web-based management system to our customer. We have very clear KPI, 4 times faster than other ordering kiosks if they use our system. And we make the longer line shorter and makes the customers happier and enhance their experience. And finally, we can increase their revenue and profit margin. If we detect and accumulate the data matching the processing order number, then you can see at the downstairs our demo anytime by tomorrow. So we accumulate each personal, gender, age, and their mood. Then we can create that chart and graph to provide our customer. Then we can apply multiple vertical, industry vertical, and also service category, like target marketing, recommendation, even advertising. So we are approaching multiple industry. Then we have the paid customer, you mentioned. So 7-Eleven is our first customer in Korea. And American Dairy, they are in Atlanta, Georgia. They are also our first customer in the United States. And we are landing other industry, Clover, they are a top tier POS company in the United States as well. So 7-Eleven, we are facing the second contract for second half this year. And we met the Bank Express, they are a subsidiary of the US Bank and Wells Fargo, and we made a contract already. We are very excited. So next on Clover, we were selected as an official developer to provide the SDK and API for the face recognition. So our business model is very simple, turnkey, only software, and also combined with the camera. So we have the cost policy for the customer, like a bundle-based licensing from the 100 copies to up to 510,000 million, we hope. And we have different numbers depending on the quantity. We had a very small revenue last year, 160K with the 7-Eleven first. And this year, 800,000, next year, 76 million. This is last page. My partner, John Kim, he's in United States. He's exploring the marketing and sales with the CMO. And we have the 15 years experience for the neural network and robotics PhD, Dr. Sol. And myself, I was in Nokia and Pentec in Korea for the mobile business. We are robots. Thank you.
Well, fantastic. And so you've got product, customers, paying customer, who's growing. So they're going to add stores. And so is it 1 kiosk per store? Okay. And then, so how many stores are they going to add to you?
Just we had one store for the pilot study for 7-Eleven and American Dairy. So they're going to extend 5 stores, 10 stores, and 100 stores until next year.
Great. Well, congratulations on that. Questions for this neat company? Here we go. There'll be some questions. While the microphone is getting there, do you supply the kiosk itself as well?
The kiosk is, we are not manufacturer. We have outsourcing third party.
Great, thank you.
Okay, using that example, the fast food example, oftentimes the delay is not necessarily ordering. Delay could be caused by preparation of the meal. So that if that is the majority of the delay, then what you are reducing is very fractional kind of value add, not necessarily huge decrease in the total delay.
Our main purpose to provide our service, not just the B2C customer, but B2B customer, they need customer information, who they are, how many they visit, and what is their preference. That's our main goal, not just saving the time. As you mentioned that the kitchen will make a longer delay. So we don't know that part, but our part is a CRM and a database for our customers' marketing strategy and sales policy to sell.
One more question is there any potential privacy issue involved here? If somebody is scanning somebody, right?
You mean GDPR?
Yeah, I mean privacy.
Privacy, GDPR, exactly. So in terms of the ID detection, like DHKIM, like we need to get their consent in advance. Otherwise, they can put the normal ordering if they don't like that. But just gender, age is not the same person. It's a kind of anonymous data. So my customer 7-Eleven also their legal team is reviewing Face ID versus the gender, age, and emotion. That's not personalized information so far.
Very interesting. Great.
If I remember correctly, recently I think 2 states in the U.S. I think that they forbid using data, face data, and so I think that can affect. And also, I think that if you're customer centric, your customer is the visitor, not the 7-Eleven, right? So I think that I hear all the 7-Eleven or as a customer, but your customer is the visitor, right?
I'm going to answer you step by step. The first one, yes, San Francisco, they banned the face recognition. In the San Francisco area, nobody can use that one. That's right. But in the United States law, they need some the legal statement by the Supreme Court. So only 3 states they have law, but the other 47 states they don't have anything. So we can try our approach because we are startup, so we cannot stop. So we can try with our customer as long as they are interesting and exciting. So that's my policy, that's my strategy. So the second answer is our customer is B2B customer. So B2C customer, our customer can take care of them. So our customer is 7-Eleven and American Dairy.
Well, don't do any business planning around San Francisco law, I can tell you that. Being from San Francisco, don't bother. Keep going like you're doing.
Sure. I really enjoy the technology you're bringing to the world. And I think that there's one, although your business grows by the number of kiosks,
yes,
but you're also limited by the number of kiosks that business enterprises brings. How do you overcome that?
at the initial stage, we thought that kiosk company would be competitors. Right now, not only the kiosk company, but also POS company, they could be our partners or customers. For example, Clover, they have very advanced POS device with the camera. 100% they have camera. They have even the display swiveling to show the customer to get the sign or a PIN code. So that model is very 100% matching to our SDK and API software business. But on the other hand, the kiosk company or normal POS company, we can implement our SDK and API plus with our own camera to make their device be smarter and more sophisticated.
Great answers, great questions. Last one. Do we have an exit strategy slide? Tell us about the valuation. Tell us what the investors, what you want them to do for you, and what you're thinking they'll get in return.
Right. We are finding the investor Series A and $1.5 million to sustain for 2 years by end of next year. And the valuation is $10 million. And we only use that fund to hire more R&D people to extend our business in the United States, and also marketing cost. And last one is the G&A. So 50%, 30%, 20% to use the $1.5 million.
So I think you need to come to the Bay Area in November for our Angel Expo.
Yeah.
So consider that. And then I think there's definitely, like everybody in the room, the goal is to start beginning strategics. As it looks like the franchise model is a model you can get into. And of course, in the United States, we know some franchisees who own 400 stores under one thing. So there may be some synergies here, but let's make sure we talk. And you're available downstairs as well to learn more. So thank you. Let's put our hands together. Great job. Ma'am Ho, back to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Please, applause. Thank you for the Henderson and the company for presenting, the sharing your years of experience with us. The last the keynote speakers. So let's move on to our last sections. Let me introduce Mr. Jevon Son, who is a former correspondent to the Median Economy newspaper in Silicon Valley. Now he's preparing the startup, I think. So welcome to Mr.
저는 한국어로 sorry to present my presentation to Korean and English because it's better understand my thing in Korean and in English. Later when I stay in Silicon Valley, I will speak English. Actually, I used to do. But now I speak Korean. And 그리고 이제 오늘 제가 말씀드릴 거는 실리콘밸리 지금 어떻게 돌아가고 있는지 말씀을 드릴 건데 지금 Keiretsu 포럼 고생 많이 하셨고 준비도 많이 하셨고요. 제가 Keiretsu 포럼에 처음에 Keiretsu 코리아 창립할 때도 제가 그때 자리에 있었고 또 Keiretsu 엑스포 할 때도 우리 실리콘밸리 할 때도 있었습니다. 얼마나 이 Keiretsu 포럼이 큰 네트워크 밸류를 가지고 있고 또 실리콘밸리 현장에서도 많은 프레젠테이션을 하면서 스타트업들이 어떻게 밸류를 내고 있는지 제가 잘 알기 때문에 오늘 정말 자리도 소중하고 스타트업 분들도 Keiretsu 포럼을 통해서 많은 글로벌도 갈 수 있는 그런 기회를 찾았으면 좋겠습니다. 저의 프레젠테이션은 오늘 마치 제가 한 년간 실리콘밸리 특파원으로 많이 돌아다니는 그런 경험을 이렇게 쉐어하는 그런 자리고요. 이렇게 피칭 이런 거 아니니까 좀 긴장감을 놔주시고 보여주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 방금 이게 실리콘밸리 순회 공연을 마치고 온 이런 느낌인가요? 예, 재밌게 봐줬습니다. 저는 실리콘밸리 매경 특파원으로 있었고요. 그리고 현재는 이제 콘텐츠 비즈니스 지금 실리콘밸리에서 창업을 준비하고 있습니다. 8월 말에 다시 실리콘밸리로 들어가서 거기서 미디어 플랫폼 준비를 할 예정이고요. 우리 저 Keiretsu 포럼의 주요 투자사 미라클 랩과 미라클 파티원의 멘토로서도 있었습니다. 스탠퍼드 방문연구원으로 또 있었고요. 제가 지난 3년간 매경 특파원을 하면서 한 1115건, 1000일 동안, 1000건 이상 썼는데 거의 매일 기사를 썼고 지금 3년간 많이 실리콘밸리나 미국에서 있었던 일을 현장에서 볼 수가 있었습니다. 동영상, 페이스북 포스팅이나 동영상도 많이 했고 인터뷰, 구글 CEO들 인터뷰도 많이 했고요. 컨퍼런스도 많이 돌아다녔습니다. 여러분들 제가 직접 봤어요. 물론 랜디도 이렇게 제가 직접 봤었고요. 또 여기 보면 리드 헬스킨스, 리드 호프만, 마사요시 손, 또 이제 우리 저 엔비디아 젠슨, 또 우리 저 세일스포스 우리 막 베니오프도 있고 구글의 우리 그 회장도 이번 그 스탠퍼드 총장입니다. 인터뷰를 했어요. 우리 골든스테이트 워리어스 조레이코 우리 저 구단주도 제가 인터뷰를 했었어요. 많은 CEO 분들을 미국에서 실리콘밸리에서 실제로 봤었고요. 제가 지난 3년간 경험한 것들은 이런 브렉시트 가자마자 브렉시트가 있었고 지금 좀 난리가 났죠. 거의 지금 이제 거의 브렉시트 모딜로 가격을 하고 있는데요. 그다음 미국 가니까 트럼프가 당선이 됐어요. 좀 난리가 났고 그 임팩트가 지금 세계에 지금 오고 있고 요걸 보시면 지난 3년간 무슨 일이 세계적으로 무슨 일이 있었나 다시 한번 머릿속에 리뷰를 하게 되실 것 같습니다. 아마존 고가 나왔었고 아마존이 홀프도 인수를 했고요. 또 아마존과 애플, 마이크로소프트가 시총 1위 경쟁을 하고 있고 시총 1조 트릴리언 달러 경쟁을 지금 하고 있죠. 페이스북 정부 유출이라든지 또 일론 머스크가 이제 막 부상하다가 막 지금은 일론 머스크가 거의 뻥쟁이로 하고 있고요. 주가가 작년 말에 주가 폭락하면서 많은 로스가 있었고 또 올 상반기에 우버리프트 중 IPO가 있었고 이런 일들이 지난 3년간 있었는데 한국에서는 같은 시기에 촛불 집회에 있었고 제가 촛불 집회 참여를 못했어요. 그리고 하덱 사태 제가 참여를 못했고 또 대통령 선거가 있었고 평창 동계올림픽 미국에서 봤습니다. 그게 있었어요 한국에서. 그 다음에 정상회담도 있었는데 제가 미국에 있었고요. 또 전직 대통령이 구속이 됐고 52시간 시간제 무엇보다도 저는 미세먼지를 경험하지 못했습니다. 아직까지. 어쨌든 그렇습니다. 어쨌든 주로 이제 미국에서 벌어진 일들은 주로 이렇게 경제와 관련된 또 테크놀로지 경제 쪽이 많은데 한국에서는 주로 이벤트들이 정치와 관련된 이벤트들이 지난 3년간 많았던 것 같습니다. 2020년이 곧 다가오는데 2020년은 여러분 지금 2019년이 거의 이제 끝나가고 있습니다. 2020년이 지금 오늘 며칠이죠? 7월 22일인가요? 그죠? 지금 7월 22일이 좀 2020년이 더 가깝습니다. 2019년보다. 2020년이 곧 다가오고 여러분들 기억하실지 모르겠지만 여기 기억하실 수도 안 할 수도 있는데 원더키드 2025라고 옛날에 제가 초등학교 때 그것도 만화 영화가 있는데 2020이 아주 먼 미래였는데 곧 이제 다가옵니다. 지금 실리콘밸리나 전 세계적으로 굉장히 인플렉션 포인트다, 변곡점에 놓여 있다라고 많은 얘기를 하고 있습니다. 요거는 이제 인텔 창업자 중에 한 명인 앤디 그루브가 썼던 책이 1988년에 나온 책입니다. Only the Paranoid Survive. 지금 오직 편집광만이 살아남는다라는 책을 1988년도쯤에 썼는데요. 요 책은 이제 인텔이 메모리 비즈니스에서 CPU 비즈니스로 넘어가면서 이제 이런 격변기, 산업 격변기에는 굉장히 마이크로 매니징하고 큰 비전이 필요하지만 어쨌든 지금은 굉장히 편집광 쪽으로 긴장해야 된다. 그래야 우리가 산업 쪽으로 살아남는다는 얘기를 했던 인텔의 이제 인디그룹가 직원들한테 인기가 없어서 너무 마이크로 매니징한다고 하고 너무 이렇게 쫀다고 해야 되나? 그런 것들이 인텔을 지금도 인텔 좀 어렵지만 성장시키는 계기가 되는데 지금 이 시기에 가장 필요한 말이 Only the Paranoid Survivor라는 그런 편집감적인 그런 긴장을 지금 해야 되는 시기 아닌가 싶습니다. 왜냐하면 지금 미중 무역 전쟁이 현재 진행되고요. 또 심지어는 이게 한일 여기 이제 일본이 어택을 한 건데 그것도 지금 현재 진행 중. 사실 전쟁 수준으로 가고 있고 특징이 다 웃고 있죠 지금. 웃고 있는 게 지금 웃고 있는 게 아니죠. 굉장히 지금은 전쟁 웃으면서 합니다. 예전에 전쟁은 막 피 흘리고 또 막 누구 이렇게 막 인상 찌고 쭉 나가지만 지금 웃으면서 쉐이크 핸드 하면서 속으로는 전쟁을 벌이는 게 지금 현재 21세기 지금 2020년을 바라보는 오늘 전쟁의 특징입니다. 또 지금 이제 페이스북도 지금 정치인들하고 전쟁을 하고 있고 이 페이스북으로 대표되는 실리콘밸리가 지금 실리콘밸리가 워싱턴과 지금 전쟁을 벌이고 있는 상황입니다. 미국을 지금 제가 실리콘밸리 있다 보니까 이번에 특파원을 하면서 미국 경제에 대해서, 미국 산업에 대해서 그런 얘기를 시작했어요. 한국에서 미국 경제나 미국 산업을 이해하는 건 어떻게 보면 굉장히 단편적이고 구글, 애플, 페이스북도 특정 산업만 알게 되지만 미국 경제는 지금 굉장히 펀더멘탈, 굉장히 특별합니다. 여기 이제 이거는 한국 경제인데요. 한국에서 보시면 제가 이제 미국에 3년 동안 있고 한국 경제를 보니까 더 답답한 경우가 많고 또 우리가 모르는 경우도 좀 많은 것 같아요. 예를 들면 지금 요거 네이버에서 어제 제가 최신 자료를 업데이트를 한 건데 지금 우리가 1분기 마이너스 성장 아니었습니까? 마이너스 성장이었는데 정부 발표 1.7%라고 얘기했어요. 하지만 요거 위에 있는 선은 그 YOY, 전년 동기 대비고 밑에 있는 건 QOQ예요. 전 분기 대비. 미국에서는 다 QOQ로 합니다. 아시겠지만 실적 발표할 때 전 분기 대비로 QOQ로 하거든요. 그래서 전 분기 대비 성장률을 우선 미국에서 많이 하고 한국에서는 YOY를 많이 합니다. 실적 발표를 할 때는 전년 동기 대비가 좋았다 안 좋았다 하는데 지금 경제도 그렇고 산업이 굉장히 다이나믹하게 변하는데 전년 동기 대비 지금 사실 큰 의미가 없는 상황입니다. 산업이 바뀌고 있고 또 전쟁이 미중 무역 전쟁이 벌어지고 있고 한일 무역 전쟁이 벌어지고 있는데 YOY보다는 QOQ가 굉장히 전분기 대비가 영향을 많이 미치는데 한국에 지금 보시면은 전분기 대비 지금 5분기 연속 뭡니까 지금 6분기 5분기 6분기 연속 거의 그 QOQ로 마이너스와 1% 언더 수준으로 지금 가고 있습니다. 사실상 이번 2분기 아직 성장률이 아직 안 나오는데 2분기도 지금 전분기 대비 마이너스 성장이 되면 실질적으로 한국은 다운턴에 공식적으로 2분기 연속 성장률이 꺾이면 공식적인 다운턴이 들어갑니다. 공식적으로 우리가 경제 리세션에 이제 들어가게 되는 거고 지금 한국의 경제 지표는 재고가 늘어나고 또 성장이 지금 꺾이고 있고 많은 지금 리세션 지표가 보이고 있는 상황입니다. 실제로 이제 여기 코스피 주로 투자도 많이 하시겠지만 코스피도 지금 3년 전에 비해서 지금 한국의 코스피가 물론 주가량은 급등락 올라가고 내려가기도 하지만 한국 주식으로 재미 본 사람들은 이렇게 최근에 주위에서 보면 많지 않은 것 같습니다. 아니 미국 보면요, 미국은 요즘에 미국은 이제 QOQ인데요, 전 분기 대비 성장률인데 지난 분기에 또 3.1%, 지지난 분기에 2.2%, 지금 4.1%까지 찍는 사실상 미국은 현재 선진도상국 지금 상황입니다. 그래서 선진국이지만 개발도상국의 성장률을 가지는 정말 엄청난 지금 성장률을 보이고 있는데요. S&P 500 주식도 마찬가지 대표 지수 중에 하나죠. S&P 500도 지금 요건 이제 5년 자료인데 여기 밑에 3년 자료 있지 않습니까? 3년 전인 2016년 1월에 비해서 1922포인트였는데 지금 1000포인트 3년간 1000포인트가 늘어나지 않습니까? 한국은 보시겠지만 오히려 지금 4년 전에 비해서 지금 마이너스고요. 한국은 아쉽게도 지금 주가가 3년간 지금 제자리 상황이고 미국은 지금 벌써 지금 3년 만에 2배 평균 지수가 그렇고요. 많은 회사들은 이거보다 6배 가는 회사도 많고 아마존이 지금 3년 전에 5,600불 수준이었는데 지금 2배 정도 1,200불까지 가는 거예요. 그러니까 미국이 이렇게 성장을 하고 있고 요거는 어제 월스트리트저널 기사인데 지금 페이스북과 애플, 아마존 이런 지금 테크 기업들, 실리콘밸리에 있는 테크 기업들이 오히려 리턴율이 좀 엄청나게 지금 많아지고 왜냐면 작년 올 초에 비해서 리턴이 엄청나게 능가보다 다른 산업에 대해서 다른 산업군에 비해서 지금 그 실리콘밸리에 있는 기업들의 성장률이 지금 전체 미국 경제를 견인을 하고 있습니다. 여기도 마찬가지로 이것도 이제 월스트리트저널 어제 기사입니다. 어제 월스트리트저널 기사인데 이것도 보시면 지금 페이스북, 마이크로소프트, 아마존이 애플도 그렇고요. 이게 지금 S&P 500 미국 평균 지수를 훨씬 상회하는 리턴과 실적을 보이고 있습니다. 이런 것들의 힘이 실리콘밸리의 우리 Keiretsu도 본사가 또 실리콘밸리에 있고 그래서 실리콘밸리의 생태계나 그런 힘들이 지금 굉장히 앞으로 많이 미래를 향해서 가고 있다는 겁니다. 어떻게 보면은 지금 실리콘밸리라고 얘기를 하면은 요 이미지를 많이 지금 떠올려요. 막 페이스북, 그다음에 뭐 백래시, 또 이거 페이스북이 완전 독점도 하고 정부 출도 아주 나쁜 기업. 또 우버 같은 경우 상장하자마자 주가가 폭락했잖아요. 그러니까 야 우버 되는 거야? 회사 망하는 거 아니야? 이런 얘기 많이 한국에서 하시는 것 같습니다. 페이스북, 아마존, 이렇게 또 너무 커가지고 이런 회사들이 미래를 이끄는 거야. 이게 오히려 지금 미래를 방해하는 거 아니냐라고 하지만 그들의 펀더멘탈은 굉장히 편안합니다. 심지어는 이게 작년에 이코노미스트 기사인데 한국뿐만 아니라 많은 외부에서 볼 때는 실리콘밸리가 아니라 실리콘 플레이트다. 그래서 실리콘 평원이다. 지금 왜냐하면 지금 혁신은 안 나오고 있다. 계속 혁신은 안 나오고 실리콘 평지가 되고 있다. 그래서 큰 기업들은 더 커지고 작은 기업들은 성장을 할 가능성이 없다. 이런 얘기도 많이 나오고 있습니다. 어느 정도 일정 부분은 사실이지만 이게 전부는 아닙니다. 지금 실리콘밸리를 떠나는 사람들은 많습니다. 비싸서. 그렇지만 실리콘밸리에 들어오는 사람도 많습니다. 실리콘밸리에 들어오는 사람들은 글로벌 탑티어들이 들어오고요. 실리콘밸리에서 나가는 사람들은 경쟁에서 약간 밀리는 사람들이다. 이런 얘기를 지금 실리콘밸리 내부에서는 하고 있습니다. 반드시 그런 얘기는 아니겠지만 어쨌든 물론 실리콘밸리 본사에서 밖에 나가서 그런 일도 벌어지지만 아직도 혁신과 미국 경제 성장, 글로벌 경제의 핵심은 실리콘밸리가 하고 있고 지금 다시 한번 실리콘밸리에 대해서 말씀을 드리고 근거를 가지고 말씀드리고 싶은데 왜냐하면 실리콘밸리가 진짜 실리콘밸리 기업들이 실리콘밸리라는 지역보다는 기업들, 스타트업들이 혁신에 굉장히 전체 경제를 글로벌 경제를 견인하고 있다는 것입니다. 여기 보면은 한국에서는 아마존이니 구글이니 이런 얘기 우버 얘기를 좀 곧 나오겠죠 하면서 이게 무슨 영향이 있느냐, 우리 일자리를 뺏는 거 아니냐라고 인공지능 일자리 뺏는 거 아니냐는 그런 일부 정부의 시각도 있지만 아닙니다. 오히려 지금 이 아마존과 구글 이펙트 그런 롱테일이죠. 이런 것 때문에 재고가 좀 줄어들고 또 미국의 제조와 도소매 재고 소비 편차가 지금 줄어들고 있습니다. 이게 아마존과 구글의 영향이 물가 하향 안정화를 하는. 그래서 경기는 계속 GDP는 계속 늘어나는데 물가가 안정되는 원인 중에 하나가 이 테크 기업들의 영향이 롱테일 효과가 큰 거죠. 그리고 이 유통망 이제 위핑 이펙트라고 해가지고 위핑이 이제 이게 채찍질하는 거거든요. 이 채찍질하는 게 뭐냐면 내가 조금만 채찍질해도 저 채찍의 끝에는 굉장히 이게 크게 나오지 않습니다. 그래서 탁 쳐도 이제 이게 막 위핑만 들어가는데 이게 뭐냐면 글로벌 공급망 체계에서 내가 이제 완성차나 완성 탑 티어에서 조금만 해도 이제 기침만으로 저기가 감기 걸린다라고 하죠. 그게 많아서 단계가 1차 밴드, 2차 밴드, 3차 밴드, 4차 밴드 많을수록 리핑 이펙트가 커지는데 지금 그게 유통망 혁신으로 확 줄어들어가지고 이 리핑 이펙트 효과가 굉장히 줄어드는 거죠. 이게 지금 재고가 글로벌하게 재고가 줄어드는 효과가 나타나서 경기가 안정이 되는 효과를 보이고 있습니다. 이것이 아마존과 구글 이펙트 중에 하나라고 보여지고요. 또 우버 같은 경우도 우버가 지금 한국에서는 타다 한 해 만에 하면서 지금 하고 있지만 참 안타까운 일이죠. 하지만 지금 우버 같이 기이코노미의 영향으로 분업화가 이제 심화가 되고 기술 전파가 확산이 되면서 제품 수명 주기가 단축이 되고 공급 문제가 존재하면서 이게 물가 하향 안정화를 하는데 기여를 지금 하고 있습니다. 테크 기업들이 우리 넥스트라이즈 우리 Keiretsu 포럼에 나온 그런 많은 스타트업들이 하는 것들이 그냥 스타트업 돈벌 기업이 아니라 전체 경제로 봐도 굉장히 큰 효과를 보이고 있는 겁니다. 실리콘밸리에서 여러분들 아는 기업들 한국에서 많은 이 빅5를 알고 계시지만 팡기업이라고 합니다. FAANG 이거 이제 팡기업이라고 하고 뭐 미국에서도 많은 얘기 나오는데 여기서 실리콘밸리는 팡이 아니라 A 플러스 기업으로 세대 교체가 되고 있습니다. 팡기업들은 이미 대기업이에요. 이미 너무 큰 기업들이고 빅 코퍼레이션이고 변화가 좀 힘든 그다음 정부의 규제가 많이 나오지만 지금은 A 플러스로 세대 교체가 되고 있습니다. 이게 뭐냐면 에어비앤비, 핀트레스트, 에어비앤비 고상장 예정이죠. 에어비앤비, 핀트레스트 상장했죠. 리프트 상장했습니다. 우버 상장했습니다. U, 그 다음에 S 슬랙 상장했습니다. 올 초반에도 다 비상장 기업들이었어요. 올 초반에도 비상장 기업들인데 이 중에 4개가 지금 상장을 했고 올 하반기에 에어비앤비가 상장할 예정입니다. 지금 팡이라고 하면은 이미 팡 기업 하면 한국에서 투자 보면 요거만 주로 투자하시잖아요. 근데 미국에서 이미 세대 교체가 되고 있고 상장했다는 얘기는 큰 거죠. 한국에서 많은 대기업들 삼성, LG가 50, 60년, 10년, 100년 된 기업들이잖아요. 그런 기업도 있어야 되지만 한국에 지금 투자라고들이 지금 너무 이런 기업으로 상장해서 성장하는 기업들이 굉장히 작아서 어떻게 보면 한국의 세대 교체, 기업들의 세대 교체가 안 되고 인적 세대 교체가 잘 안 되는데 기업들은 무슨 세대 교체를 하고 있겠습니까? 하지만 미국에서는 세대 교체 굉장히 빠르고 기업들도 세대 교체를 하고 있고 산업도 세대 교체를 지금 하고 있습니다. 모빌리티, 여러분 모빌리티라고 말은 많이 들어보셨지만 모빌리티 한번 경험을 해본 사람도 별로 없을 거예요. 모빌리티가 있을 수가 없잖아요. 근데 이미 미국에서는 산업에서 우버, 리프트 어제 기준으로 시가총액이 이미 93 빌리언으로 지금 산업 두 개 시가총액 합치면 두 회사가 상장이 됐는데 합치면 이미 100조 원이 넘는 시가총액을 이미 만들었습니다. 그동안 어디 갔습니까? 한국에 어디 갔어요? 일자리 없댔다며? 택시기사들 없댔다며? 예? 이미 산업은 모빌리티 산업은 엄청 커지고 여기 자율주행차가 들어가는 거고 여기에 많은 사람이 있는데 우리는 이 산업이 지금 제로입니다. 이미 이 회사가 상장하느냐 마느냐 문제가 아니라 산업 자체를 우리 하나가 있느냐 없느냐 이슈가 벌어지고 있어요. 비욘드 미트가 상장했습니다. 비욘드 미트. 푸드테크 회사들 여러분들 많죠. 많이 들어보셨죠. 하지만 푸드테크 여러 가지 의미가 있겠지만 이 비욘드 미트 상장함으로써 이미 10빌리언의 시가총액을 만들어 시장 규모가 만들어지고 비욘드 미트보다 임파서블 푸드, 임파서블 버거 만드는 푸드가 더 커질 거예요. 곧 상장할 예정이고 만든 지 3년 됐습니다. 푸드테크라는 사람이 새로운 사람이 만들어냈어요. 이런 사람들이 모빌리티, 푸드테크, 프랜차이즈 아닙니다, 여러분. 프랜차이즈 산업이 아니에요. 모빌리티, 택시 산업이 아닙니다. 자동차 산업이 아니에요. 서비스 산업이고 새로운 산업이 지금 만들어지고 있고 이런 회사들, 모빌리티, 이 회사들 있지 않습니까? 이게 생긴 지 얼마 됐습니까? 포스트메이츠, 줌, 에어비앤비 이런 회사 다 10년 안짝, 기별 15년 된 회사들이죠. 다 2000년 이후에 만들어진 회사들이에요, 여러분. 지금 한국 2000년 이후에 만들어진 회사 몇 개나 있습니까? 물론 여기 따라 우리 넥스트라이즈에 있는 회사들은 2000년 이후에 만들어진 거지만 이미 많이 성장을 해서 기업들, 주력 기업들이 지금 미국에서 세대 교체가 되고 있습니다. 그래서 아까 계속 주가도 올라가고 산업이 계속 선순환이 되는 것은 이런 영향이 있는 겁니다. 심지어는 이 페로톤이라는 회사가 있는데요. 이거는 이제 어떻게 보면은 이거 이제 실내 자전거 회사인데 실내 자전거 페로톤이 곧 상장을 할 거예요. 이 실내 자전거로 그 비즈니스 모델 완전히 리인벤트 했어요. 뭐냐면 여기다가 그 위에다가 넷플릭스 같은 거 거쳐가지고 넣어가지고 이제 사람들이 혼자 이렇게 그 우리는 이제 자전거 실내 자전거 다 옷걸이잖아요. 근데 보면서 이제 이거 보면서 이제 그 콘텐츠 이 회사를 콘텐츠 회사로 디파인을 새로 하면서 넷플릭스처럼 만들어서 그 상장할 예정이 전기 자전거 이게 이제 실내 자전거로 미국에서 큰 회사가 된 회사인 페로톤이라는 회사입니다. 이제 비즈니스 모델 사실 새로운 기술도 중요하지만 비즈니스 모델 마켓 크리에이션이 더 어떻게 보면 더 중요한데 미국에서는 실리콘밸리 생태계에서 그런 것들을 계속 만들어가고 있는 게 특징인 것 같습니다. 더군다나 자율주행차 아까 모빌리티에서 말씀드렸지만 이게 2014년도에 이게 실리콘밸리에 있는 자동차 관련 회사였어요. 요수가 몇 개입니까? 하나, 둘, 셋, 9개 정도 되는 회사가 지금 오토모티브 R&D 센터 자동차 관련된 2014년에 실리콘밸리입니다. 저도 2013년도까지 있었는데요. 최근 투표하기 전에 이게 있었는데 지금 얼마 2017년쯤이에요. 이 많은 오토모티브 회사들, 실리콘밸리의 완성차 회사들, R&D 센터, 뭐 자율주행차, 부품 관련된 회사 2017년이고 지금 2019년 버전은 얼마나 더 많겠어요? 여기 2배입니다. 지금 여기 2배. 제가 업데이트를 곧 할 예정인데 이미 실리콘밸리는 실리콘이라는 거는 하나의 또 상징이잖아요. 메타포잖아요. 이게 이미 자동차 오토밸리로 넘어갔고 만약에 내가 자동차 가지고 최고 인재가 되겠다면 어디 가겠습니까? 디트로이트 갈까요? 뉴욕 갈까요? 우리 동네는 옵니다. 와가지고 더 왜냐면 글로벌 최고들은 글로벌 최고들하고 경쟁하고 싶거든. 그래서 여기 뭐 디자이너, 자동차 디자이너나 아니면 부품, 소프트웨어 하는 회사들이 지금 실리콘밸리로 다 찾아오고 있습니다. 산업의 변화가 이렇게 우리 완성차 회사 몇 개 없잖아요. 부품 회사들 몇 개 없는데 이 전체적인 모빌리티를 보면 이런 회사들이 나오지 않습니다. 어반텍이라고도 그러니까 새로운 기술도 물론 중요하고 AR, VR, 뭐 AI도 중요하지만 기존에 있는 산업들을 인벤트하는 것도 굉장히 중요한데요. 지금 뭐 컨설팅, 컨스트럭션 텍, 스마트 인프라, 뭐 쉐어드 스페이스, 리얼 이거 다 있는 거거든요. 푸드, 레스토랑 텍, 모빌리티 다 있는 산업들을 새롭게 디파인을 새롭게 정의하면서 지금 새로운 시장을 창출하는 걸로 나가고 있습니다. 실리콘밸리는 테크 기업만 있는 게 아닙니다. 테크와 기존에 있는 걸 결합시켜가지고 새로운 마켓을 창출하고 또 글로벌 수준으로 키우는 게 스케일업을 하는 게 실리콘밸리의 아름다움이죠, 사실은. 요거 보면 이제 할 수 있다, 하면 된다. 요거 뭐 어디서 많이 보던 거 아닌가요? 하면 된다, 하면 된다. 우리 70년대 지금은 이 미국에서 그걸 하고 있습니다. 아메리칸 드림인데 어떻게 보면 하면 돼. 이거는 이제 제가 쓴 기사인데 에리비안 줌 CEO지 않습니까? 이분이 스토리가 기가 막힙니다. 에리비안이 줌이라고 여러분 컨퍼런스 솔루션 했는데 줌이 에리비안은 영화 한마디도 못한 그런 사람이었어요. 근데 미국 빚이 8번 퇴짜 맞고 실리콘밸리로 건너와가지고 그 시스코 웹엑스에 처음에 그러니까 웹엑스에 들어가가지고 웹엑스가 시스코에 팔리고 거기서 시스코 웹엑스가 너무 대기업이라서 이렇게 너무 이거를 잘 컨트롤 케어도 못하니까 창업해가지고 같이 있는 친구들이 나와서 창업해서 줌 만들어가지고 지금 10년도 안 됐는데 대박 상장을 지금 그러지 않습니까? 지금 이분도 영화 한 번도 못했는데 미국 와가지고 상장해서 줌이라는 그런 상장해서 이제 했고요. 이런 하면 된다라는 게 아직 살아있는 이게 아메리칸 드림이라는 게 별게 아니고 이런 것들이 구현이 되는 것들이 나오는 거죠. 그리고 그러니까 지금 유니콘 기업들이 계속 나오고 있고 또 실리콘밸리에서 벤처 투자가 굉장히 커지고 있습니다. 이게 지금 특징이고요. 슈퍼 자이언트 벤처 캐피탈들이 딜 볼륨이 굉장히 지금 과거에 비해서 엄청나게 커지고 있는 것이 특징이고요. 또 이제 피치북 자료인데 이거 1급, 2급이 아직 안 나오는데요. VC 인베스먼트도 뭐 딜 규모나 액수 다 지금 굉장히 레코드 브레이킹으로 작년에 갔죠. 작년에 갔는데 올해는 작년까지 될까라고 생각했는데 이미 보세요. 올해 2019년 수준이 이미 2001분기 만에 2010년, 2009년, 10년 전은 이미 1년 동안 벌어졌던 딜 규모나 아니면 딜 횟수가 이미 10년 만에 거의 한 분기 만에 다 해놨고요. 이미 2010년, 13년 저 때만 해도 막 테크 붐이라고 했는데 지금 이미 2분기는 작년 2010년, 13년, 5, 6년 전에 1년 동안 했던 거를 지금 이 분기, 단기만에 다 할 정도로 여전히 벤처 캐피탈 스타트업에 대한 투자나 그런 딜이 굉장히 규모도 커지고 내용도 질도 향상이 됐습니다. 최근에 트렌드는 규모가 물론 이제 메가 딜들이죠. 소프트웨어 비자 펀드 영향이기도 한데요. 메가 딜이 규모가 커졌고 심지어 여기 보시면 시리즈 D에서 유니콘이 나오기 시작했습니다. 예전에 유니콘 하면 시리즈 E, 시리즈 F 가면서 이제 유니콘, 시리즈 D 하면은 유니콘 하기 굉장히 힘든데 지금 벌써 시리즈 D에서 유니콘이 나오기 시작했고요. 유니콘 갔다가 떨어진 기업들도 많이 나오고 있습니다. 굉장히 다이나믹 해주고 있고요. 그래서 이제 몇 가지 이제 트렌드고 제가 약간 우리가 이제 어떻게 해야 될까를 약간 생각을 해봤는데 제가 한국에 오니까 한국에 와서 이제 뉴스를 지난주였네요. 이제 KBS 뉴스였는데 혁신보다 상생해 보게요. 그래서 좀 우리 메시지가 젊은 여기 이제 넥스트라이즈 행사잖아요. 이제 물론 뭐 혁신과 상당히 다른 어퍼짓 단어가 아닌데 지금 뭐 하면 된다라기보다는 이제 하지 말라는 물론 이제 디테일하게 걸 건 많지만 그런 거는 좀 많이 안타까고요. 그리고 리더십이 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다. 실리콘밸리가 지금 오늘날 실리콘밸리를 만들었던 여러 가지 사람들이 있는데 한국인들 같은 경우는 규제에 많이 보기 때문에 규제는 정부 역할이 분야하는 거 많이 보지만 과거 페더럴 거버넌먼트보다는 이제 시 정부, 그 카운티 정부는 중요한 역할을 많이 하는데 애들이 시장이 2017년 2년 전에 시장 나비로 갑자기 들어오셨는데 이렇게 이분이 공유경제 에어비앤비나 이제 우버를 하면서 공유경제가 이 지속 가능한 이게 샌프란시스코 탄생지로서 밀착하게 대응해야 된다고 하면서 규제를 본인이 샌프란시스코에서 먼저 풀었던 것이 오늘날 에어비앤비 우버가 나왔던 거고 사실 저는 지금 두 회사가 지금 상장하고 상장 직전인데 애들이 시장에 굉장히 좀 책임을 해야 된다고 생각해요. 근데 이분이 중요한 역할을 했는데 거기에 대해서 너무 무시하는 것 같아요. 이게 하면서 이제 합법화만 한 것뿐 아니라 이런 여러 가지 이제 조건을 달면서 합법을 내준 거죠. 지금 그 규제를 보면은 규제 어떻게 규제하고 이런 것들 할 얘기가 많지만 어쨌든 이런 리더십이 중요한 역할을 한 것 같습니다. 그리고 한국에도 지금 스쿠터 많지만 스쿠터도 이제 실리콘밸리에서 지금 3개만 지금 허용돼 있거든요. 특히 이제 샌프란시스코 시 같은 경우 스마트 레귤레이션 하지 말라는 것이 아니라 규제는 스마트하게 업그레이드가 좀 필요한 것 같습니다. 스마트 레귤레이션이 필요하고 여기도 이제 드릴 말씀 많지만 어쨌든 그런 그 다음에 이제 중요한 거는 또 이제 너무 이제 정부 여기서 이제 민간 정부 사이드에서 보면은 민간 이렇게 한국에서 보면 다루려고 하고 또 민간에서 보면 정부 노터치하려고 하는데 오히려 미국에서는 퍼블릭 프라이빗 코퍼레이션이 굉장히 중요한 이슈죠. 예를 들어 5G 같은 경우는 투자에 돈을 많이 들기 때문에 민간과 정부에서 같이 주정부에서 같이 이제 하는 그 프로젝트로 많이 나오고 있습니다. 5G 같은 경우는 문제가 있고요. 그래서 이것이 굉장히 중요하고 그리고 이제 마지막으로 이렇게 우리 블랙홀 할 때 20대 젊은 20대 29살의 젊은 박사가 이거를 발견하지 않았습니다. 우리 한국 같으면 이게 이렇게 뭐랄까 굉장히 힘든 그런 케이스 같은데 젊은 지금보다 더 젊은 친구들한테 더 인파워를 하고 또 그들의 아이디어를 적극적으로 받아들이면 우리 한국도 서울도 넥스 실리콘밸리가 되지 말라는 건 없다라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 예, 감사합니다.
자, 오늘도 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. 여러분 이제 순서는 모두 마쳤습니다. 여러분 어떻습니까? 저희들이 케이레츠 포럼 서울 챕터가 생긴 지 2년 반 정도가 됐습니다. 그동안 이제 물론 이게 실리콘밸리에 있는 여러 가지 특성을 가지고 저도 여기 한국에 18년 만에 나와가지고 한번 출연을 해봤습니다. 시행착오를 거쳤지만은 우리가 꼭 이 글로벌 플랫폼을 누군가가 해야 될 것이고 또 이 플랫폼을 가지고 좀 더 우리가 활성화할 수 있는 보람된 일이라고 느꼈기 때문입니다. 예, 여러분 오늘 여러 가지 순서 가운데 좀 위험한 점도 있고 하지만 여러분 함께 우리 젊은 기업들, 젊은 기업들을 그래서 제가 한국에 와서 가장 큰 차이가 뭐냐면은 미국에서는 그 스타트업 자체가 대개 40대 후반부터 60대까지예요. 그런데 한국에 와서는 거의 90%가 젊은 사람으로 인식하고 있습니다. 스타트업은 그게 아니라 여러분들의 경험, 중년분들의 여러 가지 경험들을 가지고 젊은 사람들과 함께 공유하면서 그걸 이뤄내는 겁니다. 회기와 경험이 결합되는 겁니다. 그게 필요한 것 같아요. 그래서 오늘 여러 가지 오랫동안 같이 해주셔서 고맙고, Randy, would you like to do some closing comment for our current peoples?
Love and a lot of energy went into this, and let's put our hands together now. And then the members here, you're members of the global community. Please visit anywhere in the world, whether it be in Prague, whether it be in Northern California. There's expos going on all the time. So please visit us, and should we party now? It's been a long day. Wow, great patience. Thank you so much for your valuable time.
감사합니다. 우리 내년에는 좀 더 많은 걸 잘 준비해가지고 다시 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you everyone for sharing your time out of the busy schedule. I hope you see you in near future. Thank you.